Chapter 4803. The Hades mountain range was very large, and there were many experts here as well. After Lin Fei entered, he sensed a faintly discernible and powerful aura. He didn't need to ask to know that these auras belonged to war gods. There were quite a few war gods. Lin Fei couldn't even sense some of them. No matter what, after coming to this place, Lin Fei had a mission. That was to gather faith. How to gather faith here was naturally to take down a sect. Only by bringing the sect to greater heights would they be able to gain faith. This was the fastest way to gain faith. This was the route that Lin Fei decided on after thinking for a few days. There were quite a few sects in the Hades mountain range. Of course, they were all demon path sections. Some were big, some were small. Lin Fei set his eyes on a middle-tier sect. Of course, this sect was rather secluded. Within the sect, it wasn't eye-catching and wouldn't be remembered. Lin Fei didn't really care about the more eye-catching and powerful sections. If he really took them down, it would be hard for them to develop. Moreover, after Lin Fei walked around a few places in the Hades mountain range, he understood one thing. It was within the Hades mountain range. The power of a sect was intricate and complicated. Therefore, it was most convenient to follow them. This was also the easiest way for Lin Fei to obtain faith beads. If he wanted to develop, the best way was to go out less. That way, he wouldn't be targeted. Anyway, the Hades mountain range was already quite messy. After all, there was a war god guarding this place. For the current Lin Fei, he could gather enough. They were faith beads. No, they were honor points. Only then would he be able to improve his time and space Dao. After all, the difference was still quite big. He could only rely on honor points to improve it. Without it, it would be too hard to slowly improve it. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. He found himself in the most remote part of the country. There were very few demonic path experts in these places. Of course, they also met some demonic path experts along the way. There were all kinds of schemes to cheat others, but they all fell into the hands of Lin Fei. This Black Fiend sect is great. This Black Fiend sect was a sect that Lin Fei had been eyeing for a long time. He had been observing them for quite some time. In the end, they decided on this Black Fiend sect. It was a simple sect, and not many people paid attention to it. Its overall strength was average. The strongest among them was only an 8-star heavenly god. Apart from them, there were 7-star heavenly gods and 6-star heavenly gods. The entire sect only had 200 to 300 disciples, which was really very inconspicuous. There were many small and medium-sized forces like this, and this was the one that satisfied Lin Fei the most. Whoosh! Lin Fei entered the Black Fiend sect. Although the Black Fiend sect had a defensive array, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was really useless. He entered the room effortlessly. The sect leader of the Black Fiend sect was an 8-star heavenly god expert. In order to break through, this fellow was basically in seclusion, which was why the entire sect was in a mess. The two deputy sect leaders had their own opinions about the sect leader's thoughts. This was because their sect leader didn't have much time left. If he couldn't break through, then he would be completely gone. Hence, the two sect leaders, who were also the two deputy sect leaders, were a little tempted. The moment Lin Fei came, he found the place where the sect leader was in seclusion. With a teleport, he entered it. Even if it was a formation, it wouldn't be of any use now. This sect leader's body was indeed filled with streaks of death energy. If he didn't break through, then he would be completely finished. The moment Lin Fei entered, he sensed it. He opened his eyes and 2 streaks of light shot over. However, it was of no use. A hand easily grabbed his neck. "I'll borrow your sect for a while, and you as well." Lin Fei laughed and directly snapped the other party's neck. Of course, it also searched through his memories in an instant. No, it should be said that he searched through everything. At this moment, Lin Fei's body shook and he instantly looked similar to this person. This was the idea that Lin Fei thought of. Replace him. Of course, Lin Fei didn't plan to do it himself. He just wanted to change his appearance. After all, he had wiped out many people outside and there were war god level experts chasing after him. He believed that the Demon Extermination Hall would definitely be interested in him. Even some war god level experts in Hades Mountain would know a little about him, or perhaps they would be curious about him. Lin Fei felt that it was better for him to keep a low profile. For example, he could pretend to be this person. Who asked Lin Fei to have other methods? Hence, if he pretended to be the real one, no one would be able to tell. Unless Lin Fei said it himself, otherwise, he would be the sect leader of the Black Fiend sect. Crackle and crackle. Lin Fei's aura instantly stabilized at the level of a 10-star heaven god. In other words, he had changed from an 8-star heaven god to a 10-star heaven god. Only in this way could he smoothly change his appearance. He also had enough strength to attack the surrounding sections. Otherwise, how would he be able to farm faith beads? The King of 10,000 Devils was also released. This guy had been performing well recently, especially at Heaven Extreme Mountain where he gained a lot of hatred. Sir, the strength of the people here is average. The moment the King of Demons came out, he sensed that they really weren't strong. There were only a few 7-star heaven gods. The rest were unassuming and weak. Of course, in the outside world, he would have a certain level of strength. If I use them to farm faith beads, I can expand the sect and recruit all sorts of experts. This way, the influence will slowly show and I will be able to collect faith beads. The King of Demons quickly got into work mode. Lin Fei had completely digested all the information. Now, he was the sect leader of the Black Fiend sect, Big Dipper. The current Lin Fei didn't look like the previous Lin Fei at all. Of course, there was still a little bit of it. However, he was the real Big Dipper now. As long as he didn't say it, no one would be able to tell that he was the new sect leader of the Black Fiend sect, Big Dipper. You will follow me. In the future, you will be managing the entire Black Fiend sect for me. However, this sect is too ugly. We will change it to Massacre sect. Massacre sect is good. I also feel that the Black Fiend sect is too simple and doesn't have much power. Massacre sect is different. Chapter 4804. Lin Fei disguised himself as Big Dipper and prepared to go to the front stage of the Slaughter sect. But before that, he had to get rid of the 2 vice sect masters of the sect first. He had to establish his authority at the same time. Then, he could start preparing to increase his faith. Only when the people of the sect knew about it would they be more determined. He had to become a part of the Slaughter sect. The first step of increasing faith would start from the Slaughter sect. Dong, 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 dong. Slaughter sect. No, it should be said that the big bell of the Black Fiend sect had finally rung. When the disciples heard it, they were very surprised and flew out one after another. They all came to the square of the sect. The square wasn't very big, but at this moment, many figures began to appear. Whether it was disciples, elders, or deacons, they all came. After everyone landed, they looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what was going on. Do you know what's going on? Why is the sect's bell ringing? I didn't hear anything big was going to happen. How would I know if you ask me? I don't know either. Let's see what's going on first. Or is the sect master going to choose a new successor? That's hard to say. After all, our sect master doesn't seem to be in a good situation. What was the situation of the sect like? The disciples of the sect were quite clear, so they all lowered their heads in disgust. Then, 2 figures came over. They were the two vice sect masters of the Black Fiend sect. They were both 7-star celestial gods. Both of them were constantly looking for opportunities to break through to the 8-star celestial god level. After they came over, they each stood on one side. Many people followed behind them. Obviously, they had a lot of influence in the Black Fiend sect. Everyone looked at each other and was full of fighting spirit. After a while, the sect master came over, but there was a black-cloaked man beside him. The black-cloaked man's face couldn't be seen at all. He just appeared in front of everyone. Most importantly, he was beside the sect master, Big Dipper. This was a little surprising. Did something happen? Why did everyone gather here? Or is it because of the wind blowing the grass? For example, some forces are attacking our door. The two vice sect masters asked immediately. Don't think that there are no battles in the Yuming mountain range. In fact, the struggle in the Yuming mountain was also very intense. The demonic path was not like the righteous path. Their cultivation was very cruel. They kept killing each other, and the ones who survived were the strongest. The demonic Tao had always recognized this principle. If he wanted to continuously improve his strength, then he had to constantly train. What was the best experience? Of course, it was blood and fire. Through constant training, one's strength would become stronger and stronger, and only then would one be able to go further. Therefore, in the forces of the Devil Tao, the junior brothers of the same sect would compete with each other, and there would be people who would secretly betray others. Even if it was his senior brother or master, he could still kill them. As long as you were strong enough, you could do anything, and no one would say anything. This was the cruelty of the demonic path. It just so happened that this was a very normal thing for demonic path disciples. Everyone was used to it. This was also why the two vice sect masters had such thoughts when the sect master of the Black Evil sect was in seclusion. In their opinion, it was very difficult for an 8-star heaven god to break through to 9-star heaven god. Especially for the Black Evil sect, they weren't a big force, and they didn't have any good resources. It was very difficult for them to break through to the next realm. This time, when they saw the sect master come out, the two of them had even more serious thoughts. They didn't know what happened, but their gazes would occasionally land on the black-cloaked man. This guy looked a little suspicious, but it was better to wait and see. Lin Fei walked over. He saw the two vice sect masters right away, and they did have some ideas. He was full of ambition. Good fellas. One of them actually broke through to the 8-star heaven god level. It seemed like he had just broken through. He was prepared to give everyone a huge surprise. Even if he didn't come, the old sect master probably wouldn't be able to handle it. The other party was newly promoted, and he was a veteran. Plus, he had death energy, so he definitely wouldn't be able to beat him. Today, the reason why I called everyone here is actually very simple. The moment Lin Fei came over, he spoke to everyone, and the scene quietened down. Everyone wanted to hear what the sect master had to say. Our Black Evil sect has always been lukewarm, and our location is remote and we lack resources. So, after thinking about it, I have decided to change the name of the Black Evil sect to Massacre Sect. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked quite a bit. Especially the elders, deacons, and the two vice sect masters. For a moment, they didn't understand why the old sect master would say such a thing. Wasn't the Black Evil sect doing well? Why would it change to Massacre Sect? This was a little different from what they had imagined. Could it be that there was something wrong with the old sect master's head? But to many of the disciples, this Massacre Sect sounded even more domineering. It sounded much better than the previous name. Apart from that, all disciples of the Slaughter Sect can obtain some rewards from me through their achievements. But before that, I will reward you with an extremely powerful cultivation method. With this cultivation method, you will be able to break through to the level of Heavenly God. Even breaking through to the level of war god in the future won't be a problem. Naturally, no one had any objections to just changing the name. But the last words were different. All the disciples were moved. Breaking through to the heaven god level was not an easy thing, let alone breaking through to the war god level. It wasn't easy to break through to the heavenly god realm, let alone the war god realm. Many disciples didn't dare to think about it for the rest of their lives, but now they were all moved. They seemed to feel that today's old sect master was indeed different. He changed the name and taught them the skill. There's something more important. I found that there are more mountains in our sect, and I have decided that from now on, mountains can't exist anymore. Lin Fei looked over indifferently, and his gaze fell on one of them. Xiong Sanlin, what do you think? Xiong Sanlin was the one who had broken through to the 8-star heaven god level. It wasn't easy for you to break through to the 8-star heaven god level. You should at least take it out to dry. Don't hide it like this. That's not good. If you want my position, just say it. Kill me and this position will be yours. Everyone's gaze fell on Xiong Sanlin, the vice sect master. He had broken through to the 8-star heaven god level, but why was the old sect master able to tell at a glance? Chapter 4805. Everyone looked at the vice sect master. They did not expect that the vice sect master's strength would increase all of a sudden and that he had been hiding his true strength. If the old sect master had not seen through it at a glance, no one would have believed it. As for the other vice sect master, his expression changed drastically. He knew that he had lost. It was a crushing defeat. Of course, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the old sect master. The old sect master was the one who had hidden his true strength. He did not expect that he would be able to see through Xiong Sanlin's true strength at a glance. He did not know how long it had been since Xiong Sanlin had broken through. It seemed like he was preparing to secretly surprise everyone. He did not expect the old sect master to recognize him at a glance. Xiong Sanlin's expression also changed drastically. He did not expect that the old sect master would be able to see through his breakthrough. It had only been half a month since he had broken through. He was prepared to catch everyone off guard. Even if the old sect master was an 8-star celestial, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Ha ha ha, the old sect master is indeed the old sect master. I did not expect you to see through me. In that case, I will say it directly. I have my eyes on the position of sect master. I hope you can hand it over. It's that simple. Xiong Sanlin laughed loudly. Then, the aura on his body exploded. One layer after another, he reached the level of an 8-star celestial. At this moment, everyone could feel the immense pressure bearing down on them. Even the other vice sect master was the same, unable to withstand it at all. There was a huge difference between a 7-star celestial and an 8-star celestial. At the very least, if they really fought, a 7-star celestial would never be a match for an 8-star celestial. For example, Xiong Sanlin. It seems that you are indeed interested in the position of sect master. However, I want to know if you are qualified to take this position. I don't think you are. It will be the same even if you become an 8-star celestial. Lin Fei shook his head. He raised his hand. In an instant, countless saber lights slashed out. These saber lights were the great slicing technique. One after another, they instantly turned into a super terrifying killer move. Old sect master, you're overthinking things. I'm an 8-star celestial god. He was so dead that he could not be more dead. Such a scene caused the hearts of all the disciples to tremble, following which an exceptionally strong sense of worship emerged in their hearts. The old sect master was indeed the old sect master. Once he made a move, it was indeed extraordinary. Lin Fei looked at the other deputy sect leader, who was called Luo Yi. Sect Celestial, Sect Master, Luo Sect Luo Master. Sect Luo Sect Master O's Luo was Sect Master. Sect Master Luo. Just look at Xiong Shanlin. He had secretly made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he was killed by the other party with a single move. Luo Yi kneeled on the ground. Sect Luo Sect Master O's Luo's Sect Master was Luo of Luo's lured. How could Luo's Sect Master have any other thoughts? If he did not beg for mercy, he would be dead. Lin Fei looked at him indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the sky full of saber lights landed on Luo's Sect Master. You can be spared from death, but you cannot escape punishment. From now on, you will be an ordinary disciple of the Massacre Sect. When you have made contributions, you will return to your Sect Master position. With just one move, Luo's 7-star Celestial was seriously injured. Fortunately, he survived. He panted heavily and knelt on the ground again. Thank you Sect Master for your mercy. I will definitely fight for the sect. It was good enough that he survived. As for the Vice Sect Master, he was gone. However, he knew that from now on, the whole sect would be different. From now on, the sect will be called the Massacre Sect. Since it is such an awe-inspiring name, all the disciples will naturally have a motivation. Therefore, I will teach you a powerful technique. Lin Fei had mastered a lot of techniques. Any one of them was enough for these demonic sect disciples to practice. In the end, Lin Fei took out the 13 slaughter stacks. This cultivation technique was one that advocated killing. Every time a disciple was killed, they could obtain a part of their strength, which was their essence and blood. At that time, their strength would slowly increase. Of course, such a technique was very overbearing. After Lin Fei took it out, it instantly made everyone feel motivated. Although they only got the first level, it was an instant motivation for them. Cultivate, cultivate. Wasn't it to make their strength stronger and go further? And now, the opportunity had finally come. Just like that, the Massacre Sect underwent a complete transformation. In the blink of an eye. Half a year had passed in the Massacre Sect. In this half a year, all the disciples of the Massacre Sect had been working together to cultivate. Because the 13 slaughter stacks was just too much to their liking. First, they kept looking for demonic sect experts in the surrounding area and killed them to absorb their strength. Their strength was also breaking through. Most of the disciples had broken through to the first level. Their strength had also increased by a lot. But this wasn't enough. All of them mustered up their strength and were ready to go outside and improve greatly. No one disliked the name, Slaughter Sect, anymore. Instead, they liked it very much. Because of this, their strength had increased. And now, they were ready to expand in one fell swoop. Luo Yi was one of the people who had improved relatively fast. From a 7-star heavenly god to an 8-star heavenly god. He had also reached the second level of the 13 layers massacre technique. Sect leader, I think it's time to make a move. The sect disciples are all full of fighting spirit, it's time to make a move. Although he was still an ordinary disciple, his strength was the strongest among all the disciples. He originally had some opinions about the old sect leader, but now he was convinced and finally understood why the old sect leader's strength was unfathomable. Even if he had reached the 8-star heavenly god level, he still felt that he couldn't withstand a single blow from the old sect leader. If the old sect leader wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. It wasn't just a thought, it was really like that. If the old sect leader wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. I remember that there are 6 small forces in this area. Let's make a move and get rid of them. It's also a good opportunity to expand. I want everyone to know about the existence of the Massacre Sect. Chapter 4806. Master, this is the Faith Pagoda that I specially made. As long as we place this thing in our territory, we will be able to smoothly gather enough faith. The King of Thousand Demons hasn't been idle recently. Instead, he has been continuously refining specialized treasures. That is the Faith Pagoda. This thing is a pagoda. Just place it there and you will be able to gather faith power. This is a very mysterious existence. Even Lin Fei is very curious about this faith power. One has to say that the King of Thousand Demons is quite talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hunted down in public and become a street rat. Even so, he is still very awesome. Then let's refine more Faith Pagoda. When they expand their territory, we will release them one by one. Lin Fei left this matter to the King of Thousand Demons. Anyway, the King of Thousand Demons is getting more and more ambitious. Following such a strong existence, his days will definitely get better and better. The Massacre sect's disciples finally started moving. There are a total of 6 demonic path forces in this area. They aren't very strong. Every demonic path force's strength is about the same. This time, the leader is Luo Yi. Luo Yi had put on a good performance. After all, he is quite strong. Plus, he learned the 13 slaughter stacks cultivation technique. Naturally, he is different. On a dark and windy night, Luo Yi led all the Massacre sect's disciples to attack one of the forces. They really caught them off guard. Luo Yi, how dare you bring disciples to attack our sect? Quick, block for me. We must block them. Damn Massacre sect's people, how did they become so strong? Sect leader can't block them. Sect leader can't block them. They are too strong. In just a few hours, the force was wiped out just like that. The entire sect was wiped out. Not a single person was left alive. All the treasures were robbed. The next day, the news spread and caused a huge commotion in this small area. All of them were very shocked. Although they knew that the Massacre sect had changed its name, no one knew that it was actually so strong. They wiped out one of the forces in an instant. Instantly, the surrounding 5 forces were caught off guard. He didn't expect this at all. Just when they weren't prepared. The second night. Another faction was besieged. For a moment, the expressions of the remaining 3 forces changed drastically. In just a short span of 2 days, 2 forces had been destroyed. Wouldn't that mean that the 3 of them would be annihilated? At this moment, the remaining 3 forces could no longer sit still and gather together. This situation doesn't seem right. I don't know what that Big Dipper of the Slaughter sect is thinking. He actually changed the sect's name and destroyed 2 sects in one move. Who knows if there's something wrong with that guy's brain? Speaking of which, the Slaughter sect is actually this strong. I thought they were weaker than us. Also, Luo Yi's strength has risen so quickly. Those 2 sects didn't even have a single survivor. What the hell? After the 3 sect masters discussed for a while, they decided to temporarily unite together to teach the Slaughter sect a lesson. Therefore, the 3 sect leaders brought their subordinates and headed straight for the Slaughter sect. He demanded an explanation from them. He wanted to see what they were planning to do. Could it be that they were planning to annihilate the 3 sects in one move? This time, they brought a total of 500 experts. 500 heavenly god-level experts. They weren't strong or weak. But to many forces, it was definitely a very terrifying thing. They also arrived outside the Slaughter sect's gate at the first moment. Once they arrived, they felt a little different. But this time, they had 500 experts. Adding them and some other experts, they really weren't afraid of the Slaughter sect. Big Dipper, come out for me. If you don't come out and explain clearly, we will directly fight our way in. Your Slaughter sect is really awesome. Annihilating 2 forces in one move. Are you planning to annihilate our 3 forces too? Give us an explanation. The sect masters were very angry. One must know that they had been in this area for hundreds of years. They didn't expect that this time, the Slaughter sect actually annihilated 2 of them. If it was just a grudge, then it would be fine. But they simply didn't know what grudges those 2 forces had with the Slaughter sect. In any case, they were annihilated just like that, so they felt vigilant. Annihilating 2 of them, didn't that mean that they had to be annihilated as well? So they took the initiative to come over. They had to clarify things first. Just in time to give the Slaughter sect quite a bit of pressure and knock them down. This could also be considered as earning some benefits first. After all, the wealth of those 2 forces wasn't a small number. They were a little unwilling to be swallowed by the Slaughter sect just like that. Just in time to borrow the strength of the 3 forces to suppress Big Dipper and make him hand over the wealth. No matter what, they had to eat a mouthful of meat first. Lin Fei was also the first to know that the 3 sect masters had gathered together. Moreover, they had brought a large number of experts. This saved a lot of trouble. Luo Yi also came over immediately. Sect Master, why don't I bring people out and annihilate them all? Just in time to catch them all in one net. These guys are really tired of living. I haven't even gone to look for them, and they actually came. If it was in the past, Luo Yi would definitely have a headache dealing with these 3 sect masters. He wouldn't be able to defeat them at all. But it was different now. He was confident that he could fight them alone. Maybe he could even annihilate 1 or 2 of them. This was the confidence that came with the increase in strength. Lin Fei smiled faintly. You can annihilate so many people? But those 500 experts are quite suitable for our sect's disciples to train. Just in time to keep them here. Towards these existences that came to him on their own initiative, he wouldn't be polite at all. Just in time to annihilate them all and consolidate this area. You want me, Big Dipper, to come out? You guys don't have the qualifications. But I can give you a gift, like this. A ray of light appeared without any warning. It was the Great Cutter technique. When Lin Fei used the Great Cutter technique, its power was extremely terrifying. It directly slashed the 3 sect masters. Pata. The 3 sect masters directly fell from the sky. Then, the experts of the Slaughter sect all rushed out. Kill. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Those who dare to disrespect the sect master will be killed without mercy. Half a day later, all 500 experts were annihilated without exception. Chapter 4807. In a not-so-small restaurant, many people were drinking here. Did you guys hear? There's been quite a commotion over there recently. It's the Slaughter sect. They actually annihilated 5 surrounding forces in one go. Slaughter sect. Why haven't I heard of it? Could it be a newly risen force? You guys must have heard of it. This sect used to be called Black Fiend sect. The sect leader is called Big Dipper. It can't be. It's that Big Dipper guy. Don't tell me he already has half a foot in the grave. He's actually so ostentatious. He even changed his name. Who knows? Anyway, the Slaughter sect's strength is quite strong now. Who knows how many people went to join them? It's making my heart itch. News like this kept spreading in the surrounding cities. In a small part of the Hades mountain range, many people everywhere knew about this Slaughter sect. After all, annihilating 5 surrounding forces in one go. This strength was not considered weak. As for those who knew about Big Dipper, they were all a little surprised. After all, they were very clear about Big Dipper's realm. Half a foot was already in the coffin. Who knows when he would lose it? But now, he actually annihilated 5 surrounding forces in one move. This was preparing to carry it forward. Or was he preparing to sweep the surroundings and form a unique Slaughter sect? This news was not considered big in the Hades mountain range. But it more or less made many people feel interested. Many people remembered this slaughter sect. At least this slaughter sect was not to be trifled with. They even had the nerve to annihilate 5 surrounding forces. Not to mention the other nearby forces. They were probably having a headache right now. In reality, this was really the case. With a single move, the slaughter sect had wiped out the 5 surrounding forces, even their own sect had been wiped clean. Naturally, it also affected some of the big forces in this area. If they allowed the slaughter to continue like this, it would definitely not be a good thing. It might even be a bad thing. At this time, they had to carefully ponder what kind of situation this slaughter sect was in. For example, right now, some sects and forces started to study this slaughter sect. But no matter how they studied, they felt that it was a little different from what they imagined. This slaughter sect was a little problematic. After all, they were not clear about Big Dipper's strength. At this time, they actually had the nerve to make such a big movement. On the slaughter sect's side, Luo Yi, on the other hand, was very happy. Ever since the destruction of the 5 factions, it had a great impact on the disciples of the slaughter sect. He was also becoming more diligent in his cultivation. Many of them had broken through to the 2nd level. Of course, there were also some demonic path experts who took the initiative to join. This was a very common sight in the demonic path forces. Whichever sect was more powerful, they would come to visit and join them as soon as possible. Luo Yi wasn't polite at all towards those who came to join the alliance. He directly recruited them. However, he had to start from the basics. During this time, there were some demonic path disciples who were dissatisfied. Luo Yi immediately attacked them. In his words, there was no point in keeping those who were disobedient. He needed obedient disciples. Only by uniting all the disciples of the slaughter sect could the slaughter sect become stronger and stronger. For example, whenever the name slaughter sect was mentioned outside, the disciples' faces would light up. One must know that the 5 surrounding forces were usually quite arrogant. Now that they had been completely wiped out by them, it was their turn to be arrogant. Lin Fei finally got the first batch of faith beads. This time, the number of faith beads was not small. It also brought Lin Fei a lot of honor points. At least, it wasn't in vain. This idea was completely correct. The King of Demons brought the first batch of faith beads over. The number of the first batch wasn't a lot. It was a total of 50 million. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. However, it was still a considerable improvement for Lin Fei. At the very least, he wanted to get these faith beads before. It wasn't that easy. You did pretty well this time, especially these faith towers of yours. The effect is really good. You got these faith beads so quickly. The King of Demons did a good job. Of course, Lin Fei had to praise him. Let him continue to work hard. It was most appropriate to bring the King of Demons along. The King of Demons didn't dare to be complacent. In front of Lin Fei, he was just a guy that could be destroyed at any time. If he could make Lin Fei happy, then he could prove his value. Master, I've received a lot of news, especially that some of the surrounding powers are getting restless. Although the slaughter sect's expansion isn't fast, it's still making them feel pressured. I feel that we can take advantage of the time when they're watching our slaughter sect to find one of them and absorb their strength. It could be said that the King of Demons had always been paying attention to the progress of the matter. The bigger the force, the better. This way, his faith towers could be spread everywhere and collect more faith. It is indeed time for a surprise attack. However, it won't be enough to rely on Luo Yi alone. Therefore, I have decided to let you go out as well. After all, you are quite strong. Lin Fei was prepared to send the King of Demons out. This guy's strength was quite strong. As for Lin Fei, he didn't have that much free time. he still had to improve his infinite god body. Every time he improved, his strength would grow a little. Especially the fact that the infinite god body didn't have any ceiling, this was what made Lin Fei the most. As long as he had enough honor points, the infinite god body could continue to improve. Now, the effect of 50 million faith beads was only so-so. He had to continue working hard. The king of 10,000 fiends retreated and found Luo Yi to discuss how to deal with the sect. The 50 million faith beads were directly exchanged by Lin Fei for honor points. This thing was the most reassuring when honor points were used. With honor points, Lin Fei immediately improved the infinite god body. Although the infinite god body strengthened his defense and physical strength, Lin Fei felt that this was the most suitable way to improve it. The time Dao and space Dao could be put aside. After all, those two were in the attack form. Even if he really improved it, he had to put it aside. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the ability to protect his life. This was something that Lin Fei was very sure of. Therefore, the stagnant infinite god body began to improve again. He broke through 2 levels in one go. Of course, these 2 levels weren't very high, but it was still a considerable improvement. Chapter 4808. The Slaughter sect was indeed well known by many people. Especially a small sect like this. Just as everyone felt that the Slaughter sect wouldn't make a move in a short period of time. Who would have thought that Luo Yi and a mysterious expert would suddenly attack a mid-tier sect? The strength of this mid-sized sect was still quite strong, and there were many experts. In particular, there were 2 10-star celestial gods. But even under such circumstances, they were still attacked. Under normal circumstances, they should have been able to block the Slaughter sect's attack. But under such circumstances, they actually couldn't win against the Slaughter sect. The disciples suffered heavy casualties, and the entire sect was breached in less than a day. Even the 2 great experts were injured. They couldn't do anything to the Slaughter sect's experts. When this news came out, everyone was shocked for a period of time. They didn't dare to believe it. Since when did the Slaughter sect become so strong? Previously, when they wiped out the 5 factions, no one cared much. After all, they weren't strong or weak. But this sect was different. Their strength was definitely much stronger than the Slaughter sect. But in such a situation, the Slaughter sect still managed to break through the sect. They wiped out most of the experts. Of course, they also captured most of the disciples. This made everyone really unable to believe it. If they hadn't gone to take a look, they really wouldn't have believed it. Now, everyone realized one thing, which was that Big Dipper probably had an idea. If he didn't, he wouldn't have made such a huge commotion. No one knew what Big Dipper was thinking, but thinking about how he was already half a foot in the coffin, one could naturally imagine that Bait Song was cultivating some special technique. Which was why he attacked so recklessly. But even if he attacked, the Slaughter sect's disciples might not be that strong. But this time, they realized that the Slaughter sect's disciples were really strong. Once they attacked, they didn't show any mercy at all. One could say that once they attacked, they would definitely die. This made everyone pay more attention. Under such circumstances, in less than half a month's time, they launched another surprise attack. Another mid-tier sect. In a short 3 months, they consecutively broke through 7 to 8 nearby factions. They were all mid-tier factions. This time, no one was able to remain calm. If the Slaughter sect was allowed to continue expanding like this, they would all be killed. He didn't even dare to think about it. Such a crazy movement naturally made some of the older brothers in the area feel unhappy. After all, this area was under their control. Hence, the 3 tycoons sat together. They had all gathered their own information, but no matter how they looked at it, they all felt that the rise of the Slaughter sect was a bit unexpected. Especially those sect's disciples who were very powerful. 3 of them could kill experts who were one level higher than them. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Since when did the disciples of the Massacre sect become so strong? Who didn't know that the Slaughter sect was weak in the past? That Big Dipper guy used to lead the sect to such a lukewarm state. But now, they were more or less surprised. This time, they had no choice but to take it seriously. If they allowed it to continue, who knew whether or not they would be wiped out one by one? If that was the case, then he would have to deal with the Slaughter sect as soon as possible. Or rather, they wanted Big Dipper to come out and give everyone an explanation. Or rather, they wanted Big Dipper to hand over the sect's disciples' cultivation method. They could more or less see that the Slaughter sect's cultivation method was quite interesting. Perhaps this was the reason why they were so powerful. If they missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the Slaughter sect in the future. Others couldn't see it, but they could. I think we should teach the Slaughter sect a lesson. Why don't we let Big Dipper come here personally? In this area, we 3 tycoons have the final say. The Slaughter sect killed so many experts while we weren't paying attention. If we don't teach Big Dipper a lesson, I'm afraid we'll be annihilated as well. What a joke, what a joke. Only that Big Dipper guy has the guts to annihilate us. But he's expanding pretty fast now. Let's pay him a visit. The 3 of them were tycoons. Each of them was a peak 10-star heavenly god. They could explode with the battle strength of a 1-star war god. Although they couldn't maintain it for long, only a few dozen breaths' time, it was enough for battle. Not everyone could explode with the battle strength of a war god. Because of this, they were able to control this area. Although this area wasn't big, it was only about 10 million kilometers. The Hades mountain range was huge. Therefore, every 10 million kilometers there would be some big and small forces. Among them, some of the bigger forces were in charge of this area. The 3 of them were in charge of this area. If the Slaughter sect continued to grow, it would be equivalent to having a 4th force. Naturally, they didn't want that to happen. All the resources would be taken away. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Slaughter sect made a move without their consent. This made them feel that a force was beyond their control. This was what annoyed them the most. Therefore, they had to deal with the Slaughter sect ruthlessly. This was the only way to make the Slaughter sect behave. Otherwise, no one would take them seriously. When the 3 great forces came together, the commotion was naturally different. All the forces in this area heard the news and came. They all wanted to see how the Big Dipper of the Slaughter sect couldn't handle this matter. No matter what, they had to give them justice. They destroyed so many forces in one move. They couldn't possibly say that the Slaughter sect wanted to become this generation's 10 million kilometer giant, right? This idea was really a little whimsical. But looking at the situation, that was really the case. How long had it been? Not even half a year had passed. The Slaughter sect showed a different scene. Just like that, everyone arrived outside the Slaughter gate in a grandiose manner. As soon as they arrived outside the Slaughter gate, everyone felt that the Slaughter sect was different. The Slaughter sect actually had a strong aura now. Luo Yi, the vice sect master, also flew out immediately. Now, he was already the vice sect master. He had recovered and was stronger than before. When he came out, the big shot's expressions changed slightly. Because Luo Yi had actually reached the level of a 10-star heavenly god. Although he hadn't entered this realm for long, such a speed shocked the 3 big shots. Everyone knew that Luo Yi was only a 7-star heavenly god previously. But how long had it been? Chapter 4809. Luo Yi, who just flew out, instantly shocked the 3 big shots. How long has it been? Luo Yi's vice sect master's strength actually increased so much. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. At this moment, they seemed to understand why the Slaughter sect made such a big move. It should be that Big Dipper got his hands on some powerful technique. As a result, the strength of the entire Slaughter sect's disciples increased by a large amount. After all, they were all demonic path experts. At this moment, they more or less knew what was going on. This Slaughter sect definitely couldn't be left behind. The most important thing was to snatch this kind of powerful martial technique from 7 Star. This was the most important thing. My sect master said, seeing that it's your first time here, leave the people behind you. You can scram, otherwise, all of you will stay here. The current Luo Yi was already different from before. He was completely different. Now, he was a genuine 10-star celestial god. To him, breaking through to the war god realm was just a matter of time. In the past, he didn't even dare to think about it. Therefore, whatever the sect master said, he would do it. Even the 3 big shots in front of him were nothing in Luo Yi's eyes. With some time, he would be able to get rid of them sooner or later. But to the 3 magnates, these words caused their expressions to turn completely unsightly. A vice sect master dared to speak to them like this. This was simply overturning the heavens. How dare you? Do you really think that your Slaughter sect is amazing just because you destroyed a few forces? I'll give you a chance. Obediently surrender and I'll let you live. Big Dipper, you can also get out now. If you don't, be careful that your Slaughter sect doesn't exist anymore. The 3 big shots brought many experts with them. No matter what, they had to let the Slaughter sect experience the pressure of empty tie, so that they would know what it meant to be an honest person. Moreover, there were many people behind them who came to watch the show. If they didn't vent their anger on the Slaughter sect today, they would spread the news. The 3 big shots would become a huge joke. They came aggressively but couldn't do anything to the Slaughter sect. There was nothing more helpless than this. The people behind him were also shocked. He more or less understood this vice sect master, but he didn't. After listening to Luo Yi's words, he understood Luo Yi. Who would have thought that their strength would rise so quickly, and now they were even more domineering. This also made them realize that the Slaughter sect was completely different from what they had imagined. That Big Dipper, who had 1 foot in the coffin, might not be as easy to deal with as he had imagined. He might even be unfathomable. Subconsciously, they quickly pulled away from each other. All of a sudden, the area where the 3 giants were located became a small vacuum. They looked as if they could just look for them if there was anything, and they were just passers-by. They instinctively felt the danger. If they still stood at the back at this time, they wouldn't even know when they would suffer. It was better to hide far away. When the 3 magnates saw this, their faces turned even uglier. This also let them know that if they didn't give the Slaughter sect a good beating, then they would completely lose face today. A must-read bookstore. Looks like you guys don't intend to keep it. Then we can only do it ourselves. Luo Yi was exceptionally bold. Since the 3 magnates dared to come today, then he would dare to make a move. Swoosh! Heaven and earth suddenly turned dark. Their vision became blurry. The wind swept away the clouds, coming fiercely. It turned out that at this moment, the formation enveloped them. The formation was naturally set up by the king of 10,000 demons. Once the formation descended, they felt a terrifying sense of danger. The 3 magnates were the same. They didn't expect Luo Yi to make a move just like that. It didn't develop according to their expectations at all. This meant that he didn't take them seriously. He wanted to completely annihilate them here. Kill them for me. No matter what happens today, make the Slaughter sect disappear from existence. Annihilate the Slaughter sect and everyone will be rewarded handsomely. The voices of the 3 magnates reverberated. They directly took out their treasures and turned them into rays of light. It seemed like they wanted to blast the dark clouds away. But in the end, it was useless. Instead, more and more dark clouds appeared. In an instant, this area turned into a place covered in dark clouds. At the same time, those passers-by who retreated all sucked in a breath of cold air. In the blink of an eye, they all ran away. No one stayed at all. As for those who went up to help, it was even more so. No one was a fool. Everyone could see that the slaughter sect wasn't what it used to be. It wasn't the slaughter sect that they had imagined. Just look at the three magnates. If they didn't handle it well, they might suffer a huge loss this time. In fact, that was really what happened. Half a day later, the three magnates escaped in a sorry state. Other than them, no one else followed them out. In other words, all the subordinates that came with them were all killed here. But the dark clouds didn't disappear. They just kept enveloping the sky above this area. This news was also spread as soon as possible. After everyone heard the news, they were dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe that the three magnates actually suffered a huge loss. Even the experts that were sent out were completely wiped out. Now, their impression of the slaughter sect became even higher and more unfathomable. This also made many people rush over to join the slaughter sect. Even the three magnates weren't a match for them. Didn't that mean that this area of 10 million kilometers would soon be the slaughter sect's territory? If they joined now, they might be able to drink some soup. Master, why did you let those three guys go? You might as well kill them all. This formation was naturally set up by the king of 10,000 demons. He was also the one who controlled it. He more or less didn't understand why he let those three magnates go. This is called expanding influence. Do you understand? If we kill them, our influence will be reduced by a lot. If we let them go back alive, then it'll be different. Everyone will know about our slaughter sect. Do you know that your brain is a little stupid? Letting those three magnates go was indeed different for Lin Fei. His honor value also increased. The thing that increased the fastest was his hatred value. Obviously, those three magnates hated him a lot. Chapter 48:10. After the three big shots left in a sorry state, the slaughter sect lost their limelight for a while. It was unknown how many people wanted to join the slaughter sect. More news came out. Everyone in the slaughter sect had learned a powerful martial technique. As for what kind of martial technique it was, no one knew. In any case, joining the slaughter sect would naturally increase his strength. Even if it was the heavenly god realm, he would be able to break through sooner or later. He might even have a chance to break through to the war god realm in the future. This made the slaughter sect a place that all the demonic path experts in the surrounding area yearned to go to. In the nearest city, a man and a woman were sitting in a private room of a restaurant. The man was handsome. The woman was holy and beautiful. Behind them stood two guards. These two guards were quite strong. They were actually 9 stars heavenly gods. At first glance, he indeed looked like a 9-star celestial god. However, when he looked at them a second time, he felt that they were no longer 9 stars heavenly gods. Instead, he was hiding his strength. What do you think about this slaughter sect? The one who spoke was the handsome young man with an imposing appearance. One look was enough to tell that he came from a big family. Or they might have come from a large sect. This slaughter sect is indeed interesting. Who would have thought that those 3 fellows would all suffer at the hands of the slaughter sect? I'm afraid the slaughter sect is preparing to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Perhaps before long, this 10-million-mile territory will be replaced by a new person. Sitting opposite him was a woman in a palace dress. She was very young, very beautiful, and also very noble. Then let's pay a visit and see if we can recruit them. If there is such a force, then we will have a certain degree of influence. After all, there are a total of 108 mountains in the Netherworld mountain range. This slaughter sect is indeed worth roping in. After all, those 3 guys are too high. This slaughter sect is different. With our support, they will be able to take over this place with even more justification. The man and the woman laughed, then stood up and left the room. Ever since the 3 powerhouses left, Lin Fei had been accumulating more and more honor points. After all, it was unknown how many people wanted to join the slaughter sect in the surrounding 10 million kilometers. As for those who wanted to join, Lin Fei only picked out some of the elites. As for the rest, he didn't want them at all. Even so, many people acknowledged the slaughter sect and wanted to join it no matter what. That way, he would have prestige and status. The number of slaughter sect's disciples also rapidly increased. In just half a year's time, the slaughter sect's disciples had broken through the 10,000 mark. 10,000 slaughter sect disciples was not a lot, it could be said to be very insignificant. But the strength of these 10,000 slaughter sect disciples was not ordinary. If anyone underestimated the slaughter sect disciples, they would definitely suffer a great loss. As long as I wait a little longer, this infinite divine body will be able to break through to the next stage. The massive increase in honor points, no, it should be a massive increase. For Lin Fei, upgrading his infinite divine body was just around the corner. For Lin Fei, every increase in level was a huge gain. That was the guarantee of his life. The more levels the infinite divine body broke through, the stronger his physical body would be. At that time, he would not need the combat power of 3,000 great Daos, it would naturally become terrifying. Calculating the time, Lin Fei felt that it was about time. Alright. After the 3 giants escaped, there was no more movement. For the slaughter sect, their influence instantly increased. Within the entire 10 million kilometers, there was no one who did not know about the slaughter sect. There were even some sects who personally sent congratulatory gifts. The meaning behind their words was very clear and simple. That was, no matter what, don't attack their sections. They recognized the slaughter sect and recognized the slaughter sect as the boss. As for the 3 giants, they stood aside for the time being. With so much time, Lin Fei naturally prepared to take action and get rid of the 3 big shots in one go. Only in this way could he become a mountain in the Hades mountain range. Of course, Lin Fei knew that there were a total of 108 mountains in the Hades mountain range. Each mountain controlled an area of 10 million kilometers. Once the 108 mountains were formed, its influence would slowly spread to the surroundings. That way, he would be able to obtain enough honor points. There was nothing more tempting than honor points for Lin Fei. There's the aura of a fake war god. Lin Fei did not show himself many times. He was usually in his small courtyard. Just now, Lin Fei actually sensed the aura of a fake war god. This aura was very obscure and couldn't be detected immediately. Only Lin Fei was strong, so he could feel a slight change. A pseudo-god of war had actually appeared in his territory. No, it should be 2 fake war gods. This was relatively rare. Lin Fei's first thought was that it couldn't have been invited by the 3 magnates. Then, he thought that it was unlikely. If they could become fake war gods, they wouldn't be sneaking around like this. Instead, he had come in broad daylight. The bigger the commotion, the better. They wanted him to run away and surrender without a fight. However, the aura of the 2 in front of him was different. Lin Fei wasn't prepared to make a move. He wanted to observe the situation first. Not long later, Luo Yi entered. Now, Luo Yi could be considered a representative of the massacre sect. The moment he entered, he said respectfully. Just now, someone came. It was a male and female disciple from a big sect. They said that they want to meet our sect leader. From what I heard, it seems like they are interested in our massacre sect and want to cooperate with us. I can't make a decision on this, so I can only look for sect leader. I hope sect leader can make a decision. Disciples from a big sect. Information about many big sects appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It seems like they feel that our massacre sect has potential. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He decided to meet this man and woman first. He wanted to see what they wanted to do. After all, the massacre sect was quite impressive now. It didn't have much influence. 108 mountains weren't just a small part of it. Such an area of 10 million kilometers was only a small part of it. For example, some large mountains could swallow 7 or 8 or even 10 mountains that were 10 million kilometers in size in one go. Naturally, their influence would be bigger and bigger. He was just at the start and had a long way to go. Naturally, Lin Fei decided to take a look at the other party. If they could talk, then they should have a good talk. After all, he wanted to gain glory points. Naturally, he had to increase the influence of the massacre sect. Chapter 48:11. Inside the main hall of the slaughter sect. A man and a woman were sitting there. They had been observing the slaughter sect ever since they came in. With one look, they were able to see something. This slaughter sect was indeed different. It was very different from what they had imagined. One of the guards behind him said in a low voice. Seems like the rumor is true. The disciples of the slaughter sect all practice the same martial skill. This martial skill should be able to increase their strength quickly. It's quite incredible. If this continues, as long as the slaughter sect keeps expanding and annexing other forces, the strength of the disciples of the slaughter sect will become stronger and stronger. I can't imagine what the future will be like. They have great potential. As soon as the guard said this, the expressions of the man and woman changed quite a bit. Their eyes were also filled with excitement. This proved that coming here was not a mistake. This slaughter sect was indeed worth this trip. The rest was up to them. If you want to obtain the skill, it shouldn't be possible. This kind of skill should be separated, one layer after the other. Unless you meet certain conditions, you can only practice the next layer. Otherwise, it's very difficult. The other guard added. But no matter what, this was excellent news for the two of them. It was no wonder that 7-Star was able to come up with such a method even though he already had one foot in the grave. If there was no accident, he should have obtained a powerful cultivation technique from somewhere. As for whether or not this skill has any side effects, no one knew. But no matter what, the current slaughter sect did have the qualifications to do so. That 7-Star is here. The young man suddenly said. He turned around and looked at the door. The woman in the palace dress was the same. Just as they turned their heads, they saw an old man walking in. He didn't seem panicked at all. Lin Fei was obviously old when he pretended to be 7-Star. However, he was still very lifelike. People who weren't familiar with him wouldn't be able to tell the real one apart. Lin Fei saw the man and woman as soon as he walked in. Of course, he also saw the guards behind them. This proved that these two guards were pseudo-war god level experts. To be able to pretend to be war god level experts when they were outside, they must have quite a background. Lin Fei's eyes flashed and he walked to the front. He sat down on his seat. He looked up at the two of them. Young masters and young mistresses, you've come all the way to a small place like mine. What a rare visitor. The two of them were not considered strong. They were only 10 stars heavenly gods. Of course, this kind of potential was already very good. Coupled with the fake war god behind him, it was easy to imagine how powerful the faction behind him was. At the very least, there are quite a few war god level fighters. He did not want to say too much. 3 or 5. Such a sect was already very powerful. Big Dipper Gate Master, it seems like you're very different from the rumors. Then, we've come to the right place. I wonder if you're interested in listening to us. The woman in palace attire spoke first. I'm White Peony from the Immortal Demons sect. After the woman in the palace dress finished speaking, the young man on the other side also spoke. In Chinese, I'm Qing Yuan from Immortal Demons sect. Immortal Demons sect. Of course, Lin Fei had heard of it. This was a big sect in the Hades mountain. It could be ranked as a first-rate sect. They had more than 10 war god level fighters. The strongest one was said to be an 8-star war god. Although they were still quite a distance away from peak-level war gods, they could be considered as top-tier powerful. Lin Fei did not expect the Immortal Demon sect to come. Indeed, this surprised him. But no matter what, it was different now that a disciple of the Immortal Demon sect had come. The Immortal Demon sect is famous. To have 2 disciples in a row, this small place of mine has become glorious. If you have anything to say, just say it. I'm a person who is quite easy to talk to. Lin Fei's words surprised White Peony and Qing Yuan. In their impression, this Big Dipper Gate Master was not that easy to talk to. He seemed to be very low-key. As expected, he was a little different. They did not see a trace of death chi on this Big Dipper. This proved that this Big Dipper Gate Master had mastered some method. Maybe he could even become a war god. If he could become a war god level fighter, then it would be different. He had quite a lot of potential. No wonder he dared to make such a big commotion. Then I wonder if the Big Dipper Gate Master is interested in cooperating with us. It's not that easy for you to expand your territory. For example, those 3 big shots all have backers behind them. If we participate, then those 3 big shots will stand aside. You can then easily control this area and become a mountain. In other words, you will be one of the 108 kings. White Peony said. There are not many opportunities like this. We have found so many kings, but only you, the Big Dipper Gate Master, is qualified. We really don't care about the others. Qing Yuan also said, if you can cooperate with us, it will only be good for you. The 3 words Immortal Demon sect represented an enormous influence. Indeed, it was useful everywhere. A first-rate sect with a war god level fighter, and an 8-star war god at that. Naturally, it was different. The number of 8-star war gods in the entire great world of immortals could be counted on one's fingers. Every 3 realms, there would be a life and death situation. Therefore, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. There was a threshold between a 3-star war god and a 6-star war god. There were many people stuck at these 2 thresholds. The 2 of you came all the way here just to talk about this. If that's the case, I can give you an answer when the time comes. It's useless to just talk. What I want to see is absolute benefits. Only then will I have an idea. Otherwise, it's useless no matter how much I talk. What do the 2 of you think? How could Lin Fei believe a few words? If there were no benefits, then so be it. Lin Fei really wouldn't participate. He also understood this. The 2 disciples of the Immortal Demon sect probably wanted to gain his influence. That's why they came down to find some powerful kings. 108 kings weren't too many, but they weren't too few either. Every one of them was a trap. Naturally, many people had their eyes on them. His slaughter sect was considered a rising star, so it was normal for others to have their eyes on them. Bai Peony and Qing Yuan looked at each other. They weren't surprised at all. If it was just a matter of a few words, it naturally wouldn't be enough to satisfy the Big Dipper sect master. If the Big Dipper sect master wants to see benefits, the easiest way is to find those 3 big shots and have them give up this 10 million kilometer area. I don't know if it's done. Chapter 48:12. This was the only thing they could offer. After all, the background of those 3 big shots wasn't simple. Asking them to give up this area was still quite a bit of pressure for them. For them to say this, it could be said that they thought very highly of this Big Dipper Gate Master. Ordinary people really didn't have this kind of qualifications. Bai Mudan and Qing Yuan came this time because they saw the potential of the Slaughter sect. Especially after hearing the two guards' words, they became even more clear about the importance of the Slaughter sect. No matter what, they had to recruit them. This way, it was equivalent to having a force in their hands. As for when this force could develop, it was up to the Big Dipper Gate Master himself. The only thing they could do was secretly exert their strength. He believed that with their support in the dark, the Slaughter sect's strength would rise faster than expected. Ha ha ha, is this the benefit you were talking about? It's really useless to me. You think too highly of yourselves. It's just those 3 big shots, I can easily destroy them. Even if you didn't say anything, this area will be my world sooner or later. Lin Fei laughed loudly. How could he believe these people from the Immortal Demon sect just because of a few words? To him, taking down this 10 million kilometer area wasn't a difficult matter, even if they had a backer behind them. A backer wouldn't casually make a move. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? At most, they would add fuel to the fire. This was something that Lin Fei could see very clearly. Bai Mudan and Qing Yuan's expressions changed slightly. It seemed that this Big Dipper Gate Master wasn't that easy to trick. They really wanted to trick him just now. They didn't expect that they would be exposed so quickly. However, their expressions were quite normal, without any awkwardness. Bai Mudan smiled. Then I don't know what your so-called benefit is. Let me hear it. Let's see if we can satisfy you or not. Since their words couldn't satisfy this Big Dipper Gate Master, then they would change the method and let the Big Dipper Gate Master speak. Actually, the benefits I want are quite simple. I don't have any ulterior motives. I just want to live longer. Therefore, it's not difficult for me to stand on your side. As long as you give me the 10 million kilometers next door, I will naturally treat you differently. My request isn't too difficult, right? This time, it was finally the two's turn to change their expressions. The situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Bai Mudan and Qing Yuan both stood up. This was obviously making things difficult for them. The surrounding kings, who were tens of millions of kilometers away, were not so easy to talk to. All of them were proud and arrogant. It was impossible for them to give up this 20 million kilometer area. Big Dipper Gate Master, don't you think this kind of request is too difficult? Do you think we can do it? Lin Fei laughed again. My request is really not high. It seems that you can't complete it, so I'll have to do it myself. I still have things to do, so I won't send you off. They could not come to an agreement. Naturally, Lin Fei would not talk to the two of them anymore. He turned around and left. Bai Mudan and Qing Yuan were not lightly angered. This was the first time they had come here, and they had actually been given the cold shoulder. They hadn't come to an agreement at all, and were instead ignored by the other party. In any case, they were also people of the Immortal Demon sect. The two looked at each other again, then turned around and left the Slaughter sect. When they arrived outside, both of their faces were filled with anger. After all, this was the first time they had been rejected. Moreover, they were people of the Immortal Demon sect. If this spread outside, they would be laughed at. This Big Dipper is too much. He actually wants us to give up the territory of tens of millions of kilometers away to him. Who does he think he is? If he has the ability, he won't be afraid of eating too much. Bai Mudan was extremely angry, but she couldn't do anything to this guy. Junior sister Bai, don't be angry. It's not worthwhile to be angry with this kind of person. Since he doesn't acknowledge us, let's just watch a good show. With the temper of those three big shots, I reckon that sooner or later they will make a move. Qing Yuan was the same. They had originally wanted to let the Slaughter sect join them, but they hadn't expected it to turn out like this. They definitely had some hatred towards this Big Dipper Gate Master. In that case, they had to let the Big Dipper Gate Master suffer a bit. At that time, when they appeared again, the Big Dipper Gate Master would naturally shed tears of gratitude. He would then easily join their hands. This could also be considered as the next thing they could do. Therefore, they decided to stay in the vicinity for a while. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a new movement very soon. Gate Master, these two disciples of the immortal demon sect should be looking for their own strength. They should also be very ambitious. I heard that the competition between the heavens-prided geniuses of the first-rate forces is very intense. Luo-Yi had watched from the beginning to the end. He didn't really care about the two disciples of the immortal demon sect. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that their guards were strong enough, Luo-Yi would have already driven them out. What's so good about relying on the strength of the immortal demon sect? If they had the ability, then they could fight alone. They are indeed very different. I think that the heavens-prided geniuses of the Yuming mountain range are all like this. Since the people of the immortal demon sect have come, then other heavens-prided geniuses will also come. It seems that our slaughter sect is going to be very lively. Lin Fei also smiled. Luo-Yi said. Then what should we do next? We can't let those heavens-prided geniuses come to visit us one by one. We can just directly hang a sign on the door saying that the slaughter sect will be in seclusion for a period of time. All the disciples of the slaughter sect are forbidden from going out, and we won't receive any visitors. Luo-Yi was dumbfounded when he heard this. This could also be done. But when he thought about it again, it didn't seem to be a difficult matter. They could just hang a sign to let everyone know. But this way, they would offend those heavens-prided geniuses. Your confidence is still not enough. After your strength increases, you will naturally have confidence. Even if they are heavens-prided geniuses, they won't dare to do anything in a short period of time if they really have any ideas about our Big Dipper sect. Lin Fei really didn't care about them. Soon, there was a big sign outside the slaughter sect. Visitors declined. Big Dipper sect closed door. These were very simple words. But to many people, it was filled with a special meaning. At least in the eyes of Bai Peony and Qing Yuan, this Big Dipper sect was a little different. What was this Big Dipper sect leader planning to do? Could it be that he planned to offend all the heavens-prided geniuses in one go? Or was he accumulating power and waiting to act? Was he preparing to take over the ownership of the 10 million kilometers in one go? Chapter 48:13. It was true that the three magnates harbored great hatred towards the slaughter gate. After they returned, they didn't do anything, but in reality, they all went to find their backers. They're just strong, what's there to be afraid of? Finding a few experts to completely flatten your slaughter sect was not a difficult matter. Why isn't there a king in this 10 million kilometer area? It's because the three giants can't do anything to each other. Therefore, the three giants discussed and decided to control this 10 million kilometer area together. That was the only way. The slaughter sect popped up out of nowhere and there wasn't a clear winner. Since the slaughter sect came to join in the fun, then this Big Dipper Gate leader should die. Let's wipe out the slaughter sect first. This Big Dipper Gate leader was also dealt with. This 10 million kilometer area was still their own territory. In the meantime, they arranged for people to keep an eye on the slaughter sect. Especially their every move. Whenever there's a big commotion, they would immediately take action. Until the slaughter sect put out a sign. This surprised the three giants. Could the Big Dipper Gate be making a move again? Therefore, they wanted to completely wipe out the slaughter sect even more. If they don't wipe out the slaughter sect, they won't be able to sit still. Luckily, this day has finally arrived. After about a month, the three giants once again came to the slaughter sect. Coming to the slaughter sect this time, they had the advantage in numbers. It couldn't be compared to before. The three of them and a group of experts. Apart from this, they also brought 3 pseudo-war god level fighters. Bullying the weak. Of course, that's bullying the weak. Who would say anything? The only thing they could say was that the Slaughter sect was unlucky to offend the 3 giants at once. Who didn't know that the 3 giants all had backers? Looks like the Slaughter sect won't be able to stop them this time. I heard that the Big Dipper Gate leader is quite strong, but he probably won't be their opponent. I thought there would be a big commotion in this area. At least we'll have a new leader. Who knew that the Slaughter sect still doesn't have that ability? There were many people who came to watch. Whether they were in the void or far away, they were all here to watch the Slaughter sect. As the saying goes, fish in troubled waters. They could also take advantage of the situation. This was something that many people loved to do. Meanwhile, in the void, Bai Peony and Qing Yuan were also looking at the sect of massacres. Just as they had expected, the 3 giants had indeed come, and they had even brought experts with them. They could even send pseudo-wargod level existences in here. With the help of the fake god of war, things would be different. At the very least, the Big Dipper Gate Master wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. They also realized one thing. If things went wrong, it might be their turn to make a move. The 3 big shots would more or less give the immortal demon sect some face. First-rate sects were no joke. If the 3 giants didn't have the support of their backers, they wouldn't be anything. They could destroy it with a wave of their hands. Do you think the Slaughter sect can block the 3 big shots this time? There really were 3 figures in the void. He stood with his hands behind his back. These 3 figures all had a domineering aura, as if they were the rulers of a region. If anyone knew him, they would definitely be able to guess it. They were the kings of the neighboring 10 million kilometers. They were purely here to watch the show. They also had big plans for this area. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Who would have thought that the Slaughter sect would suddenly appear? Right now, this Slaughter sect was about to be surrounded. Therefore, they purposely came to watch the show. Even the 3 big shots invited experts. It could be seen that the Slaughter sect's influence wasn't low, and their fighting strength was exceptionally strong. Especially when they heard that the Big Dipper Gate leader was different. He already had half a foot in the coffin, but he actually made a move. Therefore, they naturally came to watch. This was also a way of preparing for a rainy day. First, they had to understand the situation. If the 3 big shots lost, something like this was very likely to happen. After all, nobody could guarantee probability. Even now, they couldn't see through this Big Dipper Gate leader. At this time, they didn't see any outsiders. They also heard that a lot of experts from the Immortal Demon sect and many geniuses came to visit, but they were all rejected. If they didn't come to take a look, they would feel uneasy. If their neighbor became stronger, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. If nothing unexpected happens, they definitely won't be their opponent. The only one who has a good show is this Big Dipper Gate leader. If the Big Dipper Gate leader can break through to the pseudo-war god level, then he might have a chance of survival. Otherwise, the Slaughter sect will be completely wiped out today. The 3 of them were all pseudo-war god level experts, so they naturally knew that the 3 big shots invited pseudo-war god level experts. Although they didn't know how strong they would definitely be able to crush anyone below the heavenly god level. The 3 big shots arrived at the Slaughter sect's entrance with proud smiles on their faces. This time, the Slaughter sect definitely won't be able to walk away unscathed. Big Dipper Gate leader, we're here again. What else can you do this time? Why don't you come out and have a good talk? If you don't come out today, then there's no need for your Slaughter sect to exist anymore. Last time, we didn't see through you, but this time, it won't be so easy. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you don't come out, then we'll make our move. The experts of your slaughter sect really can't withstand a single blow. The three big shots were full of confidence at this time. If the Big Dipper Gate leader comes out, then maybe they could still have a talk. No matter what, they had to take in the slaughter sect. They also heard about this powerful martial art. If they could get their hands on it, then that would be for the best. It would allow the forces behind them to become even stronger. If the Big Dipper Gate leader doesn't know what's good for him, then they'll completely cripple him today. Then they'll get rid of this trouble. After all, there were so many people watching today. No matter what, a winner has to be decided. As for which side the scales of victory and defeat are leaning towards, of course it's towards the three big shots. 3 pseudo-war god level experts aren't a joke. 3 great heads, you seem to be quite free to come here again. It seems that the lesson last time wasn't enough. Then, this time, I can only exterminate you and end all troubles once and for all. While I'm at it, I also want to let everyone know that this 10 million kilometer territory belongs to my slaughter sect from now on. A figure walked out unhurriedly. Who else could it be other than the Big Dipper Gate leader? However, his words were a bit arrogant and overbearing. Chapter 48:14. No one would have thought that the Big Dipper Gate's gate master would actually say such words. He didn't take the three giants seriously at all. He didn't take the fake war gods seriously either. He didn't take the others seriously at all. Everyone knew that a good show was about to begin. The three giants definitely wouldn't let this go. It was obvious that the battle was about to begin. No matter who it was, they all thought that the slaughter sect master wouldn't be able to escape this time. They didn't believe that the Big Dipper sect master had become a fake war god. Even if he did, so what? Would he be able to beat the pseudo-war god experts invited by the three magnates? That was just wishful thinking. One could imagine what the result would be. The three giants didn't think that the Big Dipper sect master would say something like that at this time. They were ready to fight. It seems like the Big Dipper sect master has made his decision. Since that's the case, we will fulfill your wish. One of the giants said coldly and prepared to make his move. The other two giants did the same. Of course, the fake war god that they invited also looked at the Big Dipper sect master. Before we make our move, I think there's something I need to make clear to you guys. Otherwise, you'll lose your lives. After all, you guys are at the top. Lin Fei said calmly. The three tycoons waved their hands, signaling the people behind them to stop. They wanted to hear what the Big Dipper sect master had to say at this time. Could it be that he was going to surrender? If that was the case, then it would be great. They might actually spare the Big Dipper sect master's life. As long as he handed over the mysterious technique, everything would be fine. A ball of light appeared in Lin Fei's palm. The moment this ball of light appeared, everyone felt a terrifying sense of danger. Even pseudo-war god level fighters were the same. They felt a great sense of danger from this ball of light. It seemed like as soon as this ball of light moved, they wouldn't be able to escape. Everyone present seemed to be unable to escape from this calamity. This kind of thinking was very absurd. But in reality, it was very impactful. Many people subconsciously took a step back because it was very likely that they would die in front of this light. There is a ray of light in my hand. This ray of light is one of my ultimate moves. In a moment, I will use my ultimate move. If any of you can withstand it, then my slaughter sect will naturally disband and cease to exist. But if you lose your life, then I'm sorry, I can only say that you are too weak. This time, everyone's expression changed even more. Even the three giants were the same. They had more or less underestimated the Big Dipper Gate Master. Could this ball of light be able to kill them? Wasn't this looking down on them a little too much? Whoosh! The ball of light quickly flew out. It turned into a stream of light. This stream of light was like a long and narrow Milky Way. It swept out majestically. In front of this Milky Way, everyone felt suffocated. The three leaders were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The starlight instantly pierced through their bodies. In the face of this ball of light, all attacks were useless. At the same time, these pseudo-war god level fighters began to emit layers of terrifying light. This was their final struggle before death. The light continuously resisted the attack of the stream of light. The bright light only lasted for a moment before it was extinguished. In the blink of an eye, the light disappeared. The two pseudo-war god level fighters were instantly killed. Then, it swept through the entire path. All the experts that were originally standing in front of the slaughter sect were instantly killed by this stream of light. Silence. At this time, the scene was unusually quiet. Even the sound of his breathing became very suppressed. No one thought that the three giants, including the fake war god level combatants, would be killed so easily. They had no ability to resist at all. The people who were close by could even feel the power of this beam of light. It was so close that it would have drowned them. Cold sweat dripped down drop by drop. Whether it's the people here or the people in the void, I have no malice towards anyone. I just want to live longer, that's all. If anyone still has any ideas, feel free to come out and I will send them on their way. If not, then from now on, this area belongs to my slaughter sect. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Even if it was the three giants and the two war god level combatants, in front of Lin Fei, they were nothing. When he went all out, the power that erupted from the fusion of time and space instantly killed them. No objections, we have no objections. From now on, this area belongs to the slaughter sect. We agree. The three giants don't even have the ability to control this area. None of them dared to have any other thoughts. They immediately congratulated him. The three giants and the fake war god level combatants were all dead. It was obvious that this place belonged to the slaughter sect. Even the few kings in the depths of the void were the same. They were all deeply shocked by what they had just witnessed. They completely underestimated the power of this Big Dipper Gate Master. Even though they couldn't tell what level this guy was at, his attack just now already had the power to kill a fake war god level combatant. It was very likely that he was a one-star war god level combatant. A neighbor like this really wasn't a good neighbor. Instead, he seemed to be quite aggressive. They were even more glad that they made this trip. If it wasn't for this, they wouldn't have known the true strength of this Big Dipper Gate Master. Whoosh! The surrounding void collapsed in an instant. Layer after layer of power directly crushed their bodies, causing their blood and chi to churn. It wasn't easy for him to endure it, and he immediately slipped away without another word. They knew better than anyone else that this was definitely the Big Dipper Gate Master's attack. To be honest, they were extremely angry. He actually dared to attack the three of them at a time like this. However, they didn't have any thoughts of doing anything. Before figuring out the situation, the Big Dipper Gate Master could only watch and not do anything. Otherwise, they would be letting outsiders take advantage of them. In the blink of an eye, the three kings left extremely quickly and didn't stop at all. After killing the three giants, Lin Fei immediately led the slaughter sect's people towards the three giants' nest. They split into three groups. One group was Luo Yi Lu, the other group was the King of Thousand Demons, and he himself led a group. The three giant sects didn't expect their sect masters and experts to be killed in the blink of an eye. They were caught unprepared and didn't have the ability to resist at all. In half a day's time, the three sects were completely annihilated. In an instant, Lin Fei absorbed all the disciples into his body. In the blink of an eye, the slaughter sect had over 100,000 disciples. Chapter 48:15. 3 fake war gods died, 3 giants died, and 3 sects were annihilated. The Slaughter sect had completely taken over this area, becoming one of the 108 kings. The news also quickly spread in the surrounding area, alarming countless forces. Everyone knew that the Slaughter sect had finally broken out of this place. Up until now, nobody really understood this Big Dipper Gate Master, they only knew that he was very strong. He killed 3 fake war gods by himself, so it was very likely that he was a real war god. Whether he was a 1-star war god or a 2-star war god, nobody knew. No matter who it was, this Big Dipper Gate Master wasn't easy to negotiate with. He did things very decisively, people like him were hard to deal with. After the Slaughter sect took over this area, they built many unique pagodas. Nobody knew what these pagodas were used for. Almost every place had one of these pagodas, covering the entire area. Luckily, there weren't many of them. There weren't many people who noticed it. They originally thought that this Big Dipper Gate Master would do something new, but after taking over this area, he didn't do anything else. On the contrary, the entire Slaughter sect maintained a rare silence. The neighbors next door also began to come to visit and send their congratulatory gifts. However, they didn't see the Big Dipper Gate Master, only a black-robed guy. This black-robed guy was emitting an evil aura. One look and you could tell that he wasn't easy to deal with. Nobody thought too much about it. The Big Dipper Gate Master didn't come out, so he was naturally breaking through. Because of this, everyone had a new view of the Big Dipper Gate. At least the Big Dipper Gate seemed to be thriving. Lin Fei really didn't go out much. To him, the commotion caused by taking over this territory was not small at all. His faith and honor points, in particular, were skyrocketing. Compared to before, it was many times faster. Of course, being the king of 108 wasn't that easy. An invisible pressure came along with it. The neighbors were like tigers watching their prey. After all, everyone was watching. Apart from that, there was also the backing of the 3 giants. After all, the 3 giants were supported by them. In other words, Lin Fei had offended 3 powers at once. If these 3 forces were to make a move, there would definitely be trouble. Compared to the rewards, Lin Fei really had nothing to fear. Successfully taking the first step was quite good for Lin Fei. Next, he had to take the second step. The second step was still a problem. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to collect some faith and honor points first. The infinite body was slowly being upgraded. Someone is coming in this direction. Good heavens, it's actually a true war god. It seems that the true forces of the Yuming Mountain have arrived. Pseudo-war gods were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. But if a real god of war came, things would be different. This meant that the forces behind them valued the Slaughter sect. During this period of time, Lin Fei had also read through a lot of information about the Yuming Mountain. After taking down 3 sects, he naturally obtained a lot of information. This information also gave Lin Fei a better understanding of the Yuming Mountain range. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the people from the Nether Palace. The Nether Palace was the strongest existence in the Yuming Mountain range. They were the top existence. The Nether Palace controlled the entire Yuming Mountain range because they had a top war god overseeing it. Anyone who tried to do anything to the Yuming Mountain range would have to face the war god's obstruction. That was why the demonic path forces could continue to live here. This top war god had paid a huge price. Naturally, the Nether Palace became a top existence. No matter what, they were still under the rule of the Nether Palace. Therefore, it was very likely that the war god of the Nether Palace was coming. After all, only the war god of the Nether Palace would be so arrogant. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After the news spread, the Nether Palace would definitely come. This was because this area hadn't been integrated before. Now that he had integrated it, the people from the Nether Palace would definitely come to register. That would also mean that they would recognize his identity and status. However, he still needed to wait and see how they would recognize him. Not long after, two figures, one in front of the other, arrived at the slaughter gate. It was a middle-aged man and a young woman. Just like that, they arrived in front of the slaughter sect. Luo-yi, the vice sect master, was also here. You two are from the Nether Palace, right? Our sect master is already waiting for you inside. He even prepared tea to welcome you too. Luo-yi was also very proud of himself. After all, he was also a figure in the slaughter sect. Compared to the past, he was much more glorious. In his opinion, this was just the beginning. The slaughter sect would go further and further in the future. At this moment, Luo-yi didn't dare to be careless and was very respectful. He heard that they were from the Nether Palace. As a true demonic path expert, of course, he knew about the Nether Palace. It was a sacred place. Anyone who came out of that place could not be offended. Even if a small ant came out from there, he would still be a tyrant in the outside world. Your sect master seems to be quite fast. He knew that I was coming from so far away. I can meet your Big Dipper sect master. The middle-aged man laughed and walked inside. The young woman followed behind them. Lin Fei indeed prepared tea and waited for the arrival of the two from the Nether Palace. Not long later, the two came in one after the other. The first one was the middle-aged man. His eyes fell on Big Dipper, which was Lin Fei. This made the middle-aged man laugh. Big Dipper sect master is really strong. No wonder those three guys suffered so much. You really hid your strength. Lin Fei also laughed. I'm already a bag of old bones. It's lucky that I could break through. At least it's not bad now. You two must have worked hard. Quickly sit down and have a cup of tea. We can talk slowly. We have plenty of time. The middle-aged man and young woman sat down one after the other. After sipping a cup of tea, the atmosphere was quite peaceful. After a cup of tea, the middle-aged man put down the cup and said with a smile, I'm from the Nether Palace. I understand the situation here. Now, I'm here to tell you how to be 108 kings. I'm all ears. The level of this expert from the Nether Palace wasn't low. He was at least a 3-star war god. Quite strong. Lin Fei wanted to listen carefully. What kind of rules did these 108 kings have? Chapter 48:16. What the middle-aged man said wasn't a lot. On the contrary, it was very simple. Not just anyone could become one of the 108 kings. One needed to have some ability to do so. And among them, one had to pay tribute, a certain amount of resources every month. This wasn't a big requirement for Lin Fei, and it wasn't difficult at all. He already had an idea before. He definitely couldn't run away from this. Lin Fei was a little surprised by the few requests that came after that. The Netherworld Palace doesn't forbid anyone from competing with each other, even between neighbors. As long as you have the ability, you can naturally compete. The middle-aged man said faintly. And the most important thing is that as one of the 108 kings, you have to explore a devil area every 10 years. There are many devil areas in our Netherworld mountain. Lin Fei really hadn't heard of this. Perhaps it was because the people who got the information were too poor, so they didn't know about the devil area at all. It seemed that only the 108 kings in this devil area were qualified to do so. This is the map of the devil area in the Netherworld mountain. You can take a good look at it. All the areas marked in red have never been explored. As long as you explore the devil area and get a complete map, or bring out a certain number of silent devil weapons, the Netherworld Palace will give you a certain reward. The middle-aged man took out a map and handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took it. This was an ancient map with a heavy sense of history. He opened it. He really saw the markings on it. The abyssal mountain range was really big, much bigger than what Zhao Fu had imagined. There were some places in the abyssal mountain range that had some demon areas. These devil areas were very unusual. According to the introduction, these devil areas were where some ancient forces were located. They were destroyed in the past, or for various reasons, they became devil areas. No one dared to enter them easily. After a long time, they became devil areas. They had to explore to know if there were treasures in them. These devil areas were very dangerous because there were some powerful demonic creatures living in them. These demonic creatures were invisible and colorless. It was also the most troublesome thing. Fortunately, these demonic creatures lived in these demonic areas and never came out. Otherwise, the Netherworld mountain range would have long been in chaos. Even war god level fighters don't dare to casually step into these demon areas. They had to form a team in order to have the ability to enter such a demonic area. After the middle-aged man introduced the situation of the Devil District, he left the Slaughter sect. Before he left, there was something that surprised Lin Fei. Now that you are in control of this place, you can give it a name. From now on, you are the king of this area. Lin Fei had never thought of a name. Big Dipper it is then. He didn't think too much about it and just gave it a random name. The middle-aged man said, "You are quite casual. From now on, you are the Big Dipper Demon King." In our Netherworld mountain range, the word Demon King is popular. When the name of Big Dipper Demon King spreads, you will have to undergo a half-a-year test. There will be some people who will come to challenge you. Only by defeating them will you be qualified to sit firmly on the position of Big Dipper Demon King. But you don't have to worry. You are not a war god level fighter yet. So those who come to deal with you will definitely not be a war god level fighter. You can be completely at ease about this. Just like that. The middle-aged man brought the young girl and left the Slaughter sect. Not long after, the news about Big Dipper Demon King spread. And this place was called Big Dipper Territory. It had an official label. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect another territory to be born. It's actually Big Dipper Territory. I wonder if anyone has the confidence to go and meet this Big Dipper Demon King. This is a good chance to reach the heavens in one step. Go, we must go. If we don't go this time, we will really miss the opportunity. Who knows when we will have such a good chance again. The news spread throughout the entire Hades mountain. After all, every time a territory appeared, it meant that something good had happened. That was a chance to reach the heavens in one step. As long as they defeated this Demon King, they would naturally be able to become the new Demon King. This was also a kind of benefit for the Hades Palace. Every time a Demon King territory appeared, there would naturally be a fierce battle that would last for half a year. No one knew how many experts would die during this period. But for the position of Demon King, everyone was absolutely willing. This was to obtain the approval of the Hades Palace. And with the approval of the Hades Palace, there was no need to go through any more tests. Every time a territory or a Demon King appeared, the scene would become extremely lively. Many figures were heading towards the Big Dipper territory. Even the neighbors were rubbing their palms in anticipation. After all, such opportunities were really rare. So they arranged for their experts to meet the Big Dipper Demon King. Lin Fei also received the news immediately. Indeed, all kinds of people were heading here. It seemed like he wouldn't have much free time in the next half a year. But this was also good. He could probably earn a lot of honor points in half a year. At that time, his infinite god physique would be able to break through again. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with such a good thing. So he arranged for Luo Yi to build a huge arena outside the entrance. Using the mountain as the arena. Directly flattening it. Lin Fei landed on the arena and waited for these experts to come. Now, he wasn't afraid of these experts. If they came one by one, he would be able to wipe them out completely. With the middle-aged man's words, Lin Fei also understood what he meant. If he wanted to stabilize his position, he would have to display thunderous methods. In other words, the more afraid he was, the more stable his position would be. In less than half a month, many experts had arrived outside the massacre gate. Outside the massacre gate, there were quite a number of experts. Each and every one of them was covered in dust. It looked like the Netherworld mountain range was quite big. The experts who came all looked at the Big Dipper Demon King. After all, in the entire Hades mountain, only those who obtained the approval of the Hades Palace were qualified to be called Demon King. The others weren't qualified to be called Demon King. This was also the rule of the Hades mountain. And the two words Demon King had great influence. Everyone was very interested in this Demon King. Now that a new Big Dipper Demon King had appeared, and in half a year's time, everyone was naturally prepared to meet him. Unfortunately, this Big Dipper Demon King was only a 10-star heavenly god expert. He wasn't a war god expert. Fortunately, pseudo-war god experts could still appear. Because they belonged to a realm that was neither high nor low. Naturally, they were qualified. Chapter 48:17. This is the North Star Demon King. He looks so old. I wonder how he became a Demon King. Who knows? Anyway, the three giants all fell. The three of them tried to restrain each other, but none of them succeeded. They were caught off guard by this North Star Demon King. I can guarantee that this guy won't last half a month, let alone half a year. He will lose for sure. Hee hee, North Star Demon King. Just because of this name, his old bones are already half a foot in the coffin. It's just the right time to send him on his way. The people who came over couldn't help but laugh when they saw the white-haired North Star Demon King. This was like having one foot in the coffin. This kind of person was the easiest to deal with. They liked this kind of person the most. After all, a young and frivolous Demon King wasn't easy to deal with. An old Demon King was the easiest to deal with. Half a year. He could also make the other party suffer a crushing defeat in a battle of attrition. At the same time, a flying ship came over. This flying ship was quite big, and it stopped right outside the slaughter gate. Quite a few people noticed it as well. However, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, this was too normal. This guy below is the North Star Demon King. He ruined our plans. The owner of this ship was called Lei Yun. He was the force that supported one of the giants. This time, he specially came over to make the North Star Demon King suffer a great loss. Bei Haotian, do you see the North Star Demon King below? What you need to do is to kill him and take the position of Demon King. This way, you can become the leader of this area. With our support, it will be even easier to control this place. The one called Bei Haotian was a young man. This young man's eyes were red and white. They were very different. Only those who knew would know that this kind of eyes was considered a type of abnormal pupil. It possessed a terrifying mystique. I'm now a pseudo-war god level expert. I'm countless times stronger than him. When the time comes, I'll use my ultimate move to kill him. I won't give him any chance. Bei Haotian smiled coldly. Lei Yun was quite satisfied. He had absolute confidence in Bei Haotian and had absolute expectations for him to succeed. There's no need to go down now. Let that Big Dipper Demon King fight for a while first. Let him exhaust his energy and his condition. Only then can we kill him in one strike. Our demonic Tao doesn't need to pay attention to any methods. I believe that there will definitely be many people who use this method. Situations like this kept happening around him. Each of these figures had a powerful aura. At this moment, he was staring at the North Star Demon King as though he was a huge cake. It was as if they could take him down at any time. Lin Fei just sat quietly in the arena. Until now, no one had come down. Obviously, everyone was watching from here. All of you have come from afar. Are you just going to watch and not come down? You guys are quite interesting. Are you afraid that I will kill you with one strike? But you don't have to worry, I can kill you with one strike. I will definitely be able to kill you easily. There won't be too many thoughts, and there won't be too much pain. As soon as Lin Fei said this, everyone instantly became very angry. Everyone present was indeed watching. No one was willing to come down immediately. After all, everyone had heard that this guy was quite strong. One strike was enough to kill 3 giants and the fake god of war. As for whether he used a secret technique at that time, no one knew. Who didn't know that the North Star Demon King had one foot in the coffin previously and hadn't broken through his realm? Even now, it was the same. Therefore, everyone was wondering if they should wait and see first. After all, the other party had a big killer move. There were still a lot of people who could take advantage of it. But now that these words came out, it was a little hard for them to accept. This North Star Demon King looked down on them too much. Originally, they wanted to wait and see. Just because of these words, they had to let him see what was called powerful. Swoosh! A stream of light directly rushed to the arena. What a good North Star Demon King. Just because of these words, I have to let you see what is called a life-taking saber technique. As soon as this person came down, he instantly unleashed a series of domineering saber techniques. One saber after another brought along traces of blood wind. It was very powerful. Lin Fei raised his hand and a saber light slid across his opponent's neck. He was directly cut in half and fell on the arena. Lin Fei shook his head. Looks like your life-taking saber technique isn't life-taking. What a pity, it's too weak. This was an 8-star heavenly god killed with one strike just like that. Did everyone see that? I'm a person who never talks nonsense. I told him to leave easily, and I meant to leave easily. I killed him with one strike without any chance to struggle. What do you think? Do my words still count? Everyone present almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could there be such a thick-skinned guy? That saber just now was indeed quite terrifying. This also caused the 8-star heavenly gods to completely give up. It wasn't that easy to take advantage of it. There was already an unlucky guy. Isn't it just a powerful saber technique? What's so great about that? Another expert immediately came down. This was a 9 stars heavenly god expert who also used a saber. His saber swung wide and wide, but it was also destroyed by Lin Fei with one strike. At this moment, everyone realized that this North Star Demon King was most likely most proficient in saber techniques. His saber technique was also very terrifying. Just look at these people who had been destroyed. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 experts. The more this happened, the angrier everyone felt. They really didn't believe that this guy could last for half a year. There weren't many things in the Yuming mountain range, but there were many demonic path experts. All of them wanted to sit on the throne of the Demon King. And so, a battle of attrition began just like that. From this moment on, Lin Fei was no longer idle. He kept killing these demonic path experts. First, it was 9 stars heavenly gods, then 10 stars heavenly gods. Most of them were 10 stars heavenly gods. There were also many people here who were studying how to crack saber techniques. Every time they felt that they had cracked it, they would go on stage, only to be killed as soon as they went on stage. This made everyone feel even more uncomfortable. Was this guy's saber technique so difficult to resist? It clearly looked very ordinary. Dozens of 10 stars heavenly gods had already died, let alone 9 stars heavenly gods. At this moment, everyone began to slow down. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Chapter 48:18. Over the past 3 months, countless demonic experts had died under Lin Fei's blade. No matter who went up, they were all killed by a single blade. Whether it was a 9 stars heavenly god or a 10 stars, none of them could withstand a single blade. From the beginning to the end, there were very few who could withstand the second blade. Even if they did, they would be killed by the second blade. So far, the most powerful person could only last until the third blade. He was a peak 10-star existence, only one step away from becoming a pseudo-god of war. This caused countless people to tremble in fear. This North Star Demon King was too terrifying. He was so old, but his strength was so powerful. It seemed that if there were no accidents, this guy should be able to secure the position of North Star Demon King. From now on, this place would be the North Star territory. He would become one of the 108 Demon Kings. Fewer and fewer people went up to fight. Without a certain level of strength, no one dared to go up. Even if there was someone, they would have to consider whether they could survive. This North Star Demon King was ruthless. One blade would mean life and death. Within 3 blades, he would definitely kill a demonic expert. If there are no accidents, no one will dare to come up. This North Star Demon King is too terrifying. That's right, that's right. We can't beat the North Star Demon King at all. This guy's strength is too deep. He clearly hasn't displayed the combat strength of a war god. I really don't know how strong this guy's foundation is. In such a situation, even if 10 stars heavenly gods are deployed, they probably won't be a match for this guy. Other than watching, there was nothing else these people could do. Even if some people were filled with hatred, they didn't dare to go up at this time. Because once they went up, they wouldn't be able to come down. The surroundings of this arena were filled with the smell of blood. Lin Fei just stood there quietly. In these 3 months, he had killed countless experts. Naturally, he had gained a lot of hatred. Of course, in comparison, he had gained more honor points. This kind of harvest was all within Lin Fei's expectations. After all, there were definitely many people who wanted the position of Demon King. Therefore, there were also many people who hated him. Of course, there were also many who admired him. He had finally gained a foothold in the Yuming mountain range. Now, those who could still make a move against him should be those top-notch geniuses. Up until now, no one had made a move. Lin Fei calculated. According to the situation, it should be about time for him to show himself. He couldn't let himself continue. Otherwise, his morale would only grow. It was getting harder and harder for those people to make a move. Don't think that the heavens chosen are all fools. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The sky was filled with lightning bolts. A young figure walked out from the thunderbolts. As soon as this person arrived, he appeared along with the lightning. Everyone felt the terrifying aura of danger, and some people cried out in alarm. Ah, finally a top-notch genius has arrived. I heard that a pseudo-war immortal ranked fighter can already kill a 1-star war god. I know this person, I think he's called Zhang Fengyun. I heard that it's the Zhang family from the 10 great families. This person was clad in black armor, and his momentum was ferocious. Wherever he passed, lightning would descend involuntarily. Everyone recognized him. It was the disciple of the Zhang family, Zhang Fengyun. Inside the Yuming mountain range. The 10 great families were also very influential. They also had war god ranked fighters, and weren't any weaker than the super first-rate sections. Therefore, the super first-rate sects and the 10 great families were placed together. At this time, a disciple of the Jean family actually came. This was a little unbelievable. Who would have thought that the Jean family would also come? They were also eyeing this Demon King position. Perhaps this was even a form of training. North Dipper Demon King, I heard that you've already guarded for 3 months. Then let me see your true strength. There was a loud rumble. The sky was filled with lightning bolts that came crashing down. Every lightning bolt was filled with the aura of death. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This lightning had reached the pseudo-wargod level. This kind of lightning was even more terrifying. It could completely destroy the physical body. For a genius like Jean Feng-yun, he had an advantage in battle. Many people didn't think that the North Dipper Demon King could handle it. Who didn't know that the North Dipper Demon King had 1 foot in the coffin? His physical body was extremely weak. It was impossible for him to take the lightning head-on. But in the next second, there was a loud rumbling sound. Similarly, the lightning bolts came crashing down, actually clashing with the opponent's lightning. The thunderbolts collided with each other, causing everyone to feel an immense pressure. There was a loud rumbling sound. Countless lightning arcs swam around. The surrounding people kept retreating. Because if they weren't careful, they would be struck by the lightning. Their bodies went numb, and they almost couldn't stand properly. In an instant, the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles had turned into a treacherous land. Don't think that you're so great just because you have lightning. You're really nothing to me. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Don't forget that he had the great art of thunderclap. When this thing clashed with the opponent's lightning, he instantly had a huge advantage. Every single lightning bolt collapsed. In the blink of an eye, Jean Feng-yun was enveloped by the sky full of lightning bolts. This change caused the people watching in the dark to suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect the North Dipper Demon King to have such a move. They thought that he was a saber expert, but he actually had a technique like lightning. He really hid his strength well. At this moment, everyone was glad that they didn't act rashly. Jean Feng-yun, who was enveloped by the lightning bolts, suddenly turned into a ray of light that revolved around him. It actually blasted all the lightning bolts away. It turned Zhou Shen into a vacuum zone. Jean Feng-yun walked out. He pulled out a saber from his back. This saber flashed with lightning as it slashed down. This saber landed in front of Lin Fei. He was actually a close combat expert. This saber instantly turned into dozens of saber lights. These saber lights did not follow the rules. They were very strange and hard to defend against. Then you have the right to see my lightning saber technique. There was a loud rumbling sound. Wherever the saber technique passed, there would be lightning whizzing by. Most importantly, Jean Feng-yun's movement speed was shockingly fast. And these lightning bolts seemed to have been compressed, containing terrifying power. At this moment, everyone felt that this North Dipper Demon King was in great danger. Chapter 48:19. As expected of a disciple of the Jean family. His attacks are different. I didn't expect him to be a close combat expert. I heard that his blade isn't an ordinary blade either. That's for sure. This Jean Feng-yun is ranked very high on the potential leaderboard. He'll definitely be a 5-star war god in the future. I heard that he's heavily protected by the Jean family. There must be experts from the Jean family protecting him nearby. I wonder if the North Star Demon King can handle it. It'll be tough for him. Previously, the methods that the North Star Demon King had displayed had indeed shocked everyone. They didn't expect him to have such a lightning technique. Who didn't know that lightning was known for destruction? It wasn't something that just anyone could master. Jean Feng-yun's speed was getting faster and faster. No one could see him anymore. Only the war gods in the dark could see Jean Feng-yun's movements. It was indeed terrifying. At such a young age, he had actually grasped the speed shift so quickly. If this continued, he would be able to master extreme speed. That would be truly terrifying. Your speed is pretty fast, and your blade technique is pretty fast. But there's nothing you can do to me. Lin Fei just stood there and didn't make any moves. Zhang Fengyun could feel the immense pressure from that single slash. That was because the power of the void was rushing towards him and bombarding his physical body. His opponent was able to pinpoint his position every single time. This made Zhang Fengyun extremely indignant. He had still underestimated the North Star Demon King. He had already slashed 30 times consecutively. Each slash could unleash dozens of attacks. In other words, he had unleashed hundreds of attacks in a short period of time. Close to 1,000 slashes. Under such circumstances, the Northern Dipper Demon King was actually fine. That was the most unbelievable thing about it. Even the two War God level experts who had been protecting Zhang Fengyun exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. This North Star Demon King really hid his strength well. We've really underestimated him. Young Master Fengyun shouldn't be able to defeat him. This guy has definitely surpassed the level of a one-star war god. I didn't expect him to have been suppressing his strength. The two war god level combatants could tell that the other party wasn't normal. Their young master wouldn't be a match for him even if he fought again. The other party was not enraged. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a warm-up exercise. The warm-up exercise is over. You can admit defeat now. Seeing that your potential isn't bad and that there are two war god level experts hiding in the dark, I'll spare your life. Lin Fei's words were light and airy. A ray of light flashed, and Zhang Fengyun, who was originally nowhere to be seen, appeared. He retreated countless steps. Far away from the arena. He was the only one who had survived Lin Yun's attack. This caused countless people to be secretly shocked. With today's defeat, I will definitely avenge myself in the future. Zhang Fengyun's voice came from afar, and then disappeared. This scene disappeared as quickly as it came, except for the arcs of light that were still flickering around them. It was hard to believe that Zhang Fengyun of the Zhang family was defeated just like that. I've just finished warming up. I don't know who's ready to go on stage. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Feng smiled faintly at everyone. However, when this smile fell into everyone's eyes, it seemed to be filled with evil intentions. Even Zhang Fengyun of the Zhang family was no match for him. He was even chased away by you. How could they still have the guts? Even some of the hidden geniuses sucked in a cold breath. Their desire to defeat this North Star Demon King was much smaller now. But someone still appeared. Another figure walked out. I, Bei Haoyan, want to have a good fight with you. Let's see who's the strongest. Bei Haoyan, who had been looking for an opportunity, finally found it. This time, he had to defeat this North Star Demon King no matter what. He really had to thank Zhang Fengyun. His strength was indeed far from Zhang Fengyun's. But he was confident that if he fought now, he would definitely gain an advantage. Fixed body art. A bead instantly flew out. As soon as this bead appeared, it caused the void to be in a state of stillness. Following which, Bei Haoyan's 10,000 swords came together, and he used his ultimate move. 10,000 swords return. This move was rather terrifying. He had turned his energy into flying swords, and when he used it, its power would increase exponentially. It turned into a huge wheel of swords, and it directly pierced down. Even the void became still at this moment. No one would be able to withstand this killer move in such a situation. Bei Haoyan had calculated it correctly. At this moment, the North Star Demon King's strength would definitely be affected. This way, he would be able to injure him severely. As long as he could injure him severely, then he would be able to kill this North Star Demon King. There was a loud rumbling sound. This huge wheel of swords pressed down. Everyone thought that the North Star Demon King's body was about to be penetrated. Just at this short distance, it seemed to have formed an uncrossable gap. Bei Haotian's technique actually couldn't move forward anymore. It was forcefully blocked. There was a loud rumbling sound. The pearl was enveloped by a force, and it slowly flew towards Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, it landed in his hands. Of course, this moment wasn't fast, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The treasure in Bei Haotian's hands landed in Lin Fei's hands just like that. You dared to take advantage of me with such strength. Even Zhang Fengyun couldn't do it, let alone you. There was a loud rumbling sound. A force directly crushed Bei Haotian's body. Gotcha, gotcha. Bei Haotian's body glowed brightly, and in the blink of an eye, it collapsed. Following that, Bei Haotian let out a tragic cry. Blood splattered all over the sky. Bei Haotian, whom they had regarded as the pride of the heavens, was turned into ashes just like that. Even the experts in the void didn't expect Bei Haotian to be killed by the North Star Demon King just like that. This was a true pride of the heavens, a pseudo-war god level expert. Seems like your strength can't even compare to Zhang Fengyun. What right do you have to be a pride of the heavens? You're too weak. If I didn't kill you, you would have been killed sooner or later. I'm just helping you out first. Lin Fei said plainly. A figure rushed out of the void, his anger soaring to the sky. North Star, what's the meaning of this? Chapter 48:20. After this figure flew out, everyone knew who it was. It was the sect expert behind Bei Haotian. They didn't expect him to be killed by this North Star Demon King even with the sect's experts watching. They had really lost a proud son of the heavens. However, compared to Zhang Fengyun, he was much weaker. At least Zhang Fengyun managed to hold out for a long time. Unlike Bei Haotian, who was directly killed by someone else. There was no harm without comparison. Zhang Haotian was really weak. Just like what North Star Demon King said, if he didn't die in his hands, he would have been killed by others sooner or later. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said just now? How dare he come with such strength? Even if I didn't kill him, someone else would. I'm just sending him on his way. If you can't stand it, do you want me to send you on your way too? You'll have a companion along the way. This expert was instantly enraged. He stared at North Star Demon King fiercely, the veins on his hands almost popping out. North Star Demon King, I'll remember what happened today. Let's wait and see. You'll regret it sooner or later. As soon as he said that, whoosh. The surrounding area was instantly enveloped by ice. Even the void was frozen. Following which, a resplendent ray of light slashed over. Followed by a groan. With a swoosh, it disappeared. Drop after drop of blood fell like flowers. An old man is indeed an old man. I didn't expect him to bring along a portable treasure. It's a pity I didn't kill you. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. This North Star Demon King was too savage. They didn't expect him to dare to make a move. It seemed like that person was injured. Don't panic. It's fine. It's just that this person is too much. He's bullying the weak. I hate this kind of person the most. Lin Fei smiled faintly. This smile sent a chill down everyone's spine. This North Star Demon King really couldn't be defeated. In the next 3 months, no other genius dared to go on stage. Even if there were, they had absolute confidence in their strength. But once they went on stage, they were killed by Lin Fei on the spot. This time, everyone didn't have any more thoughts. Just like that. Half a year passed in a flash. Lin Fei's status as the Big Dipper Demon King would also be secured. This area became the Big Dipper territory. After Lin Fei became the Big Dipper Demon King, he became much more low profile. Just when everyone thought that the Big Dipper Demon King would have some sort of idea, however, there was no sound at all. It was as if they had ceased all activities. Some people said that the Big Dipper Demon King was panicking. After all, Lin Fei had offended many people this time around. All sorts of rumors started to spread, especially the neighbors who didn't mind letting everyone know about the North Dipper Demon King. Ha 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 ha, my infinite divine body has finally reached the 20th level. It wasn't easy, it really wasn't easy. Inside the slaughtering gate, Lin Fei had finally upgraded his infinite god body. After spending almost a year's time, he finally reached the 20th layer. At the 20th level, there was a huge difference. The 20th level wasn't that easy to break through. Lin Fei had been waiting for a long time. Fortunately, he had been accumulating honor points fast enough. His honor points were rising quickly. Lin Fei had advanced a few levels and directly broke through to the 20th level of the infinite god body. At this moment, Lin Fei's physical body became even stronger. One punch after another was thrown out, and the void was smashed apart. This was the purest form of power. Lin Fei also realized that every time the infinite god body broke through, his physical body would become stronger. Such a good thing was simply too satisfying. With such physical strength, even if Lin Fei didn't use the power of time and space, his combat strength would still be very strong. 2-star War God was a piece of cake. This wasn't enough, far from it. No matter what, he had to upgrade the infinite god body to the 30th level first. After all, the experts that Lin Fei met recently weren't very strong. There was nothing for him to worry about. On the other hand, there were quite a lot of people secretly watching him, but no one dared to make a move. After all, he was recognized by the Nether Palace as the Big Dipper Demon King. Basically, no one dared to make a move in his territory. Master, I just received a piece of good news. I guarantee that you will be very happy. After Lin Fei came out, the King of Demons came to report the situation. This guy was now an active member of the collection of faith power. Other than the collection of faith power, there was also the resentment prayer beads. This guy was definitely an expert in this area. Lin Fei didn't care about this guy and let him do whatever he liked. He just had to control his movements a little. Lin Fei didn't want him to cause too much of a commotion. If that happened, he would really become everyone's enemy. That wouldn't be a good thing. Fortunately, the King of Demons was quite obedient. Although there was a commotion, it wasn't too big. He didn't expect to receive good news as soon as he came out. The King of Demons was full of smiles. Good news, I'd like to hear what good news you've gathered while I was away. No matter what good news it was, to Lin Fei, as long as it could improve his strength, it was the best news. After all, 500 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. If he wanted to improve his strength, he could only start from the honor value and the hatred value. No matter which aspect, it was best to improve both at the same time. That would be the best. When Master wasn't around, I arranged for many people to gather information. They found that the most special place in the Nether Mountain should be those demon areas. These demon areas have extremely heavy negative emotions. If there are no accidents, any demon area can let the main city harvest a lot of hatred. There is even a place that can harvest a lot of faith beads. This news was indeed good news for Lin Fei. It seemed that the King of Demons was quite attentive. As for the hatred value, Lin Fei's thoughts weren't that intense. However, the faith beads were worth it. When the infinite god body broke through to the 20th level, Lin Fei naturally felt that it was different. If he could improve it again, it couldn't be better. Therefore, he wanted to hear what kind of situation it was. Then tell me about this faith bead. Where can I obtain this faith bead? He didn't know much about the Nether Mountain, so there were some things he didn't know. The King of Demons was different. This guy had mastered a lot of small tricks. I heard that there is a holy land for cultivation in the Nether Mountain called the Land of Demon God. It is said that there are 99 levels. The higher the level, the more talent and potential one has. I heard that after reaching the 70th level, one can become a 9 stars war god in the future and become famous in the Nether Mountain. Chapter 48-21. Demon God Land. Lin Fei had never heard of it before. From what the King of Demons said, this place seemed to be used to farm the power of faith, which was the so-called honor points. This made Lin Fei excited. It would be great if he could farm the honor points here. The 99th floor was indeed quite challenging. The King of 10,000 Fiends slowly explained. Lin Fei finally knew what was going on. This demon god land was indeed quite interesting. He heard that it was a gathering of experts. However, it is said that one can only enter this place after a certain age. After this age, one can't enter. I heard that one can only enter if they are under 5,000 years old. They are considered to have super potential. The King of 10,000 Devils added. He felt that these words were a little inappropriate. Within 5,000 years. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. However, this wasn't a problem for him. He only needed to know if this demon god land had honor points. I think this demon god land is the easiest place to farm the power of faith. The King of Demons also received a lot of news. Of course, this demon god land was the most suitable place to farm the power of faith. Everything else seemed to be lacking a lot. You can think about it and go to the demon region to farm the resentment prayer beads. Lin Fei didn't have much need for the resentment prayer beads at the moment. Out of the 3,000 great Taos that could be exchanged, the most powerful one was the Great Tao of Destiny. However, this number was a little too much, so at this time, what Lin Fei cared about the most was the honor points. How could he farm as many honor points as possible? Anyway, he didn't have anything to do recently. Lin Fei pondered for a moment and decided to see what this demon god land was all about. He wanted to see if he could farm the honor points. If he could, it would be great. If he could come out of there and reach the 20th floor, that would be the best. Anyway, nothing would happen here for a short period of time. Even those guys wouldn't dare to show themselves easily. The 3 words, Netherworld Palace, were quite impressive. Before he left, Lin Fei decided that he had to play some tricks on his own. Therefore, when he left, he specifically cultivated a cultivation technique. He didn't usually practice this technique, but now he could finally put it to good use. That was the doppelganger art. Lin Fei hadn't really used this cloning technique. And now, he felt that this doppelganger technique would come in handy. A part of his soul had been split. Then, a doppelganger was cultivated. The clone's strength continued to rise until it reached the level of a 10-star heavenly god. Lin Fei also spent a lot of resources to go down. Fortunately, he had quite a lot of resources now. With a 10-star heavenly god overseeing this place, he would naturally be able to deceive others. With this doppelganger here, it would save him a lot of trouble. Even more so, it would not be easy for others to detect their tracks. With that, Lin Fei would be able to leave quietly. After informing the King of 10,000 Devils and Luo Yi, Lin Fan went into seclusion. Lin Fei quietly left the slaughter sect. Furthermore, he was using the greater teleportation technique. This was a true divine ability. As soon as he left, no one noticed him at all. Once he was outside, Lin Fei returned to his original appearance. Of course, he couldn't use the appearance of Big Dipper. He had to return to his original appearance. Lin Fei maintained his cultivation level at the level of a 10-star heavenly god. This cultivation level was the most suitable in the Nether Mountain range. It wasn't high nor low. It wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Lin Fei had already taken the map of the Demon God Land. It didn't take long to get to the Demon God Land from the Slaughter sect. At most, it would take 10 days. If Lin Fei used the greater teleportation technique, his speed would be even faster. In just over a day, he arrived near the Demon God Land. As soon as he arrived near the Demon God Land, Lin Fei felt a powerful aura. These auras didn't move and seemed to be sitting cross-legged. After thinking about it, Lin Fei understood what was going on. These should be some guardians, protecting those favored by the heavens. After all, according to the King of 10,000 Demons, this Demon God Land was definitely a place where the proud sons of heaven gathered. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he felt a familiar aura. This familiar aura was none other than Zhang Fengyun, who he had fought with before. Compared to the last time, Zhang Fengyun's strength seemed to have increased by quite a bit. He had actually reached the level of a 1-star war god. This kind of improvement was too fast. Besides Zhang Fengyun, Lin Fei also felt many other powerful auras. He didn't need to guess to know that these guys were the proud sons of heaven. It was very normal for these experts to exist in the surrounding void. No one wanted any accidents to happen to these proud sons of heaven. Naturally, they had to arrange for experts to protect them. This was the only way to keep them safe. And these experts were all war god level powerhouses. Lin Fei was quite surprised. It was likely that all the powerful proud sons of heaven in the Hades Mountain and the war god level powerhouses were here. If they were all wiped out, Lin Fei found it interesting just thinking about it. After sizing them up a little, he didn't continue. He was afraid that the guardians would notice him. These guys weren't weak. If they really noticed him, it wouldn't be good. Lin Fei still hoped to farm some faith power here. He came here. Lin Fei casually found a place. He wasn't in a hurry to enter. There was only one entrance to the Demon God Land. It would only open once every half a year. Luckily, Lin Fei came in time. There was still half a month before the door would open. At the same time, Lin Fei heard a lot of news about the Demon God Land. This Demon God Land was a little different from what he imagined. Here, once every half a year, the people behind would be eliminated. So if one wanted to go further, they had to go to higher floors. Once they couldn't reach the standard, they would be thrown out. Lin Fei observed for a while. The people that were thrown out were more or less extremely strong. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed by. Lin Fei finally waited for the day to enter the Demon God Land. It was early in the morning. Then, the door was opened again. After it reopened, one could enter the Demon God Land. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go in. He wanted to take a look. Ha ha ha, the Demon God Land is finally open. I didn't wait in vain. A burst of rumbling laughter drifted over. Those with weaker strength were directly shaken to the point that their blood and chi were churning. The war god level fighters who were sitting cross-legged also stood up. Their faces were filled with nervousness. A figure came through the air. Chapter 48:22. Dawson's figure flashed through the air. He gave people a great sense of oppression as soon as he appeared. He was like a mountain. No matter who it was, even war god level powerhouses, they all felt it hard to breathe. Someone exclaimed on the spot. 8-star war god Duguijin. Why is he here? Why is he here? This is the Hades mountain range. Why would Duguijin come here? I heard that this Duguijin is very powerful. He only uses one sword to kill people. He has a very powerful sword skill. I heard that even a 9-star war god can't do anything to him. Many of the war god level powerhouses present could feel that this Duguijin was different from before. As for those 1, 2, and 3-star war gods, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of expert was too terrifying. He didn't even make a move. Just the pressure from his body was enough to make people feel the aura of death. Especially since this Dugu Yijin used sword skills. They heard that it was very terrifying. He could kill an enemy from 1,000 miles away, or even 1,000,000,000 miles away. He didn't expect that this person would come here. It seems that I didn't come to the wrong place. The land of divinity and demons is such an interesting place. Don't tell me that you don't want to invite us righteous experts in. Dugu Yijin was very young. He looked like he was in his 30s or 40s, but he was much older. With a wave of his hand, a crack appeared in the void behind him. Then, some young people came. A total of 3 young people came and stood behind him. The young man in the lead was like a sharp sword that could be drawn at any moment. This caused everyone's heart to tremble. There were also some who recognized this person. I didn't expect Dugu Yijin to bring his favorite disciple here. He even gave this disciple a new name, Jian Lang. I heard that Jian Lang is very young, but he is very talented in the way of the sword. Don't think that he is only at the pseudo-war god level. I heard that his sword skills can make a 2-star war god feel the feeling of death. At this moment, Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. He didn't expect that he would come to the land of divinity and demons and that a righteous expert would come. Of course, he had heard of this Dugu Yijin. Dugu Yijin was a great master of the sword. Although he wasn't at the top, he was very strong. With the strength of an 8-star war god, even a 9-star war god might not be able to suppress it. It could be said that this fellow was extremely powerful. However, this fellow was extremely low-key. It was said that he had been meditating on the transcendent Tao of the sword. He never imagined that he would come to the land of demon divinity. Even Dugu Yijin has come. I reckon that some other righteous experts will come as well. They definitely won't miss such a good opportunity. Originally, I wanted to farm some faith power, but now it seems that it will be a little difficult. Looking at the situation, Lin Fei knew what was going on. It wouldn't be long before experts arrived. Dugu Yijin appeared. A figure also flew out from the land of divinity and demons. As soon as this figure flew out, it instantly clashed with the other party. A saber light and a sword light fought for a few rounds. Then, the two of them stopped. Dugu Yijin, you came to our nether mountain range like this. Aren't you afraid that all of us experts will join forces to kill you? At that time, the sword sect will lose a supreme expert. The one who spoke was a man in a black robe. His entire body was covered in black robes, but his aura was extremely strong. He was actually an 8-star war god. However, this 8-star war god couldn't seem to catch Dugu Yijin. Many of the war gods present could more or less see some traces. Even Lin Fei was the same. He could see it more clearly. This great expert of the demonic path really couldn't suppress Dugu Yijin. His opponent's sword art was very overbearing, very strange, and impossible to defend against. Even if Lin Fei encountered it, it would be the same. Unless one's body reached an extremely powerful level. Otherwise, his opponent's sword art could easily cut open one's body. The sword in his opponent's hand was also a true divine weapon. If there was no accident, it should be a true top war god weapon. Lin Fei was also glad that he came to this place. He didn't expect to see an 8-star war god right away. Moreover, there were 2 of them. He knew that the land of divinity and demons would have some powerful war gods guarding it. He didn't expect that they would be 8-star war god powerhouses. Dugu Yijin laughed, since I dare to come from the land of divinity and demons, that means I have absolute confidence in myself. Unless your abyssal mountain range's war gods want to die, they won't easily make a move. Don't you think so? Moreover, I've also comprehended a great killing move. If you want to experience it, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Dugu Yijian's words were filled with endless arrogance. He simply didn't care about this 8-star war god in front of him. You can't make the decision here. We just want to enter the land of divinity and demons and let them gain some experience. Either you agree, or I will start a massacre here. I've already cultivated 10,000 swords returned to origin. These war gods here might not be able to block my 10,000 swords returned to origin. Don't you think so? The 8-star war god's expression changed on the spot. Of course he had heard about it. As a demonic path expert, how could he not know what kind of moves an expert like Dugu Yijin had? But he never expected that this fellow would actually successfully cultivate 10,000 swords returned to origin. This was a true super young master's move. Within the range, he could kill anyone. There were so many proud sons of heaven present, and so many war gods. If Dugu Yijin really went all out, these people might not be able to block him. Ha ha ha, devil class, you better get out of the way. Otherwise, you experts won't be able to block a single attack from us righteous path experts. There was a loud rumbling sound. Another crack appeared in the void, and another tall figure came over. This person was like a small mountain. There was a loud rumbling sound. The blood of some proud sons of heaven began to tumble on the spot. Just like that, a huge man came over, carrying a super big sword. This large saber was like a door plank. It was very domineering. Overlord Saber, Sabery High. The great demonic path expert, devil class, also recognized this person. His heart tightened. One Dugu Yijin was already very difficult to deal with. He didn't expect another Sabery High to come. This fellow's strength was even more domineering. The large saber that was like a door plank was truly sharp and invincible. If one didn't have a top defensive treasure armor, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single saber. It was directly cut in half. It was unknown how many great experts had been killed by this saber. The memory was still fresh in their minds. Since you know I'm Sabery High, what are you waiting for? Do you want to fight with me? Chapter 48-23. The appearance of Dugu Yijin. Just this alone was enough to make the war god experts of the devil path feel incomparable pressure. They were afraid that this guy would use his ultimate move. Especially the 10,000 returning swords. They had all heard of it. It was absolutely terrifying. Within a certain range, there was no way to escape, nor could they withstand it. One slash and they would be killed. What's more, there were so many geniuses here. Many of them regretted coming here. If they knew that they would all come to the land of divinity and demons, they wouldn't have come. Now, in front of this expert, they really didn't dare to move or say anything. They were afraid that they would be killed by a single slash if they weren't careful. That demon class expert's expression changed when he saw the two experts. To be honest, he had no confidence at all. I'm really surprised that the two of you came from so far away. Since you like the land of divinity and demons so much, then what's the harm? Just go in. But if there's a small accident, don't blame us for not warning you. A figure broke through the air and walked out. This voice also came from a black robe, but he was shrouded in a black fog. Once he appeared, the demon class next to him immediately seemed to have found their backbone. Crocodile King. Whether it was Dugu Yijin or Dao Yihai, when they saw this person, they called out in unison. Even the great experts on the side of the devil Dao felt happy. They didn't expect the Crocodile King to come. It should be known that in the Hades Mountain, the Crocodile King could be ranked in the top 20 experts. They were both at the 8-star war god level, but he had an invincible defense. Not everyone could deal with this Crocodile King. So the two of you still remember me. I thought that the experts of the demonic path in the Hades Mountain couldn't withstand a single blow. Since you know my name, what do you think of my words? If you don't like it, then I can only fight with you. I might not be good in other areas, but my defense is pretty good. Even if I fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights, it won't matter. The Crocodile King's voice wasn't loud. But to these people, they all felt that it was different. It should be known that among the experts of the demonic path, the Crocodile King was the hardest to deal with. Be it Dugu Ijin or Dao Ihai, both of them felt a certain amount of pressure. This guy's defense was indeed quite strong, and he himself was a huge poison. Once they were in the surroundings, the poison would spread everywhere. Therefore, it was quite stressful to fight with this person. If it was another 8-star war god, they naturally wouldn't have any objections. However, the Crocodile King was a different story. It was definitely going to be difficult to deal with. We brought our disciples here to gain experience. After all, this is the only way for them to improve. If they die inside, it only means that they are weaker than us. What do you think? The Crocodile King looked at Dugu Ijin and Blade Ihai in surprise. The two of them had actually come all the way here. Moreover, they had even used this kind of spatial treasure. This was quite a rare sight. Of course, he knew that these two experts of the younger generation had a certain amount of influence. If nothing unexpected happened, they would become some great experts in the future. Looking at them, there were also quite a few geniuses on their side, but not many of them could be compared to them. If he really went in, he didn't know what the situation would be like. This was because not even 8-star war gods like them could enter the land of divinity and demons. Even if a 9-star war god came, it would be the same. The Dark Mountain Range welcomes you. Lin Fei, who was watching their every move from below, was quite surprised. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. The experts on the demonic path side were also quite strong. Especially this Crocodile King. Even Lin Fei could feel that the opponent's defense was very strong. He must have cultivated a special cultivation method. Furthermore, it was a body-tempering cultivation technique. Just by looking at the surface of his physical body, one could tell what was going on. Those scales were definitely filled with powerful defensive power. I wonder what kind of magic did he use? The means. It was no wonder that Dugu Ijin and Dao Ihai chose not to act against such a person. There was absolutely no meaning in fighting. This made Lin Fei even more eager to cultivate the infinite divine body. He had only cultivated to the 20th level. No matter what, he had to continue cultivating. When he broke through the 30th and 40th levels, his body would be truly powerful. Perhaps today would be his chance. After all, no matter how strong the demonic path's proud sons of heaven were, Lin Fei didn't think they were that strong. He had already checked just now. There really weren't any powerful proud sons of heaven. However, the righteous path was different. These proud sons of heaven were either at the pseudo-war god level or 1-star war god level. However, their foundations were much stronger. If they were in the same realm, they would be instantly killed. If he could defeat them all, he would be able to gain a lot of faith, which was also honor. He would be able to establish his own presence on the demonic path side. This was the path he wanted to walk. Lin Fei was also glad that this Crocodile King didn't fight with Dugu Ijin, Dao Ihai. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to borrow their fame to establish his own presence. Now, he just had to go in. Then it's a deal. Dugu Ijin and Dao Ihai looked at each other and agreed with the Crocodile King's words. After all, this was the world of demonic path experts. The two of them came in because they were sure that no 9-star war god would attack them. Generally, there were only a few 8-star war gods. If they really fought, there wouldn't be any pressure. This was also the reason why they brought their disciples here. This demonic god's land was definitely a good place. Dugu Ijin first sent the 3 disciples behind him in. At the same time, he gave them some instructions. Once you go in, just try to break through. Let me see what kind of potential you have. Don't embarrass yourselves. The three of them were sent in. After that, they were Dao Yihai's disciples. This time, he brought 5 disciples with him. All of them were saber experts. They were also sent in. After they went in, it was the demonic path's turn. The Crocodile King calmly looked at these proud sons of heaven. The chance to make a name for yourself is here. If anyone has the guts to go in and come out, then they can enter the demonic path's holy land and cultivate for a year. As soon as these words came out, the proud sons of heaven felt an incomparable attraction. Chapter 48-24. The Crocodile King's words were filled with great attraction. In particular, the words demonic path holy land gave many people a great idea. Lin Fei felt this the most. The geniuses in the surroundings all made their move. In an instant, many figures rushed in as well. The demonic path holy land was definitely a place worth visiting. When Lin Fei came, he also learned about it. After all, the Nether Mountain Range was a very special place for the demonic path holy land. It was said that one could improve their cultivation method once they entered, turning it into a super powerful cultivation method. Although the probability wasn't high, it was enough to make one's strength soar. However, it was too difficult to enter the demonic path holy land. Only those true proud sons of heaven had the chance to enter the demonic path holy land. Most of the war gods had entered the demonic path holy land before. If they hadn't entered the demonic path holy land, they wouldn't be able to call themselves a war god. As for what kind of treatment they would receive inside, even Lin Fei wasn't sure. Now that these proud sons of heaven entered, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He directly followed them in. As he approached the land of divinity and demons, he saw a light appear. If he wasn't wrong, it should be a check. If he exceeded the age limit, he should be stopped. Lin Fei directly used the Great Tao of Time. The Great Tao of Time was very special, mysterious, and mystical. Like this, it caused Lin Fei to undergo a complete transformation. When the light fell on Lin Fei's body, there was no movement at all. Like this, Lin Fei smoothly passed through. Just as Lin Fei passed through, the fellow behind him wasn't so lucky. A seemingly young fellow directly rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he was enveloped by the light. With a miserable scream, he turned into nothingness. And this scene was seen by Lin Fei. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He finally knew why even an 8-star heavenly god didn't dare to enter. So this place was actually so dangerous. The land of divinity and demons actually had such a great array formation. It was unknown just who had left it here. This method was too terrifying. Even if a 9-stars war god were to come here, he would also be reduced to ashes. No wonder the experts of the righteous path did not dare to enter. Even if he had the guts, he didn't have the strength. After all, Lin Fei could clearly feel the instant kill just now. No matter who it was, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Crocodile King looked at these geniuses who went in and breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, the Devil Path experts had to suppress those guys this time. Otherwise, he would really have no place to put his face. It was the same for the Devil class at the side. Since he couldn't take down Dugui Jin and Dao Yihai, he would vent his anger on the other disciples. It would be a good thing if they were killed inside. Therefore, he was really looking forward to those geniuses who went in and killed them. Otherwise, the demonic path experts of the Nether Mountain Range would really become a big joke. The current demonic path experts were not as tyrannical as before. If they ran outside, they would be caught in a net by the righteous path if they weren't careful. Only the Nether Mountain Range was relatively safe. Of course, if one wanted to increase their strength quickly in the Nether Mountain Range, they had to constantly train. If the righteous path didn't exterminate you, then the demonic path would exterminate themselves. This rule had always existed. Duguijin, Daoihai, and Daoihai also saw the scene just now. They knew a long time ago that the entrance to the land of divinity and demons was very dangerous. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to enter. They didn't dare to try at all. They just felt that the land of divinity and demons was a bit exaggerated. They didn't expect that they would feel it just now. It was really terrifying. It could be said to be super terrifying. No one would be able to withstand this move, not even the two of them. Their hearts were filled with cold sweat. Fortunately, they didn't recklessly go in. The Nether Mountain range was still very dangerous. No wonder the righteous path experts didn't dare to enter. They also received the news this time. Those 9-star war gods weren't here, so they came in like this. If there were 1 or 2 9-star war gods, then leaving wouldn't be a problem. After all, the current Nether Mountain range wasn't the same as it was in the past. In the past, when all the experts were here, they really didn't dare to enter. If I'm not mistaken, there really isn't a single expert on the demonic path side that can fight. Daoihai lightly said. Duguijin also lightly said, that's true, but these demonic path experts can't be underestimated. Who knows whether or not they are hiding their strength. Once they make a move, they will go all out. Don't hold back. These two people had fought with demonic path experts before. They also knew that these demonic path experts had many methods, and they would hide their strength. Often, they would erupt with a killing move at a critical moment, making it so that you couldn't block it. This kind of situation was very common. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he found himself in a large hall. This hall was empty. Besides a few pillars, there was nothing else. Instead, the people who came in before seemed to be frantically killing some black demonic creatures. That's right, some black demonic creatures. These demonic creatures looked like humans as they directly attacked. Kill them and you can get the key. Only with the key can you break through to the next level. Or we can join hands and snatch the key from the other people's hands. This way, we can also enter the next level. I heard that for every 10 levels, there will be a small reward. These demonic path experts who came in all started to kill these demonic creatures. These demonic creatures would appear from time to time, and their movements were very strange. Even for a moment, he actually couldn't detect them. This also made Lin Fei a little surprised. A loud rumbling sound unceasingly spread out in this level of the hole. Lin Fei didn't see those righteous path experts just now. If he was not mistaken, could it be that they have entered the next level? Lin Fei found that this level of the palace was very big. At a glance, there was actually a layer of power isolating it. This also made the hall seem to have become a lot bigger. In an instant, a few black demonic creatures appeared around Lin Fei. As soon as these demonic creatures came over, they were instantly cut into several pieces and fell to the ground. There was no such thing as a key. If it's just the key, it's easy. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, he cast the Great Karma Technique. In front of the Great Karma Technique, Lin Fei instantly locked onto the figure of a demonic creature. With one slash, he killed the demonic creature and casually took a key in his hand. Chapter 48-25. Lin Fei's Great Karma Technique finally came in handy. He could easily lock onto which demonic creatures had the key. There was a clang. Lin Fei obtained the first key and easily reached the next level. The second and third levels. He went all the way to the 10th level. To Lin Fei, there was no pressure at all. At the same time, he didn't see any powerful geniuses nor did he see any righteous path experts. For example, Jian Lang. For example, Bladihai's disciples were the same. He couldn't see any trace of them at all. He didn't expect them to be so fast. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, they were either demonic path experts or righteous path experts. They more or less knew some information. Even if they brought some treasures, how could they find these keys? Seriously. It was not an easy task to obtain the keys from these demonic creatures. One had to either rely on luck or treasures. Not everyone could use the great karma technique like Lin Fei did. In a short time, he reached the 10th level. After reaching this level, Lin Fei found it a little interesting. Because from this level onwards, the number of demonic creatures increased. At first glance, it looked like the same hall, but it was densely packed inside. It wasn't easy to find the key among so many demonic creatures. Lin Fei first used the great karma technique to sense it. The corners of his mouth rose and he couldn't help but smile. Good heavens! There were so many demonic creatures, but there wasn't a key among them. This surprised Lin Fei a little. He didn't expect the land of divinity and demons to have so many checkpoints. It seemed like he had to exterminate this batch of demonic creatures. Only then would he be able to find the key in the next batch. If he wasn't wrong, the people who went in first should have obtained the key, so the people who came in later would feel the pressure. If others encountered so many demonic creatures, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. In the end, it depended on luck. Lin Fei sneered and rushed in. He instantly used the great cold ice technique and froze all the demonic creatures. Following that, the thunder rumbled down. In the blink of an eye, these demonic creatures were completely annihilated. After exterminating this batch of demonic creatures, more black shadows appeared in the blink of an eye. Then, more demonic creatures appeared. Lin Fei knew it would be like this. Then, he saw another group of monsters. Good Lord! There was no key in this batch of monsters. Lin Fei could only say that his luck was bad. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a solid foundation, so these demonic creatures were not that difficult to kill. As expected, he finally found the key in the next batch. There were 3. The matter of the key was also random. Lin Fei continued reading. Very soon. The 20th floor. He didn't know how long it took, but Lin Fei felt that it was quite fast. On the 20th floor. Lin Fei finally smiled. Because he heard the sounds of fighting. If he was right, it should be the demon and righteous path experts gathering together. You demon disciples won't be so lucky today. It was okay if you didn't chase, but since you did, then I shall grant you your wish. Sword technique. Formless. Lin Fei saw the fight as soon as he came in. He even saw an old acquaintance. It wasn't anyone else but Zhang Fengyun. He actually met a disciple that Dugu Yijin brought. This disciple used a 2-handed sword and each sword was formless and colorless. At the start, Zhang Fengyun was able to block it, but in the blink of an eye, many wounds appeared on his body. These scars were still expanding. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that this Zhang Fengyun was a disciple of a family. Because this family was from the demon path. It wasn't easy to have a demon path family in the top 10 families. But at this moment, Zhang Fengyun really wasn't his match. His sword technique was really terrifying and he couldn't catch a trace of it at all. All of Zhang Fengyun's defensive and offensive methods weren't his match at all. Scars covered his entire body, and it was a ghastly sight to behold. The young disciple danced his sword quickly, one sword after another, laughing out loud. Let me tell you, you aren't my match. My sword technique specializes in breaking through all kinds of defenses and physical bodies. Break for me. The 2-handed sword instantly turned into an attack. Zhang Fengyun was sent flying, leaving a long wound on his body. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking a few steps back. He knew that he wasn't his match. Looking at the demon path disciples lying on the ground, he realized that the disciple that Dugu Ijin brought was really strong. He didn't think that he would die here today. Previously, he died in the hands of an old man. He didn't think that this time, he would die in the hands of a young man. His 1-star war god level strength was truly a waste of cultivation. Do you see that? This is the difference between us. It's as easy as flipping my hand to kill you. Even if you're a 1-star war god, it's the same. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of our sword sect. Let me fulfill your wish. I've been using a book reading app recently. Source changing app. Read the book in memory, read it offline. The two-handed sword slashed over once again. But just as it neared Zhang Fengyun, a layer of frost appeared and blocked his attack. A wave of coldness hit the opponent. With a loud rumble, the opponent floated out and landed far away. Who are you sneaking around? Get the hell out here. The young man was shocked. Someone actually came over and he didn't sense it at all. Didn't that mean that another expert had come? Then, a figure walked out unhurriedly. The young man squinted his eyes. This person was very young and unfamiliar. He wasn't a famous expert at all. He raised his hand and a ray of sword light came over. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed the ray of sword light. With a crack, the ray of sword light shattered. After all, Lin Fei's physical body had reached the 20th level. I heard that you're Dugu Ijin's disciple, and a very strong one at that. I want to see how strong your sword technique is. Lin Fei said calmly. But to Zhang Fengyun and the young man, they instantly felt the pressure, especially the young man from the sword sect. That ray of sword light was extremely powerful. It contained more than a dozen transformations, but it was grabbed by the opponent just like that. It was easily broken. When did such a powerful heaven's pride appear on the side of the demonic path? He didn't even hear about it. Don't think that you're strong just because you blocked one of my moves. Eat my formless sword technique first. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The chain sword technique was unleashed. Chapter 48-26. The moment the chain sword technique was used, streaks of sword light appeared around Lin Fei. Every sword light was invincible and terrifying. Even Zhang Fengyun didn't dare to get close. He didn't expect this sword sect disciple to still have some tricks up his sleeves. This sword technique was much stronger than before. If he were to face him head-on, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it. However, he still couldn't recognize where this young man came from. His strength seemed to be ridiculously strong. Peng 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 peng. Every time the sword light landed on Lin Fei's body, it would be bounced off by an invisible barrier. No matter how many sword lights there were, it was the same. They couldn't affect Lin Fei at all. Lin Fei just stood there quietly with his hands behind his back like a peerless expert. But to this young man, Fang Kuan, this was a scene that he couldn't accept. Fang Kuan had never thought that he would meet such a powerful demonic expert here. His two-handed sword technique couldn't do anything to him. Suddenly, the two-handed sword turned into a sharp sword light. Like a crescent moon, it instantly slashed over. So, this sword light was much stronger than before. It sliced through Lin Fei's defense and landed lightly on Lin Fei's body. Fang Kuan's face finally revealed a look of joy. It seemed like he still had to use his secret technique. However, when this sword light landed on his body, there was only a crisp sound. There was no movement. Not bad, not bad. You even have a secret technique to break through my defense. However, you can't break through my second floor. What a pity. Lin Fei raised his hand. There was a loud rumble. The lightning bolt struck down, followed by a layer of frost that enveloped them. Fang Kuan was instantly enveloped by the cold. There was a loud rumble of lightning. Fong Kun withstood it. The sword intent in his hands had even turned into an invisible defense. He really blocked it. However, he immediately realized how strong this technique was. The coldness continued to invade him. The lightning continued to seep into his body. In this way, he had no advantage at all. The more he persisted, the more pain he felt. There seemed to be no end to the endless frost and thunderbolts that came crashing down. Kacha! Kacha! Boom! All the defenses on his body were instantly penetrated, and he began to vomit blood. This is just a casual move of mine, yet you can't take it anymore. It seems that you're not qualified to make me punch you. Before Fong Kun could say anything, the lightning and frost came again, and this time, they were even more powerful than before. Whoosh! This time, he couldn't bear it at all. He was immediately frozen. Then, a bolt of lightning landed on his body. With a boom, he was sent flying. When he landed on the ground of the palace, his entire body was covered in frost. Black smoke rose from his body. That one strike just now had already caused him serious injuries. You, who exactly are you? There isn't anyone as powerful as you in the Devil Dao. Lin Fei walked over. You don't have the right to know who I am. Who asked you to be so weak? I haven't attacked yet, but don't worry, I won't kill you. There's no point in killing someone like you. Lin Fei looked down at the sword sex disciple from above. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Fong Kun couldn't take it at all. A wave of energy enveloped his body. Peng 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 peng. Thousands of arrows pierced his heart. Fresh blood dripped down. Look, I haven't even attacked and you're already like this. How do you expect me to go all out? Lin Fei calmly made his move again. But to Zhang Fengyun, the scene in front of him was too terrifying. This Devil Dao expert was really strong and invincible. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. He didn't have the aura of a war god, but his strength was unfathomable. Fong Kun, who he couldn't even beat, was easily destroyed by him. Most importantly, this guy said that he didn't go all out. These were just some small tricks. But even these small tricks made Zhang Fengyun take a deep breath. At the same time, he felt very helpless. He had already broken through to a one-star war god, but his strength was still weaker than his opponent's. Looks like I have to go back and continue my breakthrough. Alright, you can scram now. Your fellow disciples will be coming out soon. That's what I said. Lin Fei said plainly. Fong Kun was very unwilling, but he still crushed the small teleportation talisman. Whoosh! He was sent out. Thank you, brother, for blocking Fong Kun for me. Otherwise, I would have lost my life. These righteous disciples are much more ferocious than us demonic disciples. Once they make a move, they will definitely kill them. Zhang Fengyun said gratefully. The only thing he couldn't understand was why this guy let Fong Kun go. Couldn't he just kill him? If he let such a person go and break through, who knows how many Devil Dao experts would die. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't say that he let Fong Kun go to farm honor points and power of faith. He wanted to let the outside world know that Devil Dao had produced a great expert. Isn't it good to keep this kind of trash for you guys to train? If I kill them, you guys won't have any motivation to train. Don't you think so? This time, it was Zhang Fengyun's turn to be shocked. These words really left him speechless. If he killed these experts, they would really lose their training targets. Alright, you can slowly train. Your strength is still too weak. You can't even beat a sword sect disciple. You disappoint me. Lin Fei didn't even look at Zhang Fengyun as he continued forward. A large number of demonic figures appeared around him. It was those demonic creatures. A punch flew through the air. One of the demonic creatures was killed. And the key that fell out. Zhang Fengyun saw this scene clearly and was even more shocked in his heart. He found the demonic creature so quickly and it even dropped a key. From start to finish, Zhang Fengyun didn't see what methods he used. He was sure that the demonic creature would drop a key just like that. This was much more powerful than theirs. Lin Fei quickly entered the next level. At the same time, outside the land of God and Demon, Crocodile King and Demon class were sitting cross-legged. As for Dao Hai and Dugui Jin, they were the same. They were all waiting for the final result here. Of course, the result wouldn't be out so quickly. On the other hand, Crocodile King's expression was a little ugly. Some of his life jewels were broken. These life jewels had a trace of his life energy within and were connected to each other. Once this life energy collapsed, it meant that the other party had completely disappeared. With a walala sound, a figure came out. Dugu Ijin also moved at this moment. Chapter 48-27. Dugu Ijin made his move. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect Dugu Ijin to make his move. When he made his move, the Crocodile King and Devil class also came over. They wanted to know who the person was. Because from the start until now, no one had come out. Not even the demonic disciples. Because they all died inside. One could imagine that the disciples these two war gods brought were all vicious and merciless. They wouldn't let the demonic disciples come out. Normal demonic disciples wouldn't be able to stop them. Even the most powerful demonic disciples, no matter how strong they were, wouldn't be able to find this gap in a short period of time. After all, activating the teleportation talisman required time. Without a certain amount of time, they wouldn't be able to do it. In just 2 or 3 breaths of time, they might be killed. This isn't someone from your demonic path. He's my disciple. Don't tell me the two of you want to join in as well. Dugu Ijin said calmly. Following that, the figure returned to his original position. Dao Hai hugged his blade with both hands and smiled faintly. In fact, even he was surprised by this. He didn't expect that the person who came out would be Dugu Ijin's disciple. He remembered that this person was called Fong Kuan. He was also an expert with great potential. Even though he wasn't a 1-star war god, he barely had the strength of a pseudo-war god. Even a 1-star war god wouldn't be able to handle his combat strength. But now, he was the first to be chased out. His body was riddled with wounds. The Crocodile King and Devil class looked at each other and retreated. They couldn't help but be curious. Among the demonic disciples that went in, was there someone who was hiding his strength? Otherwise, how could Fong Kuan be injured? The 2 8-star war gods could naturally see through this person's strength. He was indeed quite powerful. In a one-on-one fight, he wasn't someone any demonic expert could beat. But now, his injuries were quite severe. Most importantly, he actually came out alive. This was a little unbelievable. Could it be that the demonic expert was merciful? Logically speaking, that was impossible. The demonic path had always been vicious and merciless. They weren't any worse than the righteous disciples. Dugu Ijin immediately took out a healing pill and gave it to Fong Kuan to eat. He stabilized the injuries on his body. Just now, he had already taken a look. The injuries on Fong Kuan's body were indeed very tragic. It could be said that it was a one-sided injury. What surprised them was that the other party didn't kill him. Based on this situation, the opponent's strength was definitely overwhelming. Killing Fong Kuan was also a matter of course. Now, they could not see through it. Since when would a demonic path expert be so kind? After a while, Fong Kuan slowly woke up. When he saw his master, he was immediately energized. When he thought of what he had encountered inside, his expression instantly became one of shock. "Master, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I met a powerful fellow inside. His strength is unfathomable, and I'm not his match. Even my little life was spared by him, and he said that he wanted me to be a training target for other heavenly geniuses. How hateful." Fong Kuen's words were not very loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. His heart was shaken. Especially the Crocodile King and the Devil class, it was as if they had heard wrongly. Someone actually defeated Fong Kuen and left him alive as training. This style was too bold and unrestrained. No matter what. These words came from Fong Kuen's mouth. Naturally, the two 8-star war gods had a trace of emotion on their faces. At least they did not lose face this time. In any case, they managed to gain some face. Who asked so many demonic path disciples to die? One after another, their life jewels were shattered. How could they not feel proud? Now they could finally take a breather. Dugu Yijin and Dao Yihai's expressions naturally turned ugly. They never thought that there would be an expert sneaking in here. To be able to crush Fong Kuen and chase him out, and still show mercy, this person's strength was definitely high. At the very least, he had the strength of a 2-star war god. However, they didn't notice such an expert at all just now. Now they couldn't help but worry. Demonic path experts were indeed cunning. They had completely misjudged them. "You don't have to look at us like that. You know how powerful the land of divinity and demons is. It is impossible for an expert over 5,000 years old to enter," the Crocodile King said coldly. He naturally understood what Dugu Yijin would say. He would say that the demonic path had played some tricks again. That was what Dugu Yijin had thought at the beginning. With Fong Kuen's strength, he was at the very least a top-notch existence here. He was at least a top-notch existence. Ordinary demonic path experts were no match for him, not even a 1-star war god. In fact, this was really the case. But now he had suffered such heavy injuries, been chased out, and even left with his life. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. It could be said that Fong Kuen was more than half crippled. Unless he could defeat that person in his lifetime, it would be difficult to increase his strength. After all, a 3-star war god would have to break through a barrier. If he didn't break through a barrier, he would not be able to increase his strength. No matter how capable Fong Kuen was, he would stop at the 3-star war god realm. Dugu Yijin was quite annoyed and infuriated. "You demonic path experts really have some tricks up your sleeves. I didn't expect that I would make an error of judgment. But I want to see if your demonic path expert is stronger or if our side is stronger. Let's wait and see." Dao Yihai also laughed. "I hope that your demonic path expert doesn't meet my disciple. Otherwise, he will be chopped into 18 pieces. That would be interesting." No matter what, the two 8-star war gods were still very confident in the disciples under their tutelage. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to break through to the 70th floor and above. Let's wait and see. The surrounding demonic Dao disciples were all filled with smiles as they worshipped Lin Fan. Even Fong Kuen was defeated and chased out, and he was still alive. This was the most satisfying thing. Unfortunately, they still didn't know who that person was. They were especially looking forward to it. If they could chase out the other great experts, it would definitely be very interesting. It would also be very moving and make them feel incomparably excited. How could a demonic path disciple be inferior to a righteous path disciple? Let's see, they were still chased out by our demonic path expert. This kind of thought appeared in the minds of almost all the disciples. Chapter 48-28. Ha 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 ha, there's finally an increase in honor points. As expected, my way of thinking was useful. Even though killing that Fong Kuen was a good deed, to me, it's far less satisfying than letting him go. On one of the floors, Lin Fei finally broke into a smile. Just now, he had already started to gain honor points. His honor points started to rise. Of course, the hate points were the same. In comparison, the honor points were much higher. One could imagine how many people outside wanted to know his identity. This was the right thing to do. Lin Fei knew that not killing Fang Kuan was the best choice. Even though Fang Kuan was only at the pseudo-war god level, his combat strength was still very strong. Even Zhang Fengyun couldn't catch him. In front of him, the other party's ability and methods were really nothing. He had easily made him lose the ability to resist. He didn't kill him because he wanted to catch a bigger fish. It seemed like he had caught quite a few small fish. As for the bigger fish, he had to continue working hard. However, in a short period of time, he actually didn't see the other disciples of the sword sect. But it didn't matter. Since he met Fang Kuan on this floor, then the other disciples should be inside. Some were ahead, some were behind. There weren't that many floors, so Lin Fei wasn't in a rush. Once he chased all of them out, he would be able to get more honor points. Lin Fei passed through the levels one by one. On the 26th floor, he met a sword faction disciple. He chased him out too. On the 32nd floor, he had also chased another disciple of Bladihai out of the tower. He was an expert blade user. Lin Fei just gave him one slash and he was chased out. On the 42nd floor, Lin Fei met another sword faction disciple. He was chased out again. On the 48th floor, Dao Yihai's other disciple was also chased out. This disciple was quite strong. He took 3 slashes before he was sent out. Of course, this was because Lin Fei didn't go all out. He just wanted to see how the disciple was doing. In the end, it proved that the other party's strength was really quite strong. Even so, he was still chased out. Another disciple from Sword Sect was chased out. Forget about the disciples of Sword Sect, even Dao Yihai's disciples have been chased out. All of them have been chased out. Now, Dao Yihai's expression is a little dark. Who knows which heaven's chosen one has entered this place? His strength is quite valiant. I'm afraid this guy is the most powerful guy here. The disciples of Sword Sect and Blade 1C came out one after another. Everyone who talked about that person would have a look of helplessness, anger, and unwillingness to be chased out just like that. They were also planning to kill those demonic experts. But now, they knew that they were far from being able to do so. In the past, he was still proud of himself, thinking that the experts of the demonic path were nothing more than this. And now, they truly realized that the strength of the demonic path was very, very strong. Killing them was as easy as flipping a hand. But in the end, they were driven out and suppressed alive. Half a foot was completely pulled down. It would be very, very difficult to break through the realm in the future. Unless one day, they could kill this guy. Both Dugu Yijian and Dao Yihai's faces turned extremely ugly. Originally, this trip was to bring the disciples from their sect to gain experience. But now, it seemed that they had really suffered a huge setback here. Now, only Jian Lang from Sword Sect was still inside. As for Dao Yihai's disciples, they had all come out. Until now, they didn't know how they lost. They could only say that that person was very, very strong and they couldn't beat him at all. Crocodile King and Devil Class also laughed out loud. Finally, they could hold their heads high. They didn't know who was the one who took down such a glorious scene for them. Until now, no one had come out. Although it was Dugu Yijian and Dao Yihai's disciples who came out, it was indeed a happy thing. Of course, there was also a bit of displeasure in this happiness. Why didn't they kill all these heaven's chosen one? Although this would indeed destroy their future, once they could break through in the future, their strength would become even more valiant. Duguijin, our devil Dao isn't bad either. It seems that this time, if you want to achieve a good result inside, it will probably be very difficult. Fortunately, our devil Dao disciples are magnanimous. Otherwise, all of you would probably have died inside. Don't you think so? The devil class also started to speak. It was rare for them to be able to hold their heads high. Naturally, they had to ruthlessly ridicule this 8-star war god. Even if they ridiculed this time, they didn't know when the next time would be. After all, the abilities of the righteous experts were very strong. It was unknown when they would enter the Yuming Mountain. You Devil Dao is indeed very powerful this time. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful Heaven's Chosen One. We really have to take a good look. Dao Weihai said with a black face. Dugu Yijin still maintained his calm, but he couldn't help but feel a little anxious in his heart. Now, only Jian Lang was left. From the description of the disciples just now, that Heaven's Chosen One should be a guy who walked the path of the physical body. His body was very strong. Their sword techniques couldn't display any power at all. This was indeed very difficult to deal with. Now, Dugu Yijin could only hope that Jian Lang could kill that Heaven's Chosen One. That's right. That was to kill him. As long as he killed him, naturally, there would be no more problems. For such a Heaven's Chosen One, if he wasn't killed. For the righteous, he would definitely not be a strong enemy in the future. Even if he hadn't completely broken through to the next realm. But there were still many treasures on the side of Devil Dao that could increase their strength. In this way, the opponent's potential would be limitless. It would really be very difficult to deal with. It seems that this time, Devil Dao has really picked up a great expert. A powerful seed with potential. We must send him to the Devil Dao's holy land to be cultivated. Devil class said. He is indeed a capable potential seed. Dugu Yijin's disciples are all very powerful. They are almost invincible in the same realm. I didn't expect that they would be beaten to such a state. I want to meet this guy even more. This time, Crocodile King was also full of expectations for that mysterious Heaven's Chosen One. No matter what, he had to see him. After all, he had fought for glory for himself. If he didn't die, then he would definitely have the potential in the Yuming Mountain in the future. At the very least, the two 8-star war gods were very optimistic about him. Chapter 48-29. Lin Fei continued to rush down. The further he went, the harder it was to get the key. Because these demonic creatures wouldn't carry the key. It depended on the opportunity. Lin Fei could not help but complain a few more times. So he could only take it slow. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 3 months had passed. Lin Fei had only passed the 60th floor. During this period, he met some demonic path geniuses. However, their strength was average. Although the geniuses here were quite strong, the strongest ones should have run ahead. Lin Fei followed behind. Even if he had the great karma technique, he still had to wait. Before the time was up, he couldn't go down. This was the thing that made people speechless. No wonder he spent so much time here. Lin Fei was also at a loss. He really couldn't do anything about this. Walala walala. Lin Fei continued to rush down. Another half a year passed. Lin Fei finally arrived at the 70th floor. As soon as he arrived, he heard the sounds of fighting. It was very intense. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. On the previous floors, he didn't meet any powerful geniuses. He didn't expect to meet one on the 70th floor. The fighting was very intense. This piqued Lin Fei's interest. At least it wouldn't fade. He really didn't have a chance to warm up along the way. Don't come and fight with me. This thing is mine. The 3 of you stand aside. If anyone comes over, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing all of you." An arc of energy instantly swept out, corroding the void in an instant. The three figures hurriedly retreated. They quickly distanced themselves. In the end, they still ended up surrounding him. "Long Tai, don't be too greedy. This thing was made by us together. Why should it belong to you?" "That's right. We've worked so hard to get this thing. It's not a problem if you want it, but you should at least give us the same value of this treasure. Let's talk about it after we divide it. Although the three of us are slightly weaker than you, if we join hands, you won't have a good ending. Either you take out the same thing, or we'll make a move." When Lin Fei arrived, he saw three silhouettes forming a circle around him. In the middle was a young man with shoulder-length red hair and an evil aura. The so-called Long Tai that the three of them mentioned was also an expert of the devil path. He was unexpectedly a 3-star war god. Lin Fei had already sensed Long Tai's presence before. He should be an expert from a large sect. I didn't expect his means to be so good. Looking at the situation now, it should be an internal conflict. As for the other three, he had a slight impression of them. They were all experts. All three of them were 2-star war gods. The three of them together were not to be underestimated. At the very least, they had expended a lot of energy along the way. It was no wonder that Long Tai dared to openly take away the most important treasure. "Who's there?" As soon as Lin Fei arrived, the three of them sensed him. A cold light came directly. With a swing of his hand, 3 beams of light shot out. Each beam contained the power of a 2-star war god. When they arrived in front of Lin Fei, they were automatically carried away. "I'm just here to join in the fun. Do you believe me?" Lin Fei easily neutralized the three's attacks. It also made them feel great pressure in an instant. One Long Tai already made them feel a little uncomfortable. They didn't expect another expert to come. This expert was someone they didn't know, yet he easily carried them away. Long Tai's eyes turned cold. He looked over but didn't make a move. "Who are you? This is an internal problem of the devil path. I advise you to leave." Long Tai's voice was very cold. He also felt the indescribable pressure from this young man. "If we meet here, then it must be fate. You're disciples of the devil path, and I'm also a disciple of the devil path. I'm quite interested in that thing in your hand. Why don't you take it out and have a look? If I make a move, then you won't be so lucky, because I'll throw you out. You won't die, but at most you'll lose face." Lin Fei smiled faintly. "That's because I like to spar with experts. As long as they're experts, it's fine. It's either you kill me or I kill you. However, I prefer peace over the years, so I've never been ruthless. You can consider my suggestion." The 3 experts of the devil path were shocked. They couldn't figure out what this young man wanted to do. Could it be that he really wanted to deal with Long Tai? Long Tai had the power of a 3-star war god. Even though he hadn't passed his heavenly tribulation, his strength was still very strong. The 3 of them had to join hands to have the ability to resist. Now, a young man popped out of nowhere and casually said he wanted to challenge experts. Wasn't his tone a bit too arrogant? Fortunately, this young man wasn't looking for them. That was for the best. In any case, it would be best if Long Tai was dealt with. At that time, they might even be able to take advantage of the situation. "You 3 don't need to be so happy. I'll give you a chance to choose. Either you obediently leave now, or I'll send you off. It's that simple. Of course, when you leave your rings behind. At least they can be considered some spoils of war." Lin Fei hadn't missed out on the disciples of Dugu Yijian and Saburi Hai. He had taken all their rings. At least he had to leave some spoils of war. This was also the reason why they hated Lin Fei so much after they left. All their belongings had been taken away. Fortunately, Lin Fei was inside the land of divinity and demons. They couldn't enter, so they could only wait outside. No matter what, they had to take the spoils of war back. No, it should be something that belonged to them. The three experts of the devil path were instantly enraged. Good heavens! He didn't take the four of them seriously at all. Since the four of you don't take my words seriously, then I'll let you experience what despair is. There was a loud bang in the air. In an instant, the space collapsed, and the rumbling power directly swept over, crashing into their bodies. Whether it was the three experts of the devil path or Long Tai, they were all the same. In an instant, countless forces came crashing down, layer after layer. In the blink of an eye, they all vomited blood. Their faces paled. Any method seemed insignificant in the face of the collapsing space. The mighty force was endless. Despair began to envelop them. Chapter 48:30. Wave after wave of power continuously crushed over. Even if the three devil path experts wanted to resist, they felt that it was extremely difficult. They were completely unable to withstand it. And at this moment, Lin Fei also moved. Rays of sword aura directly chopped over. These sword auras were incomparably sharp. When they landed on their bodies, they instantly felt their hair stand on end. It was simply impossible to resist. Walla walla. Wounds appeared on their bodies. Even if their defensive treasure armor blocked a portion of it still seeped in. It was as if it couldn't block it at all. Have mercy, I'm willing to hand it over. Spare me, I lost. The three two-star war gods simply didn't have any ability to resist. The wounds on their bodies let them know the difference between them. They would rather hand over the rings than resist to the end. If they were careless, they would most likely be killed. The three rings flew over at the same time. Following which, the three of them left. Lin Fei's gaze looked towards Long Tai. Long Tai's expression was exceptionally grave. How could he have expected such a powerful devil path expert to appear here? This method was truly hard to believe. Yet, he didn't recognize this stranger. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This was the most difficult thing to accept. Now it's your turn. Although you have the strength of a three-star war god, do you think you can beat me? If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. However, my patience has almost been completely exhausted. When we make our move, it won't be the same method again. Lin Fei indifferently looked over. Long Tai's heart thumped. This wasn't a good sign. Of course, he knew this person's strength. Even if he was alone, he could barely suppress the three two-star war gods. As long as he defeated them one by one, it wouldn't be that easy. If it was one-on-one, it wouldn't be a problem. If they were to team up, then it would be very difficult. In the end, there was at most a 60% chance of beating them back. And they only had a 40% chance. This wasn't a big gap. However, this young man was different. He was definitely an extremely powerful existence. The difference between him and him was truly too great. Are you sure you want to do this? If you take this thing from me, you won't have a good life. You should know where I come from, I'm from the Demon Dragon clan. Long Tai's voice had also become exceptionally low. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud rumbling sound. The power that filled the sky surged over. That was the power of the collapse of the void. Just a face-to-face made him vomit 3 liters of blood. He couldn't withstand it at all. The power of the collapse of the void was already very strong, and within it, a beam of light rose directly, followed by a scale armor in front of him. The package was inside. Even so, he was still sent flying by a single slash. Following that, another wave of crushing power came crashing down on him. It was endless. So what if you're from the demonic dragon clan? If I want something, I'll naturally take it. Unless you want to die, it's that simple. A long river of saber light came in an instant, majestic and mighty. Long Tai's pupils constricted as he roared angrily. Demonic dragon protection. In an instant, a black light appeared. A demonic dragon was faintly discernible, which came from a big defensive move. However, in front of this big move, the saber light passed by in an instant, and the demonic dragon behind him collapsed, followed by Long Tai's entire body crashing out. Even with the demonic dragon protection, Long Tai was still no match for the other party's move. The power of the void collapsed once again. He was almost unable to move his entire body. I accept my fate, I accept my fate. The ring floated over just like that. This was Long Tai's ring. Compared to the rings of the three of them, this ring looked very high and mighty. Lin Fei waved his hand and directly blasted a power on Long Tai's body. You can get out now. Long Tai also disappeared, but his eyes were filled with endless hatred before he left, but there was even more helplessness. You'll regret taking my ring. Lin Fei had nothing to regret about this. Since he had already encountered him, he had to take some spoils of war first. However, this Long Tai's reaction was a bit too big. It had to be said that this Long Tai was indeed much more powerful than the three war gods from before. Even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be a match for Long Tai. Meeting Lin Fei was different. It could only be said that they were unlucky. Being able to stay alive was already considered not bad. Let me see what kind of good stuff is in this guy's ring. Why does he hate me so much and want to tear me into pieces? Lin Fei looked at the three rings from before. The things in the rings were not as heavy as he had imagined, which made Lin Fei quite disappointed. He had to take a good look at this ring. Who asked Long Tai to have such a big reaction? After all, the demonic dragon clan was one of the more powerful clans in the great god's world. They were an existence that did not distinguish between good and evil, and belonged to a different category. And this demonic dragon clan was said to have an 8-star war god. That's right, the strongest was only an 8-star war god. However, this demonic dragon's strength was very strong, reaching the strength of a 9 stars war god, and his invincible body was very terrifying. Once it was opened, Lin Fei began to inspect it. This inspection made him set his eyes on an item. He casually took it out. This was a box. This box was sealed with layers of power, which was very obvious. Lin Fei seemed to understand why Long Tai hated him. It was most likely that the thing in this box was what he wanted to take away the most. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's strength directly suppressing Long Tai, this guy would probably have turned around and left. He wouldn't have stayed here at all, let alone hand over the ring. The seals on the ring were one layer after another. To Lin Fei, it was not too much of a pressure. He grabbed it with one hand, and a loud rumbling sound was heard. One seal after another was broken just like that. After breaking 28 seals in a row, he finally broke all the seals. The later seals were stronger. An ordinary 3-star war god would not be able to open it. No matter what, one would need to be at least a 4-star or 5-star war god to be able to open it. Otherwise, one would not be able to open it at all. It could be considered to be a relatively different kind of box. As soon as Lin Fei opened the box, there was actually a bead in the box. This bead emitted the aura of the Dragon Clan, but it was a little different from the Dragon Clan. It emitted an evil aura. Lin Fei seemed to understand what this thing was. He casually resealed it with layers of power. He kept it. Of course, he kept it in his ring. It seems that I have encountered something interesting. Chapter 48-31. The land of divinity and demons was bustling with noise and excitement. Who knew how many people were waiting outside? Because a super fierce person had appeared inside. Whether it was the experts of the righteous path or the demonic path, they were all chased out. Fortunately, the demonic path experts weren't killed. They were only injured. They lost face, but compared to the other righteous path experts, they could at least survive. This was the biggest difference. Whoosh! Another figure came out. Everyone recognized him as soon as he came out. Wasn't this Long Tai of the Demon Dragon clan? He was a very powerful guy. They heard that he had mastered the demon dragon's protection at such a young age. This was a powerful secret technique that was known to have an invincible defense. Once it was used, no one in the same realm could break through the demon dragon's protection. But now they saw that Long Tai was injured, and his injuries weren't light either. Their hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that super fierce person again? After coming out, 2 experts walked out from the void. When these 2 experts came out, the void shook. Everyone also recognized that this was definitely a great expert of the demonic dragon clan. They didn't expect them to follow them. Dugu Ijin and the others also looked over. These 2 experts of the demonic dragon clan were both at the 8-star war god realm. When he came out and saw the 2 8-star celestial gods, his expression turned cold and he whispered a few words to them. The gazes of the 2 8-star war gods turned even colder. The Crocodile King and Devil class felt the pressure. The strength of these 2 great experts from the Devil Dragon clan was vaguely above them. They didn't know why Long Tai was accompanied by 2 great experts this time. Something big must have happened inside. That super fierce person had really offended someone this time. Originally, the Crocodile King admired him. But now it seemed that this guy's brain wasn't normal. If the other party had a background, then it would be fine. But if he didn't, then it would be really troublesome. The Demon Dragon clan was vicious and merciless. Even the experts of the righteous path didn't dare to offend the Demon Dragon clan. After all, if the Demon Dragon clan got angry, they couldn't control it. It was said that the entire Demon Dragon clan would come out in full force. That would be the most terrifying thing. They didn't care about any rules at all. Even a 9-star war god would have to consider the consequences of offending the demonic dragon clan. Even a 9 stars war god wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the demonic dragon when the 8 stars war god unleashed the demonic dragon's armor. This was the scariest part. Lin Fei continued to rush down. As far as he was concerned, the only person who could fight him was Jian Lang. However, this guy was quite fast. Another half a year had passed. Lin Fei finally reached the 80th level. The higher he went, the harder it was. He didn't know how many batches of monsters it would take to get a key. Once again, he entered the next level. Lin Fei arrived at the 81st floor. As soon as he arrived at this level, he felt the sharp sword chi surging towards him. He knew that Jian Lang was on this floor. Apart from the difficulty, Lin Fei also felt a powerful figure. It seemed like he was fighting with Jian Lang. Sword chi crisscrossed. His defense appeared. It was like the sun, moon, and rivers. It actually stopped these attacks. As expected of the most favored disciple of Dugu Yijin. He's really strong. He can even reach the 81st floor. His potential is really outstanding. There was a loud rumbling sound. The incoming sword chi collapsed in an instant. A torrent flashed past and countless layers of sword intent appeared in front of Jian Lang, barely managing to block the attack. His blood and chi were churning violently. He didn't expect that this ordinary-looking guy in front of him was actually a great expert. He didn't have any advantage in this fight. Terrifying. Terrifying. Jian Lang also felt how strong this guy was. At this moment, he actually felt another aura enter. He was stunned again. This time, there were so many experts from the Demon Dao. Not only did one come, but a second one actually came. This ordinary-looking man also noticed this aura. He didn't expect another one to come. However, it didn't seem like an expert from the righteous Dao. That meant he was from the Demon Dao. But when did the Demon Dao have such a potential guy? But it didn't matter. Another one came. It seems like this time, the three most powerful ones are on this floor. Lin Fei walked over unhurriedly. There weren't any demonic creatures appearing in the surroundings. Once a demonic creature appeared, it would be instantly destroyed. There was no time for them to make any movements. So, this floor of the palace was empty. I've caught up from behind. I think the two of you are quite interesting. Why aren't you fighting? At least continue to fight. Let me watch a good show. This way, I can reap the benefits. Don't you think so? Lin Fei laughed. He also saw this ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was indeed very ordinary. One wouldn't have any impression of him at all. This kind of person was really rare. It also made Lin Fei realize that the more such a person was, the more secrets he had. You should have driven Long Tai out, right? Then, Long Tai's item should be in your hands. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly turned cold as he stared at Lin Fei and said. He felt the aura left by Long Tai on the middle-aged man's body. So, you also know Long Tai. It seems that Long Tai has cooperated with you. As for whether the item is in my hands or not, why don't you guess? Obliterate. Swoosh. In an instant, a terrifying force swept out from Lin Fei's surroundings, causing the void to instantly collapse. In an instant, this was a very powerful killer move. Without any warning, it arrived in an instant. Even Jian Lang was shocked in his heart. He still underestimated the middle-aged man's power. He actually mastered such a powerful killer move. Even Jian Lang might not be able to block it. In an instant, Lin Fei felt a wave of energy slamming into his body. However, he also displayed his infinite divine body. As the force weakened layer by layer, it actually didn't move at all. It was as if nothing had happened. Don't be so hot-tempered. How can I not have some strength to be able to come here? I drove Long Tai out because he isn't strong enough. Don't you want to consider cooperating with me? This time, it was the middle-aged man's turn to be shocked. He actually misjudged Long Tai. This was also a powerful guy. Swoosh. With a swoosh, the void collapsed. Another mighty force rushed over, catching him off guard. This is called reciprocity. Chapter 48-32. It could be said that Jian Lang had been watching these two people from start to finish. You came and went, I schemed, you schemed, I schemed. This instantly made him feel the pressure. He didn't think that he would encounter two powerful demonic path masters in the land of divinity and demons. He certainly knew who this person was, but he didn't know the other young man. He was very mysterious and his mortal body was also very powerful. Even the methods he was proud of might not be able to easily break through his mortal body. If the other party also had a defensive treasure armor, then that would be the most difficult thing to deal with. Unless he used a top-killing move. But in normal circumstances, he wouldn't use that kind of killing move so easily. Thus, he decided to take things one step at a time. He originally thought that it would be best if the two of them could have a big fight. At that time, he didn't mind being the fisherman that reaped the benefits. If he could completely eliminate both of them, he believed that he would be able to obtain a great harvest. But the result was like this. The two exchanged a few moves and then didn't fight again. The middle-aged man laughed. Interesting, interesting. I didn't think that your heart would be so vicious. Luckily, I have some methods, otherwise I would have suffered a great loss. Lin Fei also laughed. Isn't this a fair exchange? Is there anything wrong with that? How about we fight again? But if we really fight, I'm sure that brother Jian Lang will be very happy. Jian Lang didn't feel good at all. After all, he was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. He didn't think that the two of them wouldn't fight. The middle-aged man immediately looked over. That's right, if we fight, we'll really be giving it to an outsider. In any case, that fellow Long Tai isn't strong enough. Now that his things are in your hands, that's for the best. We can cooperate, but before we cooperate, we can drive this Jian Lang out. Yes, we should eliminate him. What do you think? Jian Lang instantly felt the pressure. If he dealt with a middle-aged man, he had a good chance of winning. At most, he would have a 50-50 chance. However, with the addition of this unfamiliar young man, the situation was completely different. Ruthless God of War, you're quite good at choosing to cooperate with this person. However, aren't you afraid of being tricked by me when we fight? When that time comes, who knows who will die? So this middle-aged man was called Heartless War God. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. He finally knew about this Heartless God of War. This guy could be considered quite powerful. His strength as a 3-star war god had already reached the pinnacle. You can say that the next level is the intermediate level war god. One had to know that there were many divisions in the war god realm. Everyone's cultivation level rose a little. For example, a 1-star war god to a 3-star war god belonged to the ranks of ordinary war gods. From 4-star to 6-star war gods, they were considered intermediate war gods. From 7-star war god to 9-star war god, that's advanced war god. As for the final 10-star war gods, they were the top war gods. Under normal circumstances, being able to train to the advanced level war god level is already pretty good. As for the top war gods, only 5 of them had reached this level in the entire great world. Whether they had a breakthrough or not, nobody knew. In any case, no one was willing to test the waters, because those who tried were easily annihilated. Actually, there's no need to chase him away. After all, there's one more opponent. Coincidentally, I was planning to meet him and have a good fight. It'd be a pity if I really killed him. In my opinion, all geniuses are suppressed. Letting them live in my era of suppression is the most interesting thing. Don't you think so? After chasing him all the way here, Lin Fei was obviously here to deal with Jian Lang. If he defeated him and sent him out, he would definitely gain a lot of honor points. Up until now, his honor points had been rising rapidly. It was obvious that he was on the right path. Whether it was Heartless God of War or Jian Lang, they were both shocked. They didn't expect this young man to be so ambitious. He actually wanted to suppress an era's pride. This wasn't something anyone could do. If he didn't have any strength, he could only stare helplessly. Jian Lang felt that he was too easy to bully. A stranger came and wanted to suppress him. Even Heartless God of War didn't dare to say such words. You're really arrogant. Although I, Jian Lang, am not an expert, my potential is limitless. In the future, I will be a super expert in the world. You actually dare to say that you can suppress me? Fine, let me see how you can suppress me and an era. There was a loud rumble. The void collapsed. Layer after layer of power swept over. Jian Lang already knew that he had such a move. In an instant, countless sword lights appeared around him, forming a barrier. Even so, the barrier still rumbled loudly. It kept collapsing. His heart skipped a beat in an instant. He had underestimated this guy. He didn't expect the power of the void to be so strong. It was really terrifying. He couldn't take it anymore. With just one move, he knew the gap between them. This stranger was really very, very strong. He actually didn't know such a person. As expected, all demonic experts deserve to die. If you can't even take this move of mine, what right do you have to say that you're God's favored one? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Unless you can withstand it, then it'll be different. Then you'll be qualified to fight with me. Otherwise, you can only be like your fellow disciples, thrown out by me. Don't worry, I won't destroy you. I said that I'll suppress you for an era, and that's it. It's that simple. The Heartless War God was also slightly startled. He finally knew that this guy was hiding his strength. When he fought just now, it definitely wasn't as strong as it was now. It seemed that this demonic expert didn't have a good temper towards the righteous path. That was good too. He already had some pressure dealing with Jian Lang. Now that this unfamiliar expert was making a move, it couldn't be better. But he just couldn't figure out where this young man came from. It was as if he really came out of nowhere. I'm actually not that easy to deal with. Since you want to suppress me, then I'll take out my killer move and let you experience it. See God's possession, kill. There was a loud explosion. A shadow came from the sky and appeared directly behind him. Chapter 48:33. The moment the illusion appeared. Heartless War God gasped, "Good fella, you actually refined this sword god illusion. No wonder you were so confident to come in. With such a supreme treasure, you can instantly merge with the sword god. Your strength will increase greatly and you will directly step into the level of an advanced war god." This gasp surprised Lin Fei a little. No wonder he felt a dangerous aura from this fella. It was indeed like this. Sure enough, Jian Lang had a powerful treasure on him. That was the so-called sword god's phantom. With this thing, he could instantly merge with the sword god and his strength would increase greatly. Jian Lang laughed out loud. "Now you know why I dared to come in. Originally, I didn't intend to use this sword god illusion. Unfortunately, you forced me to do so. Today, I will merge with him and kill both of you here. This way, I won't waste a chance." Heartless Wargod's expression tensed up. He didn't expect Jian Lang to have such a treasure. It seemed like Dugu Yijin had gotten it as a top-notch killing weapon for self-defense. Lin Fei saw it too. This Jian Lang's strength had indeed skyrocketed. Jian Lang laughed out loud. Rays of sword light flew over. These sword lights seemed to have their own awareness as they instantly locked onto the two of them. Today, whether it's you or Heartless War God, both of you will die here. Heartless Wargod's face turned a little pale. A defensive treasure had already appeared around his body. It protected him like a ball. However, the moment the sword light arrived, it instantly split into thousands of attacks and bombarded the ball. It actually blasted open the ball like protection on the spot. Heartless War God was heavily injured. Streaks of fresh blood flowed down from the wound. Heartless War God took out a pill and swallowed it. He had completely underestimated the power of Jian Lang. "I forgot to tell you. This sword god of mine isn't an ordinary sword god. He is the illusion of an 8-star war god. How about it? It's very powerful, right?" Lin Fei's side was also attacked by the sword light, which was very powerful. However, Lin Fei's situation was different from his opponent's. The surrounding void instantly collapsed, bombarding the sword light. In an instant, the power of the sword light was reduced to 30 to 40%. With a flick. Pang, 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 pang. These sword lights collapsed one by one. Even if there were some powerful ones, they only left white marks on Lin Fei's body. He didn't look as miserable as he looked. This caused Jian Lang to be slightly stunned in his heart. My goodness, it's just as I imagined. This guy's physical body is indeed very strong. So what if your fleshly body is strong? If I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my palm. Even heartless god of war couldn't stop me, let alone you. The sky was filled with sword light again. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. I don't know if your physical body is strong or not. If your physical body is not strong, then you're out of luck. Jian Lang's expression changed slightly. Of course, his physical body was not strong. As an expert who used the sword, he had always been the one attacking others. No one had ever been able to attack him. Moreover, he had always attacked from afar. He would never let anyone get close to him. Even if they did, no one would be able to get close to him. This was because the closer the distance, the stronger the power of his so-called sword technique would be. Moreover, he had merged with the powerful strength of the sword god, although it hadn't been long. Sword god strike, splitting heaven and earth. A ray of light instantly appeared and directly slashed at Lin Fei's position. In an instant, a huge crack appeared on the ground. This attack came very quickly. Even heartless god of war felt his scalp go numb. He finally knew that he couldn't afford to offend the people from the sword sect. After mastering the sword god's shadow, they were simply super experts. It was no wonder that no one dared to deal with Du Guijin. He probably also had the sword god's shadow. Once he merged with it, he would be able to increase his strength by 30 to 50%. He would definitely be a nightmare for other war gods of the same level. Now, he had completely experienced it. In his heart, he hated this young stranger. You don't even have much strength. How dare you say that you can suppress Jian Lang? This was great. Everyone was finished, and he was injured in the first exchange. This was really shameful. As the sword slashed down, Lin Fei instantly disappeared. Jian Lang let out a groan. A shadow appeared behind him. Who else could it be but Lin Fei? Just now, he directly used this move of his spirit projection. Now that he used it again, it became infinitely powerful. It broke through any defense, broke through any restrictions, and directly caused Jian Lang to be seriously injured. The originally unreachable aura of Jian Lang instantly collapsed and returned to its original state. Following which, his aura continuously weakened and his face became unimaginably pale. He coughed out mouthful after mouthful of blood. What killing move is that? How come I've never seen it before? Lin Fei faintly smiled. It's not really a powerful move. It's just a little trick of mine. It's specifically used to deal with those with weak bodies. Do you know why I said I wanted to suppress an era? As long as your body isn't too strong, killing you in front of me is as easy as turning over my hand. Hand over your ring and you can leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid your body won't be able to withstand a second attack. The might of Lin Fei's spirit projection wasn't ordinary. It wasn't something that the average person could resist. Jian Lang's complexion instantly changed. He really couldn't withstand this mysterious attack a second time. If he really did it again, he would be completely finished. Are you sure you want my ring? You should know that if you take my ring and leave the land of divinity and demons, you will die without a doubt. No one can block my honorable master's sword. Lin Fei laughed. Whether or not you can block it is another matter. Now, either you hand it over or I'll send you on your way. Although, it's a pity that I didn't manage to suppress an era. Whoosh! A ring flew over and stopped in front of Lin Fei. I hope you can still smile when the time comes and not look like this. Jian Lang handed over the ring and left. Lin Fei's gaze fell on this heartless war god. At this time, the heartless war god's expression turned cold. He seemed to understand what had happened. Are you sure you want to drive me out? This isn't a good thing for you. If the two of us work together, we might be able to reach the final level. Chapter 48-34. From time to time, some demonic path experts would come out from outside the land of divinity and demons. Of course, the one that everyone was looking forward to, Jian Lang, didn't come out. This was a little surprising to everyone. Logically speaking, that person should have come out. After all, there was a great expert inside, but Jian Lang hadn't come out yet. Could it be that Jian Lang killed that expert? If that was the case, then they would be very disappointed. The Crocodile King and the Devil class were also quietly discussing. I don't know if that kid can deal with Jian Lang. If he can't beat him, then it's really bad. Our demonic path finally has an expert, but he's probably finished. We're worrying too much. Although Jian Lang is strong, our demonic path expert isn't ordinary either. He might be able to beat that guy. We'll only know after we fight. Whether it was the Crocodile King or the Devil class, they naturally hoped that the demonic path expert could beat Jian Lang. That was the best case scenario. If he could be killed, that would be the best thing. It would also cause Duguijin to lose an expert, and the righteous path would also lose a great expert. Once such an expert grew up, his future would be very terrifying. There was a clatter. The two of them instantly stopped talking. A figure came out, followed by a sword light that instantly wrapped around him. He was pulled back. This person wasn't anyone else, it was Jian Lang. The moment Jian Lang came out, the surrounding people were shocked. No one thought that Jian Lang would come out at this time. It can't be, Jian Lang actually came out at this time. I think he's injured. Could it be that our great expert chased him out? That's great. I want to see who dares to say that our demonic path doesn't have experts in the future. Even Jian Lang isn't his opponent, let alone others. Awesome. Really awesome. He was chased out just like that. The demonic path experts present all cheered excitedly. Finally, the most powerful Jian Lang was chased out. This time, they could finally hold their heads high. They weren't suppressed by the righteous path. Duguijin immediately took out a pill for Jian Lang to eat. The injuries on Jian Lang's body also recovered. Master, I can't beat that guy. He's very mysterious and very powerful. Jian Lang was very helpless when he mentioned it. He had never thought that the weakness of his fleshly body would become the only way for his opponent to defeat him. Duguijin was also very surprised. Although he was prepared, he never expected that his own disciple would be driven out. That person was too powerful. Fortunately, that person didn't go all out. Although Jian Lang was seriously injured, he was still alive. As long as we come out alive, we'll have a chance to rise again in the future. There's nothing else. It was also the only thing that made him sigh with emotion. He did not die in there. But my ring was taken away by him, and all my resources were taken away by him. Duguijin also noticed it. He didn't expect that person to be so daring. Unkillable sword wave. All the rings were taken away by the other party. That's a lot of wealth. I will help you get this ring back. No one can take your ring and keep it by their side. At this time, Duguijin also wanted to meet this devil path expert. He actually had such potential. Such a person, if they didn't kill him, sooner or later he would become a great enemy of the righteous path. Duguijin, don't tell me you want to bully the weak. Our devil path experts aren't people you can bully as you like. Your disciple lost and naturally has to hand over the ring. It's already good enough that he can come out alive. Don't you think so? The Crocodile King said coldly. He stared at Duguijin. Of course, he heard the conversation between the two clearly. Devil class also laughed. If you plan to make a move, then I won't be polite. After all, our devil path experts aren't that easy to bully. It wasn't easy for a powerful expert to appear. How could they let Duguijin make a move? Duguijin laughed out loud. Why would I do something like bullying the weak? But he took my disciple's ring and he should get it back. Of course, I won't let him hand it over for nothing. Naturally, I will give him a certain price. Don't tell me I don't understand this. No matter what Duguijian said, the Crocodile King and Devil class would be careful and definitely wouldn't let the other party kill that person. Heartless War God was very annoyed at this time. He didn't expect this guy to chase Duguijian's disciple out and then target him. This wasn't a good thing. If it was something else, it would be fine. But this kind of thing really made him very unhappy. At this time, he really couldn't beat the other party. Especially that move just now, he saw it clearly. Until now, he still couldn't think of a good way to break it. The only way to break it was if his body was strong enough. Even Jian Lang couldn't block it, let alone himself. I'm really not interested in the treasures inside. I'm just purely an expert sparring. Now that I've actually chased him out, the only one left is you, Heartless War God. Do you think I should chase you out? Lin Fei laughed. In this short period of time, his honor points had risen again. There were even a few big numbers. Needless to say, Jian Lang must have caused a lot of commotion outside. This was a potential seat of a great expert, but he was chased out just like that. If he also chased Heartless War God out, the amount of honor value he gained would definitely not be small. Wait, if there's anything, let's talk about it. Don't you really want to know what's at the end? There are all kinds of treasures left by a super expert. It's almost equivalent to 1/10 of the treasures in this side of the world. Are you really not interested? Lin Fei really didn't know what kind of treasures were inside. He really wasn't interested. He also hadn't heard of any treasures. This Heartless War God's words were a bit interesting. It seemed that this guy knew something. 1/10 of the treasures, are you sure? Why are you so confident when the people outside don't know? Are you trying to fool me? I think I'd better send you out. Heartless War God's heart skipped a beat. Wrong. There are indeed very few people who know about this, but I know because I have the pass to enter the top floor, the God Pass. Heartless War God immediately took out a God Fiend Pass. This was a very special God Pass. However, in an instant, Lin Fei launched a mental projection. Heartless War God was seriously injured. The God Pass fell into Lin Fei's hands. Chapter 48-35. Lin Fei immediately used a mental projection. He didn't give Heartless War God any chance at all. This guy was quite cunning. In case something unexpected happened, he had to deal a heavy blow to him with a single move. Even though Heartless War God was always on guard, he still couldn't stop Lin Fei's attack. In the blink of an eye, he was hit. The pass was also in Lin Fei's hands. It was a token that exuded an ancient aura. Lin Fei already believed half of the opponent's words. This guy really knew a lot of secrets. However, Heartless War God seemed to be quite timid. With a whoosh, he immediately fled. He did not let Lin Fei attack him again. He immediately left the place. This guy runs pretty fast. However, now that the God Fiend Pass is in my hands, I can give it a try. Let's see if I can reach the innermost part. Who knows, I might be able to gain something. Maybe I can get to the last floor. Actually, Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. He just came here to farm some glory. It seemed like it was going quite smoothly. Now that the Heartless War God was out, his honor points would naturally rise as well. In reality, that was really the case. Originally, everyone was shocked at how Jian Lang came out. Who knew that after a while, Heartless War God also came out? This guy was definitely very strong. Who knew that he would be chased out just like that? Heartless War God came out with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the void. Everyone couldn't see it correctly, but they all knew one thing. This time, no matter if it was the experts from the demonic path or the righteous path, they all suffered a huge loss. There was a true expert here. Calling him an expert was a bit too much, but calling him a seed with great potential was definitely not an issue. A person like this had a high chance of becoming an advanced level war god in the future. Advanced level war gods aren't the same. They are truly all-powerful characters. As for whether or not there was someone stronger than Heartless War God, no one knew. They could only wait. After the void, a ray of light instantly appeared. It wrapped up Heartless War God and turned him into a speck of dust. It turned out that there was actually a cave here, and it was a spatial treasure that could turn into the size of a speck of dust. It was definitely the best of the best. After Heartless War God entered, someone came up. He also had a very surprised expression on his face. Why did you come out? Logically speaking, no one should be your opponent. Could it be that Jian Lang is really that powerful? It's not that Jian Lang, but someone else. It's a stranger. I don't know him at all. He has an extremely powerful move that directly penetrated my body and launched a fierce attack. I can't withstand it at all, and even the God and Devil Pass was snatched away by him. We've planned for so long, but this time, we can only watch helplessly. So. Two figures came out directly. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Heartless War God. How is this possible? The God and Devil Pass was stolen by him. Could it be that he knows what's inside? This shouldn't be possible. The number of people who know about this can be counted on one hand. Wu Qing, did you say something to him? That's why he stole the God Fiend Pass. Heartless War God smiled bitterly again and again. He originally wanted to drive me out, but I stopped him with words and took out the God and Devil Pass. But before I could activate it, he was severely injured. Both of their expressions changed slightly. This situation was really bad. Even the God and Devil Pass was taken away. Like this, he lost a chance and gave it to that guy for nothing. One of the taller war god powerhouses coldly snorted, since he took the God and Devil Pass, then let's wait for him outside. He absolutely doesn't have the qualifications to enter. The further we go, the more dangerous it will be. The other followed, that's right, let's wait outside. This guy definitely has a lot of secrets on him. Even Heartless War God isn't his match, and even Jian Lang was driven out. This boy must have some background. There were many speculations about this mysterious master outside the land of divinity and demons. After all, this situation was really rare. On the side of the demonic path, no more masters came out. As for Dugu Yijin and Blady Hai, they didn't seem like they wanted to leave. Clearly, they wanted to see just what kind of background this young man had. Why did he have such strength? No matter what, they had to enjoy themselves first. Leaving now was just thinking too much. His honor points were rising rapidly. This increase wasn't an ordinary amount. Anyone would be happy to see this. Like this, Lin Fei stopped, walked, and stopped. He constantly killed these demonic creatures. The further he went, the stronger these demonic creatures became. Fortunately, there were no more people behind him. Lin Fei could act without any scruples. He didn't believe that he couldn't make it through. In any case, he had plenty of time. As for the people outside the land of divinity and demons, time slowly passed. First 1 year, then 1.5 years, then 2 and 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. No one else came out. Even that powerful expert was nowhere to be seen. No one knew how many levels he had gone to. Whether he had died inside or not, no one knew. Dugu Yijin and Blady Hai were originally prepared to guard, but looking at the situation, they couldn't do so anymore. they simply left with their people. As for Long Tai's side, he continued to abide by the rules. Heartless War God was the same. The Crocodile King and Demon class waited for a year or two before leaving. This was because they didn't know what was going on inside. Unless someone reached a certain level and came out, they wouldn't know. Otherwise, they wouldn't know. This place was just that mysterious. On this day, there was a loud rumbling sound. Bright lights flickered inside, and beams of light shot up into the sky. Many experts from the Hades mountain range rushed over. Oh my God, someone has entered the 99th floor. No way, someone really reached the 99th level. That's too amazing. Which family's young master reached the 99th level? Our demonic path is finally going to have a master. Could it be that the person who went in last time didn't die? He actually reached the 99th level. The demonic path masters were all excited. Following that, the Crocodile King and Demon class came over. Both of them were shocked. They had really underestimated this person. Chapter 48:36. The 99th floor was completely different. At the very least, many experts from the demonic path were alarmed and came after hearing the news. One by one, they hid in the void and paid attention to the final changes. There had never been a proud son of heaven who could reach the 99th floor, but now, someone actually made it. They understood the situation a little. They were shocked. It turned out to be a very unfamiliar demonic path expert. Could it be that he was secretly trained by a sect big shot? He was planning to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. This kind of situation was very normal in the Hades mountain. His talent was too amazing. He didn't even know when he was being schemed against. So, some people would hide and slowly cultivate. They would only show themselves when their strength improved greatly. In this way, no one could do anything about it. They had to acknowledge his identity and status. Because his strength had reached a level that they couldn't fight against. At the very least, he was a great expert. Now that such a thing had happened, they couldn't help but be curious. Is this the last floor? It really is different. If I didn't have so many trump cards, I might really die here. It's too dangerous. He reached the 99th floor. Lin Fei was a little surprised. There was actually no figure on this floor. The entire space was quiet. For a moment, Lin Fei wondered if he had come to the wrong place. But he was very sure that this was the 99th floor. He took out the pass. Lin Fei remembered that the heartless god of war attached great importance to this thing. Most importantly, there was a very strong force on this pass. Because of this, Lin Fei didn't let him attack and directly chased him out. He used spiritual descent and let him try again. At the same time, he also took the pass with him. As soon as the pass was taken out, it flew out on its own with a whooshing sound. Then, it shone brightly. A figure walked out from the void. He raised his hand and the pass was in his hand. I didn't expect that after so many years, someone would finally come with a pass. You lucky one, I am the artifact spirit here. The light dissipated. There was only one figure left in front of Lin Fei. It was a small figure, but its origin wasn't simple. It was actually an artifact spirit. It felt a little different. It seemed that this big shot was more mysterious than he had imagined. To be able to maintain even an artifact spirit, and to be able to retain its spiritual intelligence, was indeed very rare. Follow me. Lin Fei swaggered over. He wasn't too worried. Although the artifact spirit was mysterious, it was very easy for Lin Fei to kill him. The other party didn't have any killing intent towards him, which meant that there was no karma between them. As long as the other party wanted to kill him, it meant that there was a karma between them. As long as the other party wanted to kill him, it meant that there was a karma relationship with him. This karma technique was quite useful. It was no wonder that after mastering karma, many people would be able to tell if someone was trying to kill them from afar. Even if they passed by each other, they would know if the other party was an enemy or not. Just like that, Lin Fei. He could clearly feel that the other party was. Rays of light appeared in an instant. It turned out that in this level of the palace, there were actually many doors. These doors were hidden in the void. After the artifact spirit triggered them, they appeared one by one. Lin Fei actually passed through 10 doors in one breath. Every time he passed through a door, he felt like he had passed through a different place. This door contained the power of space. It was even stronger than the space that Lin Fei had mastered. After all, Lin Fei had mastered the power of space. The void inside collapsed. The collapse of the void was very strong. Of course, some stronger ones could naturally resist it. Lin Fei's control of the power of space was still too weak. He couldn't control a large area and could only gather all the power in a small area. The power was naturally affected. However, this door was different. It was a true top-notch space Great Dao. This teleportation was like passing through thousands of mountains and rivers. He admired this guy even more. This was the arrangement of this big shot. He passed through 10 doors in one breath. If it wasn't for his strong physical body, he really wouldn't be able to stabilize himself. In the end, he came to the side of a lake. There was a layer of white mist around the lake and it was quiet. There was actually a thatched house by the lake. This thatched house was also quiet. With a whoosh, a huge figure rushed out of the lake. This was a ferocious beast. When it moved, it was earth-shattering. The void collapsed. It was extremely strong. At this moment, an illusory figure appeared and pressed down with one hand. With a loud rumble, this powerful ferocious beast turned into dust. Then, the world returned to normal. Then, the illusory figure turned around. Lucky one, I didn't expect that someone would finally pass the 99th level. Interesting, you actually have quite a bit of power. This person seemed to see through Lin Fei with just a glance. Lin Fei squinted slightly. This illusory figure was really strong. It seemed like some secrets couldn't be hidden. Especially the power of space and time in his body. It seemed like he couldn't hide it from this person. Junior Lin Fei greets Senior. Lin Fei cupped his hands. The illusory figure followed and appeared in front of Lin Fei just like that. This old man is infinite. The voice, which was neither soft nor loud, reverberated in Lin Fei's mind. Even if it was just 2 simple words, it instantly gave Lin Fei a great sense of oppression. It was as if an infinitely powerful figure had appeared in front of him just like that. Your body has a trace of infinite aura. You're quite an interesting guy. I wonder where you learned this technique from. The word infinite was magnified in an instant. Lin Fei didn't expect this illusory figure to be called infinite. Although it was just 2 words, the feeling it gave off was definitely different. Most importantly, the other party could actually see through the infinite divine body that he cultivated. From the looks of it, could it be that his infinite divine body was inherited from the other party? That can't be right. I obviously bought it from the system store. It seems like I've encountered a trap. Lin Fei couldn't possibly tell the other party that he learned it from the system store, right? I obtained the infinite divine body from a secret realm. There was a skeleton there. I felt that this infinite divine body was pretty good, so I gritted my teeth and practiced it. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Now, I've already cultivated it to the 20th level. Lin Fei simply made up a lie and said in a serious tone. Chapter 48-37. Lin Fei found it hard to believe that such a mysterious expert, who was said to be limitless, was on the last floor. The infinite God body that the system learned was actually related to this infinite. This caught Lin Fei off guard. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Anyway, he could say whatever he wanted to say. It wasn't like the other party would pursue the matter to the end. He didn't believe that the other party had such capabilities. Even if the other party had mastered the great Tao of time, he might not be able to see past and future. Lin Fan decided to bluff the other party first. If he could bluff the other party, he would. If he couldn't, he would just leave. Lin Fei was still quite confident. The other party was just an illusion. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? This was where Lin Fei's greatest confidence came from. If the main body was here, he might not be able to defeat the other party. However, this illusion was different. It was just an illusion. It would be a waste of time to deal with it. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. No matter what, since you've learned the infinite God body, you're now a member of my infinite sect. The infinite God body said calmly. It was forcefully giving Lin Fei an identity. Subconsciously, Lin Fei felt that the word infinite might not be a good thing. However, at this time, he should just take it one step at a time. I was just lucky enough to learn the infinite God body. I didn't expect that the infinite God body would come from Senior. In fact, I should be thanking Senior for this infinite God body. It really helped me a lot and gave me a powerful physical body. Lin Fei's words were very honest. In fact, this was really the case. Through this infinite God body, he had learned a powerful defensive technique. His physical body had also become exceptionally strong. Although it was only at the 20th level, with the honor points, it would definitely be different. He laughed heartily, filled with relief, and his mood fluctuated quite a bit. Do you know how terrifying your potential is? Those who can cultivate to the 10th stage of the infinite God physique are all geniuses of the heavens, and those who can cultivate to the 15th stage and above are all top-notch experts in the future. It's really rare to see someone like you who can cultivate to the 20th stage and above. You've broken the record of the infinite door. Even I couldn't achieve this when I was your age. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that his cultivation speed was indeed quite fast. There was no other way. With honor points, things would naturally be different. Whoosh! 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 It seemed that he had gone overboard. You'll be qualified to inherit all of the treasures in the Infinity Gate. For example, you'll be qualified to own everything here. Whoosh! The world was spinning. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei and infinity appeared in a void. Inside this void was the main hall. They were now standing in this hall, and if there were no accidents, this should be the last floor. This was the so-called 100th level. A special existence. Treasures were placed casually on the shelves. Lin Fei didn't look at them, but he could feel that these treasures weren't ordinary. If any of these treasures were to fall outside, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. Now that they were placed together, they seemed much more ordinary. On the left was a 7-star war god treasure, and on the right was another 7-star war god treasure. And on the left was an 8-star war god treasure. It was really tempting. Of course, to Lin Fei, these treasures were just treasures. They didn't have much attraction. Do you see that huge stone tablet in front? Use your infinite God physique's physical strength to shake it. The higher you shake it, the more recognition you'll get. When that happens, you'll get even more of these things. As Limitless spoke, he turned his gaze towards a massive stone tablet not too far away. When he came over just now, Lin Fei had actually noticed this stone tablet as well. It was indeed very mysterious and very attractive. Lin Fei had already used the great cause and effect technique to sense it. Infinity didn't have any ill intentions, which made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about being schemed against. He also wanted to see what was left behind in this infinity door. After all, when this illusory figure was alive, his strength must have been extremely terrifying. Moreover, he knew that there was no limit to the infinite god physique. He didn't know how many there were. At the very least, the person who created this technique must have been extremely terrifying. The more one cultivated, the stronger one's physical body would become. This was really unbelievable. Lin Fei came in front of the stone tablet. There were actually many fist imprints left on the stone tablet. He didn't know who left them behind. The depth of each fist imprint was slightly different. The stronger one was, the deeper the fist imprint. The shallower the fist imprint, the more average one's strength was. After taking a deep breath, Lin Fei took a step forward and punched the stone tablet. The strength of his physical body instantly surged. The moment this strength appeared, it could be said to be earth-shattering. However, the stone tablet didn't move at all. It didn't explode from Lin Fei's punch. Instead, it instantly absorbed his strength. Following that, at this moment, Lin Fei also unleashed his strength to the extreme. He wanted to see how much this stone tablet could take. The stone tablet actually lit up, emitting a 5-colored light. Following that, the surface of the stone tablet began to cave in. It continued to cave in inch by inch. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Then, Lin Fei retracted it. The strength of the punch just now was enough to kill a war god, and it wasn't even a 2-star or 3-star war god. A 4-star war god or a 5-star war god might not be able to withstand it. Yet, this stone tablet easily withstood it. This also made Lin Fei realize that this thing was probably a treasure. Whoosh! The stone tablet instantly turned into a small stone tablet and fell onto Lin Fei's palm. It was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms, as if a mountain was falling onto his hand. For a moment, he couldn't hold it. Then, Infinity's voice entered his ears. As expected of a candidate chosen by the Infinity Monument. Hurry up and refine it. When the time comes, the Infinity Monument will be yours. This is an extremely powerful treasure that can suppress everything. After that punch, Lin Fei indeed felt that this stone tablet was different. He didn't expect it to be a powerful treasure. When it landed on his hand, he could completely feel that he could casually throw this stone tablet and it would turn into a giant stone tablet to suppress his enemies. Without hesitation, he refined it. In the blink of an eye, the stone tablet was refined. Lin Fei never had any powerful treasures. However, after refining this stone tablet, he knew that this treasure was truly terrifying. No wonder Infinity would notify him. This Infinity Monument was indeed different. Chapter 48-38. Now that this Infinity Steel was in Lin Fei's hands, it was like adding wings to a tiger. This treasure was simply too suitable for him. Whether it was used for attack or defense, it was a perfect fit. There was no power that could easily penetrate the Infinity Steel. Just now, Lin Fei discovered something interesting. This Infinity Steel could actually absorb attack power. In other words, the stronger the opponent, the more it could absorb. In that case, it would be even harder to hurt him. Such a treasure was really delivered to his doorstep. Lin Fei really liked it. Congratulations, lucky one. You've finally obtained this Infinity Steel. Many people come here but it's difficult to obtain it. You're the only one. With this Infinity Steel, your personal strength will increase by a few times. The illusory figure laughed out loud. His mood was very different from before. Lin Fei was naturally very satisfied with the Infinity Steel. Now that you've obtained the Infinity Steel, you'll be the 18th generation sect leader of the Infinity Sect. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. This sect leader didn't seem to be easy to be. Now that he had obtained the Infinity Steel, it was naturally impossible for him to hand it over. It wasn't easy for him to find a suitable treasure that could increase his personal strength. How could he be willing to give it up so easily? This was definitely something that Lin Fei didn't want. I wonder what I should do as the sect leader. I know that this thing isn't that easy to obtain. I hope you can explain it to me clearly so that I can have an idea of what to do. This Infinity Sect leader wasn't something that could be easily taken. No matter how he looked at it, this Infinity Sect leader seemed like a trap. And this trap wasn't small. With such a strong strength, there would definitely be many enemies. These enemies definitely wouldn't want to see the Infinity Sect rise again. Lin Fei could be considered a person who had experienced this before. No one knew this better than him. This Infinity Sect leader isn't difficult for you. The only thing you have to do is very simple. You just have to kill the evil disciples of the Infinity Sect. Lin Fei knew that things weren't that simple. You're not strong enough yet. One day, when your strength reaches a certain level, you'll naturally be able to kill him. His name is Leader Ancient Emperor. Leader Ancient Emperor. Lin Fei had never heard of this name before. From this name, this Ancient Emperor leader should be quite a capable person. Perhaps it was quite influential in the Infinity Gate. Before Lin Fei could ask, the Infinity's shadow continued to speak. This Ancient Emperor is the most demon-like genius in the history of the Limitless Sect, second only to you. At such a young age, he has already cultivated the Limitless God physique to the 15th tier. Now, it should be even higher. Perhaps he has broken through the 20th tier, or even the 30th tier. For Lin Fei, this was definitely a huge piece of news. He had relied on the system to reach the 20th level. Of course, it did not take a long time, but now there was a monstrous genius who had cultivated to the 15th level with his own potential. This was different. Especially now, it was extremely likely that he had broken through the 20th tier, or even the 30th tier. Lin Fei was someone who had experienced this before, and naturally knew the strength of the Limitless God physique. The further one cultivated, the more powerful each level of the physical body would be. One could say that the difference between each tier was like the distance between heaven and earth. Such a person was definitely more terrifying than he had imagined. Indeed, it wasn't easy to be the sect leader. He still had to destroy this scourge of the sect. Was it really not easy to kill him? Other than this mission, there shouldn't be anything else. If it's just to kill this ancient emperor, then I should be able to do it. It's just that I don't know where this ancient emperor is now, so I can memorize it. When the time comes, I'll be able to understand him. Lin Fei asked. If I'm not wrong, this ancient emperor should have gone to the immortal realm. He was brought up by an expert in the immortal realm. I'm afraid he has already made a name for himself in the immortal realm. Lin Fei finally heard the words, immortal realm. After all, the last time he was tricked, an immortal was released. And this immortal seemed to have a very powerful background. Now that he heard that the ancient emperor had gone to the immortal realm, this made Lin Fei even more curious about the immortal realm. Is there really a place called the immortal realm? Lin Fei had always wondered if there was such a world as the immortal realm. Now that he heard the phantom speak, he understood. In fact, if there really was an immortal realm, this immortal item spirit was definitely not a simple immortal item spirit. The phantom said faintly, the immortal realm does exist, and it's in another big world. However, it's too difficult to go to the immortal realm. It's not as good as it was in the past. All the passages to the immortal realm have been sealed. Therefore, if you want to go to the immortal realm, unless your physical body is extremely strong, you can't break the barrier of the immortal realm. You have to be mentally prepared, because the higher-ups will no longer allow people from the lower realms to become immortals. This news was really unexpected for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was quite interested in the immortal realm. But now it seemed like there was a big problem with the immortal realm. Doesn't that mean that if I want to kill the ancient emperor, I have to go to the immortal realm? If I go to the immortal realm, I will have to deal with the ancient emperor alone. Does our limitless sect have any experts? If it was in an ordinary world, Lin Fei would definitely have a way. But it was different in the immortal realm. The others had already become influential figures there. If he went alone to kill the ancient emperor, he would probably be hunted down before he could even find the ancient emperor. Lin Fei was really not willing to do such a thing. The phantom shook his head. Now, you are the only one left in the limitless sect. Because the entire limitless sect was destroyed in the war back then. Alright. This news was really not good for Lin Fei. To think that the limitless sect had been destroyed. It seemed like it wasn't easy being the limitless sect leader. Doesn't that mean that if someone finds out that I'm the limitless sect leader, they will come to kill me? In theory, you can understand it that way. But the experts in the lower realm are no match for you. Your limitless god steel can easily kill them. As long as you don't reach the immortal realm, no expert can deal with you. And with your talent, when you cultivate the limitless god physique to the 30th or 40th tier, you will naturally be able to destroy the heavens. Killing them will be as easy as flipping your hand. Just like that, a huge pie appeared in Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such a huge pie. If he didn't have the leisure to level up, he would be finished sooner or later. Who could easily cultivate the limitless god physique to the 30th or 40th tier? Then let's see what treasures are left behind. Chapter 48-39. Now that he had taken the item, the sect leader could no longer refuse. Lin Fei felt that it would be better to take a look at the treasure first. What treasures were there? If they were useful, that would be for the best. Lin Fei's attitude changed very quickly. Since he could not resist, he might as well accept the results. To him, cultivating the infinite god body was not difficult. At most, he would go later. This ancient emperor should not be that difficult to kill. It would not be difficult for his infinite god body to break through to the 40th or 50th tier. He would be the one to break this ceiling. There are many treasures left here. I believe you will like them. Back then, the sect was very strong and collected all kinds of things. This is only 1/10 of the treasures. Speaking of this, the virtual figure was very proud. This also made Lin Fei particularly interested. The two of them instantly arrived at a treasure trove. It was a little different from the previous one. That place just now was just the most ordinary one. Everything else is fake. Only the infinite divine steel is real. Good Lord. The Infinity sect had actually set up a trap at this time. Interesting. If those people really took the 7-star War God treasure and the 8-star Sky God treasure seriously, they might suffer a big loss. Fortunately, he wasn't too interested in these things. Inside the treasure trove, Lin Fei saw a dazzling array of treasures. Just as he said, there was really 1/10 of the treasures here. An incomparably large amount of wealth. Not to mention anything else, just the amount of yuan crystals piled up one by one was enough to make Lin Fei dumbfounded. This was too much wealth. Even though he had collected a lot of wealth along the way, it was still a far cry from this. There was really no way to compare. This is 1/10 of the treasures. You can basically find anything you want here. Even the sect's powerful martial arts are available. For example, infinite godly fist, infinite defense, infinite strike, infinite saber art, they all have it. Now that he heard this, Lin Fei felt that the Infinity sect seemed to be quite strong. It was no wonder that they were exterminated by others. It was probably so powerful that it made it hard for people to sleep peacefully. Although Lin Fei had his own leveling system, there were many skills that he could exchange for. For example, the current 3000 Great Daos made Lin Fei feel different. Back then, this infinite godly physique also felt the same way. This limitless god body was very strong, and it seemed that it was indeed very strong. Just look at the accumulation of the limitless gate. Lin Fei did not look at these things. Instead, he asked about another matter. I wonder if you have something similar to faith beads here. I'm quite interested in them. Don't tell me that your infinity sect doesn't have such treasures. It's fine as long as you have them. Lin Fei asked directly. There was nothing to hide. Anyway, no one could imagine that the faith bead was a great treasure to him. The more, the better. If there wasn't, then forget it. He could only say that his luck wasn't too good. Of course, it was good. This trip could be considered a fruitful one. It was 1/10 of the treasures of the Infinity Sect. If you want to make things like faith beads, then you've definitely come to the right place. There are many similar things here. However, we call them faith power. Lin Fei was already prepared to be disappointed. He never expected the illusory figure to tell him a piece of good news. There was actually faith power here. Regardless of whether it was faith power or faith beads, it would be of great help to Lin Fei. Wouldn't it be honor points? Balls of light flew over just like that. Inside these balls of light, Lin Fei instantly felt something different. This was a very dense faith power. If he refined this faith power, then it would be real honor points. I wonder if this land of faith is useful to Sect Master. These were left behind by some gods in some great worlds. They were taken after they were killed. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The Infinity Sect was really strong. They could even kill gods. No wonder they said that this faith power was so pure. A total of 20 balls of light surrounded Lin Fei. Lin Fei naturally didn't stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, he kept all these balls of light. He heard the notification sound of his honor points increasing. This was the most beautiful sound that Lin Fei had ever heard in his life. One by one, the balls of light contributed a lot of honor points to Lin Fei. His honor points, which had stagnated for a long time, suddenly shot up. This really exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. If Sect Master still wants this faith power, then you can head to some worlds and kill those gods. After killing them, you can naturally take their faith power. Or, you can make a great world worship you. Or, you can put down the corresponding treasures and absorb the faith power. We have many such treasures here. Lin Fei felt that being the Infinity Sect Master was quite a perk. Just like that, a lot of perks came. To Lin Fei, he had always wanted to improve his Infinity God body. But now it seemed like it was too easy to improve his Infinity God body. The increase in honor points was like a rocket, shooting up rapidly. After refining all 20 orbs of faith, Lin Fei received an astronomical number of honor points. If he used this to upgrade his Infinity God body, Lin Fei would be able to raise it by at least 7 or 8 tiers, or even 10 tiers. This huge reward made Lin Fei feel like he was dreaming. Good, good, good. I'll be the Infinity Sect Master. Isn't it just the ancient emperor? One day, I'll head to the immortal realm and kill him. The illusory figure's eyes were filled with approval. In that case, I'll congratulate Sect Master for killing the ancient emperor soon. After which, the illusory figure disappeared. Gone. Just like that, it left. Lin Fei had wanted to understand more about the Infinity Sect, but after handing over 10% of the treasures, the illusory figure disappeared on its own. This was something that Lin Fei had not expected at all. He couldn't possibly say that he was slowly searching, and that there were still 90% of the treasures left. He should have at least told him where they were. Lin Fei was speechless. He had only obtained this one treasure. There was a 90% chance that there would be even more faith orbs. That wasn't good news at all. Forget it. It was better to search slowly. I'll more or less find some clues. I don't believe that I can't find them. Chapter 4840. Lin Fei felt a little displeased seeing the infinity artifact spirit disappear all of a sudden. He wanted to know what the infinity door was like, but it seemed like it was going to be a little troublesome. But it was okay. To him, his biggest gain today was these orbs of faith. These orbs of faith really made Lin Fei feel like he was sitting on a rocket. No matter what, he had to improve the infinite God body first. No matter how much potential he had, could he be stronger than him? Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this. Anyway, no one had more potential than him. What did it matter that he had a cheat code? Lin Fei was quite delighted. In front of a cheat, talent was really not worth mentioning. Infinite God Body Level 21. Infinite God Body Level 22. Infinite God Body Level 23. Lin Fei planned to improve the Infinite God Body first. This was a way to save his life. Every time he broke through, Lin Fei's physical body would instantly become much stronger. He could clearly feel a stronger power exploding in his body. He broke through to level 30 in one go. Just like that, all the honor points he had accumulated were completely gone. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all and heaved a sigh of relief. It was similar to his previous calculations. He could barely reach level 30. It seemed like his luck wasn't bad. He reached level 30 as he wished. When he reached level 20, Lin Fei already felt that it was very strong. But he didn't expect it to be even stronger after reaching level 30. This was especially true for his physical body, which could easily create special additional abilities. This additional ability was gravity. This gravity was extremely strong, even though it was only within a few dozen miles. It wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. However, for Lin Fei, it was already extremely useful in battle. Once the gravity was released, space would be crushed. This meant that people with weak physical bodies would be directly penetrated by the gravity. They would easily lose their advantage. Lin Fei really liked this gravity. Reaching level 30 actually gave him such a strong effect. If he reached level 40, it would be amazing. Gravity was also an ability that evolved after one's physical body became stronger. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this ability. With a gentle punch, he broke through the void and reached the end. It was much easier than before. Lin Fei also discovered that the void here was very different. There were layers after layers, and it was not easy to break through them. But no matter what, his physical body had reached the 30th layer, which was a cause for celebration. His strength had increased by a large margin. As for how strong his punch was now, Lin Fei could not guarantee it. But no matter what, it was good that his strength had increased. Now, I can keep all these treasures for myself. When the time comes, I can slowly search for them. Lin Fei collected all the treasures in a flash. The entire treasury became empty in an instant. Lin Fei only took a quick glance and did not pay much attention to it. This was because other than the Orb of Faith, the other things were not of much use to him. Seems like my luck is not bad. There are actually some records about the Infinity Sect. I have to study them carefully. It was not easy to find these useful things. How could Lin Fei let it go so easily? Let's take a look first. Over the next period of time, Lin Fei spent most of his time reading the books left behind by the Infinity Sect. After reading through them, he was very shocked by the Infinity Sect. One person, one sect. My God, this Infinity Sect is too interesting. They are all exclusive disciples. No wonder they didn't introduce themselves. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry after reading it. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. This Infinity Sect actually did not have any disciples. Other than the legacy, there would not be a second disciple. Therefore, each infinity sect only had one disciple. And the resources of each disciple were unbelievably rich. Finally, he understood why the ancient emperor had grown so quickly. With the resources of such a sect, things would naturally be different. The only thing he did not expect was that the ancient emperor was so evil. After cultivating, he actually killed his master, so that he could snatch all the treasures of the Infinity Sect. Unexpectedly, the sect leader of the Infinity Sect already had a plan. The ancient emperor's efforts were all for naught. Even after his death, he did not obtain the treasures of the Infinity Sect. One person, one sect. This was pretty good for Lin Fei. At least he did not have to worry about finding disciples or finding sections. It was quite interesting to think about how he could live his life as he pleased. Seems like I just have to kill the ancient emperor. As for the Infinity Sect, I will just consider it over. Anyway, I have no intention of accepting disciples easily. Lin Fei saw it too. If he wanted to inherit the Infinity Sect, he had to find disciples suitable for cultivating the Infinity God body. And such disciples were hard to find. If any Infinity Sect leader did not have a strong physical body, he would basically be a joke. And cultivating the physical body was a very difficult thing. Therefore, talent was needed. Those who were not talented would find it hard to even enter the sect. However, it was a different story for those who were talented. They cultivated extremely quickly. This was a little more difficult to achieve. Therefore, he had to constantly search for disciples from world to world. Such a chore was not something Lin Fei was willing to do. Just look at the ancient emperor. He had just started cultivating, and then he had killed his master in the blink of an eye. He had even destroyed the Infinity Sect. What the hell was this? This was betraying the master and destroying the ancestors. Previously, Lin Fei did not know, and thought that the ancient emperor was just a genius of the Infinity Sect. Now it seemed like he was the sole heir. But this sole heir did not have good intentions. After reading through the information, Lin Fei understood the situation of the Infinity Sect. The resources were unbelievably plentiful. It was no wonder that everyone had designs on the Infinity Sect. Now that he was the sect leader of the Infinity Sect, things were indeed different. He was like a mobile gold ingot. With a whoosh, a map appeared in Lin Fei's hands. This was only a quarter of the map. Lin Fei was speechless. This was the place to find the next infinity treasure. To find this place, he had to find 4 pieces of the map. What the hell was going on? It was safe, but it was still difficult to find it. Lin Fei kept it again. It's been so long. I should be able to go out and see what other experts are out there. I can use them as punching bags. This time, I should be able to collect a lot of faith power. Chapter 48-41. There were indeed many people waiting for this demon path expert outside the land of God and Demon Emperor. If this guy didn't come out, they would feel terrible. For example, Long Tai and the others. The demon dragon race was guarding here. After all, that thing was still in that guy's hands. If they didn't get it back, there would be big trouble. Apart from them, there were many demon path experts. That's right, there were only demon path experts left. At the start, Dugui Jian and Dao Yihai were still here. But as time passed, they didn't stay here anymore. They couldn't wait for that person to come out. If time dragged on, they might get into trouble and leave decisively. The only thing they could do was to look for trouble with this person the next time they met. If they could kill him, that would be for the best. They believed that day wouldn't be too far away. Because on the side of the righteous path, there would always be people secretly counting any new experts that appeared on the demon path. If there were no accidents, this young man would definitely be found out. Then he would be on the righteous path's list. Of course, this list was a must-kill list. Of course, it could also be a mission list. After all, killing demon path experts with potential would give them a lot of rewards. This was also something that the righteous path disciples loved to do. If it wasn't for the 99th floor lighting up, everyone wouldn't have returned here. At the very least, to the experts of the Devil Dao, the mysterious expert inside was really surprising. There really wasn't any demon path expert in the Yuming Mountain that could enter the depths of the land of God and demons. They didn't expect that someone would actually reach the 99th floor. This potential was simply terrifying. The news had spread throughout the Yuming Mountain. So at this time, there were 10 8-star war gods. Everyone came to see who this demon path expert was and what faction he came from. If they had a relationship with him and could get to know him beforehand, then everything would be fine. If he was an enemy, then they would just kill him. This had always been popular in the Yuming Mountain. Anyway, the number 1 expert wouldn't come out to stop them. So at this time, many people were here to watch the show. To see who this person was. If he was secretly trained by some faction, then something really would happen. It would be especially lively. Crocodile King and Devil Class also came over. After going back last time, they returned in the blink of an eye. They didn't expect someone to reach the 99th floor. He immediately thought of a person. Apart from that young man, there was probably no one else who could do it. Do you think it's that young man? If it is, then there will be a lot of fun today. The possibility is still very high. It should be that young man. His potential is too terrifying. I heard that the Netherworld Palace has sent people here to take that young man away. Both of them looked at the red figure in the distance. He just stood there quietly. He was an expert of the Nether Palace and an 8-star war god. Their 8-star war god was extremely terrifying. One person could fight against 3 8-star war mortals. This was his strength. This was the source of the Nether Palace's confidence. The experts from the Nether Palace could easily suppress the people below. All along, he would rather offend others than offend the Netherworld Palace's people, because once they made a move, there would be no way for him to survive. No matter who it was, they all knew this very well. Therefore, when this red figure came over, everyone watched quietly. No one went over. In the sky, Long Tai was also staring at him. He felt that the young man was about to come out. Finally, he could get the treasure back. He frowned as soon as the expert from the Nether Palace appeared. Was the Nether Palace going to meddle in this? If that was the case, then it would be really troublesome. This was really not a small problem. What should we do now? Even the expert from the Nether Palace is here. It will be a bit troublesome for us to take that brat down. Long Tai hated it. Why did it have to happen at this time? Don't worry. As long as that guy dares to come out, I will attack him the moment he shows up. If he can survive, then he's lucky. If he can't, then he's just unlucky. The Nether Palace still has to give us face. Although the people from the Nether Palace were already here and they were also 8-star war gods, the 2 8-star war gods from the demonic dragon clan were also not easy to deal with. They didn't take the Nether Palace seriously either. Anyway, we have to kill him in one blow. We can't let that brat live. If we can't kill him, he will probably be taken away by the Nether Palace and become a disciple of the Nether Palace. The Nether Palace was the most powerful force in the entire Nether Mountain. Countless geniuses wanted to become a disciple of the Nether Palace. At that time, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Nether Mountain. It would be the same outside. It was too difficult to become a disciple. This young man was so capable. Naturally, he would be different. Perhaps he would be specially recruited into the school sometimes. But no matter what, they had to kill him the moment he came out. There is a fluctuation in the void. If I'm not mistaken, it's that brat. The two experts from the demonic dragon clan instantly felt that the void was different. They knew that someone would come out at this time. If they were not mistaken, it was that young man. Swoosh! A figure appeared in the void. The eyes of the people outside lit up. Finally, the young man came. At this moment, a black light arrived. When the black light appeared, the figure in red glared at it and said in a low voice, "Demonic dragon light. Your demon dragon clan sure has guts. How dare you kill in front of me?" The demonic dragon light arrived in an instant. It was out of everyone's expectations. Even the war gods present could feel the extraordinary power of the demonic dragon light. This was the most terrifying technique of the demonic dragon clan. It was a technique of annihilation. For example, it was extremely fast and impossible to defend against. They didn't expect it to be used at this time. They wanted this young man to die. The figure in red raised his hand and attacked, trying to stop the demonic dragon light. However, he was still half a beat too late. He had never thought that the demon dragon clan would actually not take him seriously and directly attack him. Swoosh! The place where the young man was instantly turned into a void. This was the power of the light of the devil dragon. In an instant, it could turn the void into nothingness. If an ordinary person was hit by this move, they would not be able to withstand it. Even the void would disappear in an instant. This was the ability of the devil dragon. Under normal circumstances, no one wanted to face this demonic dragon light. It was too powerful and impossible to defend against. Chapter 48-42. What a pity. What a pity. I didn't expect the experts of the demonic dragon clan to be so shameless as to kill him directly. This is the famous demonic dragon's light. Not everyone can withstand it. I want to see what this great expert of the demonic Tao looks like. The demonic dragon clan is getting more and more overbearing. Overbearing. I heard that someone from the demonic dragon clan is trying to break through to the war god realm of 9 stars. I don't know if it's true. If they break through, won't they be even more arrogant? The faces of the war gods present changed one by one. They didn't expect the demonic dragon clan to be so shameless. They dared to kill someone in front of them. Don't you see the experts of the Netherworld Palace there? They still dared to kill someone in this situation. They really didn't take the Netherworld Palace seriously. In fact, the 2 8-star war gods of the demonic dragon clan were quite pleased. So what if he had potential? He was killed just like that. Even if there were people watching, the demonic dragon clan had never been able to survive in front of their eyes. Wait. Something's not right. Why aren't there any rings falling? Long Tai had been paying attention, but now he actually didn't see any rings falling. This was unusual. The 2 8-star war gods' faces suddenly changed. They walked out of the void. They wanted to see if there were any tricks up their sleeves. I didn't expect to be ambushed after coming out. It seems that my ability is still a little lacking. In everyone's eyes, I'm afraid I've become an existence that can be easily killed. But I'm sorry to tell you that I'm not good at other things, but I'm good at protecting my own life. Who attacked me just now? Hurry up and come out. After the 2 experts of the demonic dragon clan appeared, a figure abruptly appeared at the original spot. As if nothing had happened to him, he smiled at everyone and began to speak. Originally, everyone thought that the other party had no chance. They didn't expect that the other party would survive. The situation seemed to be stronger than they had imagined. He seemed to be even better at protecting his own life. Well done. I didn't expect that nothing would happen to him in front of the mystic dragon's light. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch. What powerful defensive means did this guy use just now? Otherwise, how could he have withstood it? Even you and I might not have been able to withstand it so easily. No matter what, we've learned a lot this time. Now it's the demonic dragon clan's turn to have a headache. The expert in red from the Netherworld Palace was also surprised. He didn't expect this young man to be able to withstand it and not die. This was a little shocking. When the demon dragon clan took action, there would never be anyone left alive. He didn't die. To be able to remain unscathed in the face of our light of the mystic dragon, you are indeed quite capable. In that case, all the more reason for us to kill you. The two great experts of the demonic dragon clan did not stop and directly rushed forward. He had to kill this person first. If such a person was allowed to continue cultivating, he would become a powerful enemy of the demonic dragon clan. They understood this better than anyone else. The moment he made a move, he was completely killed by them. The other war gods at the scene were even more shocked. They didn't expect the demonic dragon clan to be so shameless and directly attack. They couldn't kill him the first time, so they came a second time. This young man withstood the first attack from the light of the mystic dragon, but the second attack was from two war god level experts. The situation was different. Especially when they were 8-star war gods, advanced war gods. Whoosh! The space between the two of them instantly collapsed. Wave after wave of energy directly bombarded them. As a result, their movements were slightly inconvenienced. Of course, it also made the surrounding war gods feel a little strange. They didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. He even had such a spatial technique. It wasn't the most powerful technique in the space, but the power of the collapsing space was endless. It was indeed quite uncomfortable. It's not that easy to kill me. Aren't you just an 8-star celestial god? Even if I stand here, you might not be able to kill me. After his infinite mystical physique broke through to the 30th level, Lin Fei finally had enough confidence. He stood there and spoke calmly. Many of the war gods shook their heads in their hearts. This young man seemed to be a little arrogant. He didn't take the experts of the demonic dragon clan seriously. The two experts of the demonic dragon clan were shocked. The scales on their bodies instantly emerged and blocked the impact of the collapsing space. One in front and one behind, they rushed over with a rumbling sound. The power of the collapsing space was quite strong, but it couldn't stop their attack at all. It arrived in an instant. Two streams of light turned into two demonic dragons and coiled around them. As they coiled, the space collapsed with a loud rumbling sound. You don't know what's good for you. I didn't kill you the first time. Do you want to die a second time? You're really looking down on me, an 8-star war god. This was also a technique of the demonic dragon clan. The power of the demonic dragon coiled around them. Not everyone could withstand such a violent force. But no matter how the demonic dragon moved, or how the space around them collapsed, this young man stood there as usual. He was still calm and the corners of his mouth curled up. What do you think? I'm right, right? You won't stand a chance even if I stand here. Another demonic dragon coiled around him. In an instant, the two demonic dragons made Lin Fei feel the terrifying impact. Loud rumbling sounds. But even so, Lin Fei was still unmoved like a mountain and easily withstood it. Even the eyes of the surrounding war gods lit up in an instant. They finally knew why this young man could reach the last level. He was indeed capable. But everyone felt that he was very unfamiliar, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Could this guy be a rogue cultivator? If he was a rogue cultivator, he would definitely be a proud son of heaven. At this moment, even the expert of the Nether Palace squinted his eyes. He didn't expect to pick up a treasure on this trip. The fact that the two 8-star war gods were unable to subdue this guy instantly made him excited. You two can stop now. The expert from the Netherworld Palace roared as a huge phantom image slammed down with a palm. The two demonic dragons collapsed in an instant and vanished into thin air. Even the two great experts of the demonic dragon clan retreated a few steps back, looking a little fearful. A figure appeared between the two of them. Are the two of you looking down on the Netherworld Palace? Chapter 48-43. The two 8-star war gods of the demonic dragon tribe were scared the moment this expert from the Nether Palace made his move. They knew that the war gods from the Nether Palace were extremely powerful. Even the two of them might not be able to gain the upper hand in a short time. What made them want to vomit blood was that the young man was completely unscathed under their attacks. He looked very relaxed. Am I right? Even if I stand here and let you attack me, you might not be able to kill me. I can only say that you are still a little bit lacking. I wonder if you have heard of this saying. Only by doing this can we have feelings for each other. Therefore, I will return the favor with a move. At this moment, Lin Fei's heart was filled with happiness. 30 levels of the infinite divine body was really awesome. He was completely unscathed even under the attacks of two 8-star war gods. The most important thing was that his honor points kept rising. Sure enough, the honor points provided by these war god level fighters were much higher. Compared to before, it was much more impressive. Of course, it was still far from the orb of faith. If that was all, it would have been fine. They didn't expect this guy to have the nerve to attack them. It looked like he was going to give them another move. He was embarrassed. Even some of the other war gods were the same. No one could have imagined such a situation. Even the one from the Nether Palace was the same. I have always been a very fair person. Both of you have made a move, so I will also give you a punch each. I hope the two of you can hold on. Lin Fei was obviously going to teach these two 8-star war gods a lesson they would never forget. He launched his mind projection in an instant. This time, after launching his mind projection, his movements were even faster. Everyone's eyes flashed. The silhouette disappeared, followed by a cry of surprise. A loud rumbling sound came from the body of one of the 8-star war gods. His body split open and blood flowed. The other 8-star war god from the demonic dragon tribe was the same. His heart trembled and blood flowed out. The two of them were hundreds of thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. The distance between them was as far as it could go. Even so, their faces were filled with fear. They were actually injured, and their injuries were severe. Their physical bodies were about to collapse in an instant. They're injured. They're actually injured. What was that move just now? I can't tell, so I can only say that it has something to do with time. No, that's not right. It's not related to time. It's a powerful attack aimed at the physical body. If you want to withstand this move, you must have a strong body. Without a strong body, you will lose, or die for sure. No matter who it was, their hearts trembled at this moment. This was truly unexpected. This young man was so mysterious. The two war gods of the demonic dragon clan also felt the same. They glanced at each other and felt the absolute pressure. In the face of this move, they were unable to withstand it at all. In the blink of an eye, their physical bodies, which they thought were strong, were broken through. As long as his body was weak, he would be able to kill him immediately. This was absolutely frightening. This move of mine is pretty impressive, right? I wouldn't give it to an ordinary person for free. It's a pity that my strength isn't strong enough. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't be standing so quietly right now. But it doesn't matter. When the day comes that I become a 6-star war god or a 7-star war god, I'll have a good fight with you guys. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Right, there seems to be a fish that slipped through the net. Lin Fei's gaze turned and fell on Long Tai in the void. Long Tai didn't show himself from beginning to end. But the expressions of the two 8-star war gods instantly changed. Run, Long Tai. He wants to kill you. Long Tai, who was in the void, watched the whole process. His heart was already shaking. The experts of the demonic dragon clan actually couldn't withstand it at this time and were injured instead. How could this person be so strong? It was far different from what he had imagined. Lin Fei's figure disappeared again. But to those people, their hearts were shaking. Oh no, oh no. The war gods saw Long Tai through the void. In an instant, he was torn into pieces and turned into a pool of blood. He really couldn't be more dead. I'm really sorry. This person's strength isn't as strong as you, so he died easily. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, your demonic dragon clan has quite a lot of experts. Just train another one. Lin Fei laughed loudly. His honor point skyrocketed once more. Farming honor value in front of these war gods was the best way. At the very least, it made them feel shocked, felt fear, and felt different. In this way, he could get more honor value. You two should leave too. Long Tai's strength isn't as good as others, that's his own business. Don't tell me the two of you are still going to fight. If you dare to fight again, I won't be polite. The figure in red who hadn't spoken until now finally spoke. His eyes were cold. When he looked at Lin Fei, his eyes were full of admiration. That's right, he really admired him. To be able to easily withstand the attacks of two 8-star war gods, no matter what kind of treasure he used, at least his potential was limitless. To be able to injure two of them, he must have grasped some powerful treasure. Long Tai was also a proud son of heaven. He didn't expect to be killed directly. This was no surprise. It could only be said that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. If he died, then he died. The two 8-star war gods of the demonic dragon clan looked at each other, stared at Lin Fei fiercely, turned around, and left. From their eyes, it was clear that they had to vent their anger sooner or later. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the demonic dragon clan. I'll wait for you to kill me. I hope that day doesn't take too long. Otherwise, when my strength improves, you'll be the unlucky ones. Ha 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 ha. Many of the war gods were even more shocked. They didn't expect this young man to be so arrogant. They didn't know what the demonic dragon clan would do when they found out. They would probably have a headache. Even two 8-star war gods couldn't handle him. This young man must have a lot of powerful treasures. This kind of person was really hard to deal with. Young man, you've done well. I didn't expect them to suffer such a big loss. I reckon that the demonic dragon clan will soon become a big joke. I wonder if you're interested in going to the Netherworld Palace with me. I believe that the Palace Lord will be very interested in you. The other war gods knew very well that if this young man went to the Nether Palace, things would definitely be different. He might even become a disciple of the Nether Palace. Are there a lot of experts in the Nether Palace? I've always felt lonely. Chapter 48-44. No matter who it was, they would remember this mysterious young man. They didn't expect him to ask so many questions after going to the Nether Palace. It was really rare. Especially since these words sounded especially arrogant. If it wasn't for the terrifying means he had displayed before, people wouldn't have paid attention to him. Now it seemed that this guy was really interesting. He would probably be even more interesting among the younger generation. The experts of the Nether Palace will be more than you can imagine. You will know how powerful the Nether Palace is after you go there. It's not something that ordinary places can compare to. The experts of the Nether Palace admired this young man more and more. He was very bold. The geniuses of the Nether Palace would probably have a rival soon. He was stronger than anyone else. Since you have so many experts here, I will go with you. I have nothing to do anyway. I heard that the Nether Palace is not bad. I hope those geniuses won't be too weak. Currently, Lin Feijin had broken through to the 30th layer of the infinite divine body. The strength of his physical body was unbelievably dense. Just like just now, although he didn't use the power of his physical body, he still erupted with the power of his physical body at the critical moment. This made them feel how terrifying his physical body was. Just like that, Lin Fei left with the expert from the Nether Palace. The other war gods also went back immediately to spread the news. In a short time, the Nether Mountain knew one thing. Another young expert had appeared in the Hades mountain range, and even Long Tai had been easily killed by him. This was the demonic dragon clan. Even the 2 experts of the demonic dragon clan had been defeated. After the news spread, no one believed it at first. But as time passed, they had to believe it. 1 war god, 2 war gods, 3 war gods all said so. Even the Nether Palace seemed to have heard about it. One could imagine the accuracy of the news. There was nothing but shock. The most surprising thing was that no one knew where this young man came from. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. Now that he was brought to the Nether Palace, it was very likely that he would join and become a disciple of the Nether Palace. It was very likely that he would become a personal disciple of the Nether Palace. At that time, it became even more lively. This news also spread to the righteous side. The first to know would be Dugu Yijin and Dao Yihai. The 2 of them immediately thought of that young man. After all, they had wanted to stay outside to see what this young man was capable of. They didn't expect him to be taken away by the Nether Palace. As for the news that one person had fought against 2 8-star war gods and had even used a supreme secret technique to injure the 2 of them, they did not really approve of it. No matter how capable someone was, it was impossible for them to display such a powerful technique. This news had spread a little too far. Did they really treat them as if they didn't know anything? No matter what, he had to let everyone know that such a powerful expert had appeared in the Netherworld Mountain. You're really daring. What's your surname? Let me know who you are. You even dared to kill someone from the demonic dragon clan, and it was Long Tai. Do you know that you've gotten yourself into big trouble? This expert from the Nether Palace was called Nether 13. As for why he was called 13, it was because he was the Palace Lord's adopted son and ranked 13th. There were as many as 40 to 50 foster sons like him. Everyone's strength was basically the same. Nether 13 was very curious about this young man. Of course, he also wanted to know where he came from. He didn't know what kind of expert had come from the demon sections. Especially someone like this. As for secretly grooming them, that was quite difficult. Then there was only one possibility. This person should be a wandering cultivator. Only a wandering cultivator would have this kind of ability and come this far by chance. My name is Yi Xian. I'm just a nameless wandering cultivator. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't tell them his real name. He might as well make up a name. This was a name he used in the past, and it was quite suitable here. As for the expert that came in with him, he would probably change his name as well. Otherwise, once they knew his name, they would gang up on him, and it would be difficult for him to cultivate. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't make this mistake. Nether 13 frowned slightly. He really hadn't heard of Yi Xian's name. He knew of the Yi clan, but there weren't many experts from the Yi clan in the Netherworld Mountain. There was a rather powerful Yi clan in the righteous sections. The person in front of him shouldn't be from that side. Then it was possible that he was a wandering cultivator. Of course, he couldn't take his words seriously. What if he said it on purpose? But no matter what, at least this person didn't have any enmity towards the demonic sections. This was the best thing. He could feel a lot of killing intent from this person. Who knew how many people he had killed to accumulate it? Even he was slightly shocked. This guy definitely had a big secret. But if he didn't want to say it, he wouldn't pursue it. He only needed to know that there was a powerful expert in the Netherworld Mountain. This realm was completely different from the 1 or 2 star war gods that he usually saw. It was very likely that he was a powerful guy. You don't have to think about my background. I don't have a bad impression of the demonic sections. Instead, I plan to settle down here. As for the demonic dragon clan, I don't think they would dare to make a move openly. After all, the Nether Palace is the strongest in the Netherworld Mountain. The demonic dragon clan is nothing. Lin Fei laughed. Nether 13 agreed with this statement. If the Nether Palace said they were second in the Netherworld Mountain, no one would dare to say they were first. Even though the demonic dragon clan was very strong, they still had to stand aside. No matter what, you will only have the highest chance of survival if you join the Nether Palace. Otherwise, the experts of the demonic dragon clan will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth. Nether 13 was very clear about the temperament of the demonic dragon clan. After killing Long Tai, another prodigy, and seemingly robbing something, one shouldn't blame the demonic dragon clan for chasing him to the end. He had seen this kind of thing many times. It wasn't a big deal for the demonic dragon clan to chase and kill people in the Netherworld Mountain. It could be said to be a common occurrence. Therefore, no one was willing to offend the demonic dragon clan. This kid was a weirdo. It's fine. If they really come, I don't mind killing a few demonic dragons. To be honest, I haven't eaten a demonic dragon before. I don't know how it tastes. It should be very beneficial to my body, don't you think? Chapter 48-45. The news spread very quickly, so quickly that all the forces in Hades Mountain were a little surprised. They didn't expect that another expert with great potential would be born unknowingly. Such an expert was definitely worth paying attention to in Hades Mountain. If anyone could rope him in, he would definitely be a great fighting force. Unfortunately, Hades' palace was one step ahead of them. After he was taken away, there was basically no possibility of pulling him into their camp. Therefore, they would always bring back talented disciples at the first instance. This time, they really miscalculated. Actually, they didn't expect that young man to be so strong. To be able to survive after being attacked by the demonic dragon race, especially that demonic dragon Radiance, was definitely a very ferocious existence. But now, this guy actually killed an expert of the demonic dragon race, Long Tai. It was definitely quite shocking. Everyone was waiting to see how the demonic dragon race would get back at them. At the very least, it wouldn't be easy to deal with this young man. Didn't they see that the experts of Hades' palace brought him back? It was very likely that they would keep him in Hades' palace. The 2 experts on the demonic dragon race's side also returned to their base camp at the first instance. They also received the news on their side. After all, the demonic dragon race was still very influential. The news came very quickly. They were a little dumbfounded. Long Tai was dead, and even the 2 experts returned without accomplishing anything. This made the higher-ups feel a little uneasy. What's going on? Can anyone tell me what's going on? You 2 are 8-star war gods after all. How could you not be able to handle a stinking brat? Something like this actually happened to the demonic dragon race. We've lost all our faith in Hades Mountain. That brat was even taken away by you 13. The higher-ups of the demonic dragon race all came. They were all experts, and all of them were war gods. At this time, they felt a little embarrassed. This kind of situation rarely happened. Who asked that such a powerful expert to appear over there? Until now, they still didn't know where that brat came from. But Long Tai was killed. This was still quite troublesome for the demonic dragon race. If they didn't handle this matter well, it would affect their race greatly. Most importantly, that item had always been with Long Tai. Now that Long Tai had been killed, didn't that mean that the item had fallen into that young man's hands? That was the most worrisome thing to them. We didn't expect that kid to be so powerful. If we had known earlier, we would have struck him with lightning speed. That's right, we used the Devil Dragon's light, but we still couldn't kill that brat. This guy has a powerful defensive treasure, and he also knows a powerful killer move. We were injured because we didn't take him seriously. The two 8-star war gods felt rather helpless at this moment. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. If they knew about it, they wouldn't have suffered such a big loss. Now, the Demon Dragon clan had really become a big joke. After that kid was taken away, it was highly likely that he would become a disciple of the Nether Palace, and his status would rise. It would not be so easy for them to make a move again. At the very least, he was a man. The patriarch of the Demon Dragon clan, who was dressed in black armor, stood there quietly. No one was more anxious than him. Such an accident had occurred, it was really unexpected. Now that the matter is out, we need to find a solution. Contact the Nether Palace immediately. We must stop that kid from joining the Nether Palace at all costs. Otherwise, it will be even more troublesome to deal with him. The patriarch of the demonic dragon clan knew how serious this matter was. If that kid joined the Nether Palace, they would definitely not be able to kill him. At the very least, they wouldn't dare to do it openly. Once he died, the Nether Palace would definitely target them. When that time came, it would be impossible for them to not bleed. Patriarch, if we do that, wouldn't it be a little wasteful? After all, that kid hasn't reached the point where he needs to use a chess piece. The patriarch's eyes turned cold as he looked over. Are you guys going to kill him directly? Even if I gave you 100 guts, you wouldn't dare to kill your way into the Nether Palace. Since you don't dare to go in, you can only ask him to leave. Since the patriarch had already said so, no one dared to think too much. Who didn't know the patriarch's explosive temper? It would be very normal for him to beat them up. Therefore, they immediately followed the patriarch's instructions. They could only hope that the kid wouldn't join the Nether Palace. That way, they would be more confident in taking care of that kid. Of course, the possibility of that was very low. After all, that kid was mysterious and unpredictable. Even two 8-star war gods suffered a loss against him. Lin Fei followed Yushir San to the Nether Palace. The Netherworld Palace was built on top of a huge mountain. The mountain was very big, majestic and imposing. This surprised Lin Fei a little. This is our Netherworld Palace, and this is the Netherworld Mountain. It's a special mountain, a supreme treasure. With this treasure, even the top experts of the righteous path and the Netherworld mountain range wouldn't have the ability to act presumptuously here. Yushir San said proudly. Just now, Lin Fei had already noticed this mountain. It was indeed different from what he had imagined. It was filled with a dangerous and terrifying aura. This shocked him. He didn't expect it to be a supreme treasure. He had been wondering why the righteous experts couldn't make their way in. It wasn't just because there was a top-notch war god. It probably had something to do with the Nether Mountain. Then I'm getting more and more interested in joining the Nether Palace. I hope you won't disappoint me. I hope to meet some powerful experts. That way, I can improve even faster. Lin Fei's gaze became extremely determined. Of course, all of this was seen by Yushir San. He also felt that this guy was a martial arts fanatic. He didn't expect him to be so obsessed with improving his strength. This was good too. Their Nether Palace hadn't been so lively in a long time. He believed that with this young man joining them, those geniuses would all feel immense pressure. He wouldn't be as lazy and impulsive as usual. Don't worry. You will definitely be interested in the Nether Palace. The experts here aren't as simple as you think. Otherwise, how could the Nether Palace control the huge Nether Mountain range? It has been passed down from generation to generation. It is the strongest force. Chapter 48-46. While the news was spreading like wildfire outside, the Nether Palace was the same. Especially those favored by the heavens, who had also received the news. Because a powerful expert with great potential appeared in the land of divinity and demons. He defeated Dugu Yijian and Dao Yihai's disciples. Even Long Tai of the Demon Dragon clan was killed. This was quite a powerful move. He even used a supreme secret technique to injure two great experts of the Demon Dragon clan. This wasn't a small matter. Most importantly, this young man actually came to the Nether Palace. He was brought here by Nether 13. If there were no accidents, it was highly likely that he would join the Nether Palace and become fellow disciples. Of course, to them, such an expert with great potential didn't make them happy. This would affect their resources to a certain extent. That kid is coming soon. What do you think we should do? Should we go and take a look? Yes, we must go. Otherwise, we won't even know what that kid looks like. He has such a powerful background. If we don't teach him a lesson, who knows how powerful we will be. Yes, we must go. I heard that the kid has come to our Nether Palace. Many people are probably going there. If we don't go now, we'll be late. Don't forget, to join the Nether Palace, you have to pass the test of us proud sons of heaven. Without our permission, you can't join. Many people reacted. That's right. Joining the Nether Palace wasn't as easy as they thought. Instead, it was very dangerous. One had to obtain the approval of the proud sons of heaven. This was one of the specialties of the Nether Palace. Such scenes kept happening in different places of the Nether Palace. One by one, the figures went to the Great Hall of the Netherworld. Lin Fei also went to the palace under Nether 13's lead. During this period of time, he had also noticed quite a number of experts and geniuses. Their gazes weren't friendly. Lin Fei naturally knew what was going on. They all received the news. They treated him as a powerful enemy. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he sensed many powerful auras in the Nether Palace. These powerful auras were basically all at the war god level. Of course, there were also some faintly discernible existences among them that were extremely powerful. Even if the two 8-star war gods of the Devil Dragon clan were here, their auras would be far inferior compared to the auras emitted by the Demon Dragon clan. These fellows must have accumulated a lot of resources, so they couldn't be underestimated. The main hall of the Netherworld Palace is right in front of us. I'm afraid there will be many geniuses coming. You have to be prepared, because there's still a trial you have to pass if you want to join the Netherworld Palace, and that is to obtain the recognition of the geniuses' teachers. U13 said. Lin Fei laughed and raised his fist. You're talking about this fist, right? If it's this fist, then it's naturally not a problem. I'm not good at other things, but my fist is very hard. Lin Fei didn't know much about the Netherworld Palace. If he used his fists to settle the matter, he would feel quite happy. After all, he needed to grind for honor points. If he didn't suppress these geniuses, how would he be able to grind for honor points? Of course, he could also gain some hatred along the way. That was pretty good. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this method. At the very least, he didn't make this trip for nothing. U13 was really looking forward to it. After all, these geniuses were all quite arrogant. They should have gathered there by now, and the scene should be quite lively. Just like that, they arrived at the Netherworld Palace one after another. This was the largest place in the Netherworld Palace. When they arrived, there were already many geniuses gathered here. Without a certain level of strength, one wouldn't be qualified to come here. Gazes fell on Lin Fei. These gazes were very unfriendly, as though they wanted to punch a hole through Lin Fei. Elder 13, I didn't expect you to return so quickly. This should be the great expert from the land of divinity and demons. An elder flew over and said to U13. He's that expert. His name is Yi Xian. U13 said. Of course, everyone present heard his voice. They had always been curious about this person's name. They didn't expect this person to be called Yi Xian. However, this name was very unfamiliar. They had never heard of him. Could he be a family disciple from outside? Or was he a loose cultivator? It seemed more likely that he was a loose cultivator. If he was from a family, they would have recognized him immediately. Why would they wait until now to figure it out? He's very interested in our Netherworld Palace. That's why I brought him here. After all, our Netherworld Palace needs some fresh blood. I think Yi Xian is a fresh blood. U13 said with a smile. He was quite optimistic about this Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's presence here would definitely make these geniuses feel pressured and cultivate better. No matter whether they remembered who Yi Xian was or not, Yi Xian did make them a little unhappy at the moment. Especially Elder U13's acknowledgement. They could see it clearly. This Yi Xian really had to suppress his abilities. At the very least, their Netherworld Palace wasn't a place that anyone could easily join. Which one of them didn't put in a lot of effort to join the Netherworld Palace? I'm quite interested in the Netherworld Palace. That's why I came to take a look. Now that I'm here, I'm sure I didn't come to the wrong place. There are quite a number of experts here. I heard that if you want to join the Netherworld Palace, you have to obtain the acknowledgement of the geniuses. Lin Fei said with a smile. The geniuses present also looked over. They were too unfamiliar with this Yi Xian. However, his words were quite interesting. It was obvious that he wanted to have a good fight with them. This was the first time that they had encountered something like this. One had to know that all the geniuses who had come here had felt pressured when they encountered them. It was absolutely rare to see someone like Yi Xian say this. If they didn't teach such a person a good lesson, they wouldn't be able to keep their faces. If it's just the few of you, I think it's better for all of you to come at me together. Let me see what you're capable of. Elder, don't you think this will be a problem? Lin Fei smiled faintly. The expression of the elder who came over also changed slightly. What a good Yi Xian. He was quite daring. He actually did not take these geniuses seriously. It seemed like Elder Yushir-san had indeed brought back a powerful heavenly talent. Chapter 48-47. The geniuses present all had a temper. They didn't expect this Yi Xian to be so daring. He actually wanted all of them to fight him at once. Who did he think he was? Did he really think that just because he made a name for himself in the land of divinity and demons, he could look down on them? Yi Xian, you think too highly of yourself. I can beat someone like you to the ground by myself. Leave all of you to me. That's right. I can make you unable to move with just one finger. I can kill as many as you come at me. People these days are getting more and more shameless. You don't have any strength, but you still dare to act like a big shot in front of us. Elder, let me do it. I'll have a good fight with him first. Many geniuses stood up one by one. They planned to teach Yi Xian a good lesson first. It wasn't that easy to join the Nether Palace. These geniuses wouldn't agree to it. Behind them, there were also many geniuses who emerged one after another. These were the more influential ones. They didn't make a move at this time. In any case, they wanted to observe the situation first. U13 and the other elder looked at each other. They hadn't seen such a situation before. Of course, such a situation wasn't unheard of. However, this Yi Xian was a little different from what they had imagined. He had quite a temper. He actually wanted to challenge all these geniuses on his own. Unless he had extraordinary strength, there was something wrong with his brain. The rules of the Nether Palace aren't strict. You can challenge them on your own, and they can challenge you on their own," U13 said. The other elder also nodded, agreeing with this statement. Such a situation wasn't common. Of course, it wasn't unheard of. It was just that someone like Yi Xian, offending all these geniuses on his first try, was absolutely unheard of. It was extremely rare. Lin Fei laughed heartily. "Since I'm here to join the Nether Palace, I'll definitely have to fight with these geniuses. However, these geniuses are too weak. They're far from being able to fight me one by one. I'll take on all of you on my own. Oh right, I wonder what happens if there's too much force here and I get killed." His words caused the expressions of U13 and the other elder to change slightly. This was a test, not a place to kill people. Even those people weren't a match for them. If they were to really fight, they would probably be wiped out completely. We, the disciples of the Netherworld Palace, are not afraid of death. If you can kill us, then it means that we are inferior to you. If we kill you, then it means that you are inferior to us. There's nothing more to say. That's right. If you want to kill us, then go ahead. It's not like we haven't killed before. It's not like we haven't killed before. It doesn't matter if we have one more Heaven's favored one. Come on, we're all prepared. These geniuses all had quite a temper. They had never seen someone like him, challenging a group of people as soon as he came up, and it seemed like he was going to kill them all. U13 also shook his head slightly. This Yi Xian was indeed quite daring. If he was killed by these geniuses when he was not careful, he would really become a joke. In the Netherworld Palace, there has never been a restriction on life and death. If you die, then it means that you are not strong enough. If you are alive, then you can say that you are strong. It was not easy for Lin Fei to come here. Naturally, he wanted to earn some honor points. If he did not earn enough honor points, he would be embarrassed. Of course, it did not matter if he did not earn enough honor points. Since the elders said that it's fine, then I'll make my move. I hope that you guys can withstand my attack. Yi Xian laughed out loud. Whoosh. He charged directly at the nearest Heaven's favored one. This Heaven's favored one's body instantly shone brightly. A fist directly pierced through his body, followed by an explosion of blood. Everyone's pupils shrank slightly. Only a few people could see clearly. The light did not manage to block the attack. This Yi Xian was directly killed by a single punch. Too weak, too weak. With this kind of strength, I alone can beat all of you to death. Right now, Lin Fei's physical body was extremely strong. Coupled with his speed, it was not something that these Heaven's favored ones could withstand. Everywhere he passed, the Heaven's favored one was instantly killed. U13 and the other elder looked at each other again. Their hearts clenched. This situation seemed to have exceeded their expectations. These Heaven's favored ones could not withstand a single blow. His strength was too strong. They could clearly feel that this Yi Xian fellow was using pure physical strength. In other words, he did not need to use any other strength. He could kill these Heaven's favored ones with one punch. They were shocked and a little in disbelief. There were indeed people who cultivated the Tao of body refinement, but not many. But people like Yi Xian were really rare. 10 Heaven's favored ones. 20 Heaven's favored ones. 30 Heaven's favored ones. In the blink of an eye. With the strength to kill 50 Heaven's favored ones, they ranged from 2-star war gods to 5-star war gods. Alright, that's enough. The Heaven's favored ones of the Netherworld Palace will not be killed so wantonly. A ray of light directly flew over. A long river spread out, directly blocking the remaining Heaven's favored ones. Those Heaven's favored ones who were lucky enough to survive heaved a long sigh of relief, but their faces were still very pale. It had never occurred to him that this young man, Yi Xian, would be so powerful. His physical strength was so strong that he could break through his defense and flesh with just one punch. Then, he vanished into thin air. That's great, that's great. It's the Milky Way Prince. Someone recognized this ray of light. It was the Milky Way Prince. His forte was the Milky Way Prince. Once the Milky Way was unleashed, not only could it be used as an attack, but it could also be used as a defense. Lin Fei was indeed blocked by this Milky Way. He could also feel that this Milky Way was different. This Milky Way instantly transformed into a ray of saber light that swept over. Lin Fei blocked with both hands. With a loud rumble, all the power of this Milky Way pierced through. This move was indeed very strong, very domineering. It was a direct destructive force. If one could not withstand it, they would be reduced to ashes. Lin Fei finally knew that an expert had arrived. This Milky Way Prince was definitely one of the stronger heaven's favored ones. At the very least, he was at the peak of an intermediate war god. In fact, the Milky Way Prince was indeed a 6-star war god. This level was not low. He was only one step away from advanced war god. A figure in white walked out just like that. Chapter 48. The white figure was the famous Milky Way Prince of the Nether Palace. There was a Milky Way. This Milky Way was not only good for offense, but also for defense. Therefore, no one in the same realm could break through the Milky Way. And this Milky Way was an unparalleled treasure. It was said that at its peak, it could reach the level of a 9 stars war god. It was very terrifying. But Milky Way did not unleash the full power of these treasures. When Milky Way came out, the other geniuses heaved a sigh of relief and expressed their gratitude. Without Milky Way, they would have been killed by Yi Xian. They never thought that Yi Xian would be so domineering, so cruel, and so powerful. It had an extremely strong penetrative ability, and as soon as they clashed, it would directly break through their physical defensive treasures, killing them on the spot. Such an enemy was indeed very terrifying. If they had not seen those geniuses being killed with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Previously, they had been talking about suppressing Yi Xian, but in the end, Yi Xian had defeated them as soon as he attacked. It was too terrifying. Their hearts were filled with nightmares. They could not afford to offend such a person. Fortunately, Milky Way finally showed up. They were the 4 young masters of the Nether Palace. You're very overbearing. I didn't expect you to treat the proud sons of heaven like punching bags. Have you ever considered that they are disciples of the Netherworld Palace, a part of the demonic path? If you kill them like this, won't you disintegrate the strength of our demonic path? I might even suspect that you're a spy sent by the righteous path. Milky Way said coldly. He was a pale scholar. When he said that, everyone's expression changed slightly. Yes. This guy was too cruel. There had never been such a cruel guy who killed 50 geniuses in such a short time. 50. That was equivalent to losing 50 war gods. Everyone could not take it anymore. If you killed the righteous path disciples, that would be normal. But now you killed the devil path disciples. You lost 50 war gods. If this was outside, it would definitely be a huge loss. The righteous path would definitely applaud when they heard this. Losing one meant losing a portion of their strength. Now they had lost 50 of their strength. The expressions of Elder U13 and the other elder changed as well. Indeed, things had gone a little too far, beyond their expectations. In such a short period of time, 50 proud sons of heaven were killed just like that. They simply couldn't stop it at all. These people's strength was too weak. One punch from each of them was enough to turn them into sandbags. Lin Fei burst into laughter. Now you have the nerve to say I'm a spy from the righteous path? I suspect you're the spy from the righteous path. With their strength, they have the nerve to say they're disciples of the devil path. Today, I didn't kill them. Even if they go outside, they'll still be killed. Rather than dying in the hands of outsiders, it's better to die here. It's much simpler. Whoosh. The silver river circled over and transformed into a huge storm, turning into attacks that filled the sky. How dare you? There's no room for you to speak here. Die. This storm was very terrifying. It turned into many blade lights that covered the sky and covered the earth. There were more than 1,000 attacks. In the time it took for them to meet face to face, it was enough to kill any war god. However, such attacks were not a threat to Lin Fei. His physical body was very strong, and he punched out again and again. These Silver River attacks were not a threat at all. Even when they landed on Lin Fei's body, they only left white marks. This Silver River fell behind young Master He and stood in the air. Why did you stop attacking? Continue. I heard that your background is not small. Let me see how powerful your Silver River is. You stopped in the blink of an eye. Or is it because you've consumed too much energy? Lin Fei laughed. No one could see more clearly than him that controlling the Silver River consumed a lot of energy. The Milky Way Prince had already unleashed his ultimate move. Not everyone could withstand it. Only someone with a strong body could withstand it. Young Master He was indeed very afraid. His big move was already very powerful. It was one of the few big moves. He never expected that this guy could withstand it. This was not good for the situation. Young Master He, I didn't expect you to be defeated. Let me use invincible earth fire on this guy. Whoosh. Flames surged up from the ground. They engulfed Lin Fei like a huge fireball. Everyone was shocked. They finally recognized who it was. It was one of the 4 great young masters of the Netherworld Palace. Purple Flame Prince. After the sky full of flames rushed over, the intense heat directly burned the void. Even the Milky Way Prince He's Milky Way blocked in front of him to protect him. A purple figure walked out just like that. Many people recognized him as the Purple Flame Prince. This Purple Flame Prince was also one of the 4 great young masters of the Netherworld Palace. He was at the same level as young Master He. He was also a 6-star war god and had reached the peak of his strength. He could become a 7-star war god anytime, anywhere. He could be considered an advanced war god. However, this level was too difficult. Under the flames, no one thought that this person could come out alive. After all, this was a top-grade fire. It could burn experts into nothingness with one move. This fire was also very powerful. It was called the Burning Heaven Flame. This type of flame was very domineering and invincible. Everyone was filled with anticipation when they saw it. If young Master He couldn't catch you, then the Purple Flame Prince would most likely kill you. You 13 and the other elder didn't move. They just stood there without moving. Layers of defense appeared around his body. The 2 did not expect 2 of the 4 great young masters to come. This Purple Flame Prince was also very powerful. This Burning Heaven Flame was also very terrifying. I wonder if this Yi Xian can withstand it. If he can't, he will become a big joke. 2 of the 4 great young masters are here. I don't think this Yi Xian is that easy to kill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swaggered over. I'm afraid the Netherworld Palace has gained another powerful expert this time. It's a pity that 50 geniuses have died. If what Yi Xian had demonstrated was his terrifying strength, then he alone would be equivalent to 50 geniuses. Chapter 48-49. The Burning Heaven Flame was indeed terrifying. As it burned fiercely, even the geniuses present were secretly excited. No matter how proud this Yi Xian guy was, could he withstand the might of the Burning Heaven Flame? That was just wishful thinking. Even if it was them, they would be burned into nothingness in an instant. The purple flame young master also came to the side of young master He. He smiled faintly, looking very pleased with himself. Look, my burning heaven flame is still more powerful. Your silver river is much weaker. Unless you have trained it to the highest level, you are still far from being able to compete with me. Young master He's face turned cold. Your burning heaven flame is not that powerful. Don't forget, this guy is quite mysterious. Even my silver river can't do anything to him, let alone your burning heaven flame. The purple flame young master looked at the burning flame. Under this flame, Yi Xian would not be able to withstand it no matter how powerful he was. Therefore, all he had to do was to stand there quietly. In the blink of an eye, the burning heaven flame gradually dissipated. It turned into a ball and returned to the purple flame young master's hand. However, as soon as the burning heaven flame disappeared, a figure appeared in its original place. Who else could it be other than Yi Xian? He just stood there quietly. The surrounding people were all shocked. That was the famous sky-burning flame, yet it still couldn't kill Yi Xian. Who on earth was this guy? It's over, it's over. This guy is too mysterious. How is it possible for him to withstand the attack of the burning heaven flame? Could it be that his body is really that strong? Even young master He couldn't do it, and now young master purple flame doesn't seem to be able to either. This is really bad. The surrounding people were even more afraid of Yi Xian. Lin Fei just looked at the purple flame young master quietly. His burning heaven flame was indeed very terrifying. Your flame is indeed quite domineering, but it's still not enough to deal with me. I wonder if you are disappointed. I heard that the Netherworld Palace has 4 great young masters. I've finally met 2 of the Milky Way purple flame. I wonder where the other 2 are. How would Lin Fei know about the Netherworld Palace's 4 great young masters? It was just a rumor that he was powerful enough. Now, there was another purple flame prince. He was indeed terrifying, possessing a powerful flame. Not everyone could withstand it. A slight frown appeared on the violet flame prince's brows. This fellow had indeed surprised him. His heaven-incinerating flames was actually unable to do anything to him. Although the burning heaven field flames he had just used was only the most basic attack, its power was not to be underestimated. I really underestimated you. No wonder he couldn't do anything to you. However, I'm not he. My heaven-burning flame is more terrifying than you can imagine. The burning heaven flame flew out again and turned into a long dragon that directly attacked. The power of this long dragon made everyone's heart tremble. The burning heaven flame that this guy condensed actually reached the might of a 7-star war god. Not only were the geniuses shocked, but even the other elders were shocked. The commotion just now had attracted quite a number of elders. All of them had gathered nearby. They were all war god level powerhouses, so they could clearly see the situation in front of them. Be it he or the purple flame young master, both of them seemed to be inferior to him. Moreover, this Yi Xian fellow was indeed extremely terrifying and powerful. Compared to this, the death of the 50 heavens chosen before was really nothing. Those who died weren't geniuses. Those who were alive were the strongest geniuses. They understood this better than anyone else. 13th Elder, you brought back a pretty good seed with potential this time. He's comparable to the 4 great young masters. That's good too. I'm afraid that our Netherworld Palace will have 5 great young masters soon. It's a pity that the other 2 young masters aren't here. Otherwise, the 4 great young masters would really be here. The 4 great young masters were the strongest in the Netherworld Palace. Each of them was a true genius who could become an advanced war god in the future. Therefore, the elders had high expectations for them. They didn't expect another Yi Xian to come. His strength really made people feel different. The two great young masters were helpless unless they joined forces. However, the four great young masters were prideful. Naturally, they wouldn't join forces. And now, the Violet Flame Princess suddenly unleashed a powerful attack. The heaven-burning dragon was indeed very powerful. It was very powerful in every aspect. A layer of defense appeared in front of Lin Fei, but he didn't attack. Everyone could feel that Yi Xian's defense was very strong. No wonder he could withstand the attack of the heaven-burning flame. The heaven-burning dragon attacked for a while, but it didn't work. The Violet Flame Prince retracted his attack. No one knew better than him that Yi Xian's defense was indeed strong. His flames couldn't penetrate it at all, let alone affect Yi Xian's physical body. Yi Xian was indeed capable. The Violet Flame Prince retracted the heaven-burning flame with a wave of his hand. He took a deep breath. He looked at the young man in front of him indifferently. You are indeed quite powerful. You are qualified to become a disciple of the Netherworld Palace. At least I have nothing to say. However, we will definitely have a good fight next time. This time, it wasn't fun at all. The Violet Flame Prince snorted coldly and turned to leave. The Milky Way young master took a look and followed. At the very least, Yi Xian was quite strong. The two of them left one after another. The remaining geniuses naturally didn't have any objections. Even the two great young masters had agreed, let alone the other two. Congratulations, Junior Yi Xian. You are now a disciple of the Netherworld Palace, and a true direct disciple at that. In the Netherworld Palace, only direct disciples can establish their own mountain. Nether 13 came over to congratulate him. His face was also radiant. He was still very optimistic about Yi Xian. His future strength would definitely be very terrifying. Soon, the Netherworld Palace would have 5 great young masters. Lin Fei originally thought that he would have to meet the Palace Lord of the Netherworld Palace, but he only found out from Nether 13 that the Palace Lord had gone into seclusion. As for when he would come out, no one knew. Lin Fei didn't really care about this. He came here to earn honor points. And this trip had indeed earned him a lot of honor points. Junior Yi Xian, since you have become a direct disciple of the Netherworld Palace, you are qualified to receive a reward from the Netherworld Palace. What do you want? Nether 13 came over. Chapter 4850. Lin Fei was very satisfied that he could get a reward at a time like this. After all, the Nether Palace was different from other demonic factions. It was a top-notch existence. At the very least, no demonic faction in the great world of the gods could compare to the Nether Palace. Naturally, the reward would be different. Anything is fine. I don't really care for ordinary things. Lin Fei was very direct. He knew better than anyone else that there was nothing more suitable than being straightforward in a demonic sect. U13 liked Yi Xian's character. The things that the Nether Palace has are definitely not comparable to the outside world. As long as you ask, we can get it for you. Not every disciple can get a chance like this. Only direct disciples have it. U13 had the confidence to say this. I want the power of faith. I wonder if the Nether Palace has it. I heard that some people like to collect the power of faith. I heard that they can use it to become a god. Lin Fei had more or less heard about it. He wanted to see if the Nether Palace had it. It would be great if they did. U13's expression changed slightly as he looked at Yi Xian from head to toe. I didn't expect you to know about the power of faith. There is indeed such a thing, but it's of little value. That's because those who rely on the power of faith to become a god aren't even as strong as the war gods of the same level. Therefore, this method hasn't been used for a long time. Lin Fei's expression did not change. He knew that he had asked the right question this time. He didn't expect the Nether Palace to have such power of faith. Since the Nether Palace had it, didn't that mean that the righteous sex also had it? Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. It seemed like he had made the right decision to come to the great world of the gods. I'm only interested in this. I hope to get some power of faith. As for the other things, I really don't care. U13 was indeed quite surprised. He didn't expect this junior brother to be interested in the power of faith. Could it be that he cultivated some special technique? But no matter what, since he had asked, he definitely wanted the power of faith. Wait here for a moment. I'll help you get the power of faith. As for how much there is, I can't guarantee. U13 left first. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. As long as he had the power of faith, that would be enough. When U13 returned, he really brought the power of faith with him. However, the power of faith couldn't compare to the faith orbs of the land of divinity and demons. Lin Fei estimated that there wasn't much power of faith left. However, he could still earn a lot of honor points. Now that you've received your reward, I'll take you to a random mountain peak. From now on, you'll cultivate in that mountain peak. A direct disciple like you needs more resources, so the sect will give you some training missions. U13 brought Lin Fei to choose a mountain peak. There were indeed many mountains in the Nether Palace. Some of these mountains were owned by someone, and some were ownerless. However, every single one of these mountains was enveloped by a formation, and it was extremely extraordinary. After understanding it, Lin Fei also knew that these mountain peaks had been brought back from the outside world and had been blessed with a certain array formation. Of course, they were also blessed with certain special abilities. Therefore, these would be of great help when cultivating in the mountain. It was also the place that the disciples of the Nether Palace yearned for the most. Only direct disciples had the right to live in such a mountain peak. Others had no right at all. Lin Fei found a mountain peak without a hitch. The news of the new disciple in the Netherworld Palace spread like wildfire. Everyone was shocked. They were even more fearful of this Yi Xian. Even the Milky Way Prince and the Violet Flame Prince couldn't do anything to him. Although he didn't go all out, his strength was at least on par with them. Such a person coming to the Nether Palace added a lot of pressure to everyone. Things are getting difficult now. This guy has become a disciple of the Nether Palace just like that. Even the Milky Way Prince and the Violet Flame Prince can't do anything to him. In a secret room, a few people were sitting together. These people were the geniuses of the Nether Palace. Their leader was a 6-star war god who had reached the peak. What should we do next? Yi Xian has already joined the Nether Palace and is a direct disciple. He has already opened a mountain peak. It'll be even more difficult to deal with him. These people were all from the same faction. Naturally, they didn't want someone like Yi Xian to come in. Coming in was equivalent to taking away the original resources. It's not difficult to deal with Yi Xian. In my opinion, since we can't do anything, let the righteous ones do it. I believe they won't be happy to see a 5th young master. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's true. If they couldn't do it, then let the righteous ones do it. There was nothing more suitable than this. Lin Fei chose a remote mountain peak. To him, a lively mountain peak was meaningless. It was better to choose a quiet one. This place was even quieter than before. This time, it was even quieter. Everyone knew that Yi Xian's strength was unfathomable. He was probably at the level of a 6-star war god. It all depended on who would break through to the level of a 7-star war god and become an advanced war god. However, this was a difficult hurdle. Now that I've become a direct disciple of the Nether Palace, I've received quite a lot of rewards. Just the power of faith alone is quite a lot. However, it's not enough. I need to obtain more power of faith. Lin Fei believed that the Nether Palace still had some power of faith. He hadn't obtained all of it yet. He didn't believe that anyone else would use it. After a short rest, Lin Fei went to the Nether Palace's library. There was a lot of information here. He was prepared to understand the great world of gods. Although Lin Fei had read a lot before, it wasn't as detailed as now. It would be a pity if he didn't understand the great world of gods now. Lin Fei stayed in the library for half a month. He didn't step out. The people from the Nether Palace weren't surprised at all. Those elders were a little curious. They did not know why this newcomer, Yi Xian, was always in the library. Could it be that he was preparing to do something big again? Half a month had passed. By now, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the great world of gods. Lin Fei thought that the great world of gods was just like this. He didn't expect it to be more mysterious than he imagined.